ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Welcome to Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. That emotion may be in short supply here this weekend, though, as the top 6 teams in North America League Rainbow Six Siege get ready to face off for the grand prize of Stage 2. 3 spots to the Montreal Major that's only 5 weeks away. The loser, of course, has the long, torturous climb to the last chance qualifiers. We here in the Philadelphia studio, we're ready to break it all down for you. I am Corbeck here from the regional broadcast, and so excited to be here for my first time and have alongside me such august company, 2 of the great sages of Siege, Laxing, Foxe. I am honored to be in your presence. Thank you for having me on the desk.
Here in Sage, God, I'm old. I'm going on 10 years now. That's crazy. But honestly, I'm glad to be working with you. And I did get to see you work with Fox on the Brazil broadcast, but I'm glad we can actually do this in person. So welcome.
Yeah, it's nice to see you in person. I know you're just joining us now, but man, it feels like the stage has gone by so fast with just like the week after week, and all the games have been so good and very close this stage. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been some top-tier Siege, and I've watched bits and pieces here and there, but I think for the benefit of myself as much as everybody from home, let's take a look at the standings here, guys. And obviously, the big standout, the shocker from the beginning of the stage is Dark Zero finishing at the top of the table, and comfortably so.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected DZ to start this hot, especially after their first week 1 loss to Sonics, but then going on a 7 win streak, 7-1 win score up until this stage. I mean, it was really surprising to see how fast they were to get a grasp of things, and it doesn't seem like they've really faced adversity besides that first game, which was their baby step, so to say. So it honestly made sense, and I think everything in the top echelon of teams, the top 6, I think it was pretty close to what we expected it to be, besides maybe C9, C9BC, and Wildcard making in the top 6.
Yeah, I think your bracket was honestly the closest in terms of comparison of how this has shaken up. But I mean, obviously the 2 that stick out the most for me, obviously Dark Zero. If you would have saw them from the first game, you'd have been like, oh, okay, they aren't going to look that hot. And then you see them at the top of the leaderboard. And then even for Sonics, how they started out extremely strong and just recently got knocked out of that top 2. But again, if you were watching all of these 9 playdays, you would completely understand why you see Dark Zero sitting at the top of that leaderboard.
It does kind of feel like Space Station Gaming, though, sort of slipped in there at second place over Sonics and C9BC. I didn't expect that either, to be fair.
So, I mean, they've kind of like they have been slowly but surely just getting to like peak performance.
Yeah.
That they haven't just been like solidifying these games, you know, like a 7-2, 7-1, but like as we've been seeing, and especially getting to playoffs, they are on the cusp of reaching that where we feel that this is the strongest that they have looked so far throughout the stage. And that's the best case scenario, is that you're going into the playoffs looking the absolute best, and then obviously squeaking your way in there of getting that top 2.
Well, speaking of playoffs, we can take a gander here at the bracket, get an idea of where all our teams are sitting. Obviously, Space Station, Dark Zero, they have the buys here. That's a huge advantage for them going into this.
Oh, it's immense. I mean, I think every team wants to get it to the top 2 into the semifinals. Obviously, the only team so far since this system has been put in place to make it to semifinals and fall out was OXG in stage 1. So obviously, the chances of you making it to the major if you get top 2 is very good. But it doesn't guarantee you a win. It gives you 2 chances if you were to lose. All you got to do is play 1 to make it. And obviously, you're sitting in a pretty comfortable spot, but you also don't get to play today. You just have to sit back and watch, which can be good, but it could also be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and even for the teams that made the roster changes, such as Sonic's, Wildcard, and M80, it does give them a little more game day reps, and that's obviously important than just playing scrims all day and getting that. So it is a little bit of a double-edged sword when you are sitting at the top of that, and you do get to sit there nice and pretty. You do get to watch the games, but again, you don't get those reps and that these teams are going to come off of a hot win, ready to bring it to you going into those playoff skins. But again, I think most case scenario, everyone wants to be in that position of just being able to sit by, watch the teams, and get that prep underway.
Well, our first match of the day here is Sonics versus Wildcard. Sonics, obviously the Canadian system, humming along at peak efficiency. Wildcards, they're looking to live up to the name here, guys, right? They want to pull one over on a really good team and punch their ticket forward.
Yeah, it's a little concerning for me when you look at the matchup here, because Sonics have consistently been improving throughout this stage, and they look really strong. Granted, they just fell out of that top 2. And you look at Wildcard, when they first matched up, it was a 7-5 win for Sonics. It was a very close game. We commended Wildcard on how well they looked, but then throughout the stage, we just slowly started seeing hiccup after hiccup after hiccup. And granted, they did find their way, so they are improving to say the least. But I mean, it is a scary situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, their best matchup right now could be Sonics, because it was the team out of the top 5 that they looked the most formidable against.
Yeah.
Yes, Wildcard has been getting better, but if you look at any of the other teams in the top 6, none of them would have been an easy game for Wildcard at the end of the day.
I mean, I kind of already alluded to it, right? Obviously, like, Canadian has really molded this Sonics team into something pretty spectacular. That was up until last week, game day 9. Wheels kind of came off the bus a little bit. How worrying is that if you're a Sonics fan?
So, you know, you could look at it and be like, is this a cause for concern that your worst performance was your last play day and ultimately knocked you out of that top 2? And I want to say absolutely not. This is not a cause for concern, because granted, sure, they lost that game 3-7. Everyone still on this roster is firing on all cylinders. And if we take a look at the performance of that game, sure, it's not a pretty sight seeing, you know, a 3-7, but the thing to take away from that game is in many of these opening engagements and in the game throughout the whole, they were doing the things right in the beginning of the game. They were getting those opening engagements. It's just they couldn't close out the middle to late round, which was ultimately kind of messing them up throughout the standing. So obviously it's not great, but it is important that you aren't having the best performance at the end, so that way you can understand where things went wrong, what you can do differently, and then fixing that going into the playoffs.
Yeah, obviously, if you're Sonics, like, the only teams that you really struggled against are the teams that are anomalies, teams that you should have been winning. You know, SSG game where SQ was up, and then the game against Cloud9 where they're playing with a sub. Those are the only games where SQ's confidence clouds their judgment in the server and prevents them from being the Sonics that we've seen consistently dominate games.
Yeah, and you know, another thing to touch up, and again, here's the stats for you. I mean, everyone was relatively close again. For those opening engagements, they had 6 out of those opening engagements out of those 10 rounds, so they were doing things right, they just were fumbling towards the end. But the key takeaway is for just the team as a whole, in our highest rated stats, they have a player sitting in every single category across the board, in EPS, and KD, and entry, cost, plans. So again, everyone on this roster is doing their job, firing on all cylinders. So this is a good scenario that, granted, you are coming off of a loss, but throughout your entire stage, you have been doing nothing but adapting. And to also add to this, they are the only team in the league right now, if my stats are correct, that they have played 7 out of 9 maps. Their map pool is so diverse and extensive compared to anybody else's, especially going into playoffs.
You know, I feel like I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't say, is that not a bit of a disadvantage for them? Because that's a lot of maps to have on tape if you're an opposing team.
Sure, in some cases, yes, having a VOD on your opponent always does help you, but at the end of the day, that prep only gets you so far, where this game and where Siege is at especially, it's about adapting, and especially especially with how Troy has came into this roster and has allowed this roster to just advance further into their play style and dynamic of play, it doesn't really benefit another team just having that one time that they saw it, whereas maybe seeing it 2 or 3 times definitely kind of puts the staple or the nail in the coffin of what a team does, particularly on that map.
Of course, and when you go into best of 3s, obviously being able to adapt on the fly is your biggest friend. That's obviously going to carry you through these marathon games, especially if you're getting onto that last map, into these overtimes. And Sonics is the best team that we've been able to see make those adaptations very quick inside the server. Other teams, it may take them a map-to-map process to be able to figure out the issues, but Sonics has been getting the ball rolling. As soon as a problem comes in front of them, they figure out what they need to do to overcome it. And that was what we saw in their first game against Wildcard, was just adaptation in the server.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of Wildcard, this is a bit of a daunting prospect here for this Wildcard side, right? They've not had the best stage, but I feel like there's a lot of heart in this team. There's a lot of soul behind these Wildcard players.
I mean, absolutely. I think passion's the best way to put it. Obviously, it looks like Wildcard has had a rough stage, but I think it may just look a little worse than we expect. The only teams that they've lost to are the other top 6 teams, 1st through 5th. Those are the other teams that obviously Wildcard was able to just not be able to climb above them. But when it comes to how they've been trying to figure out what they want to do with their teamwork, with their entry abilities, I feel like Wildcard is slowly becoming a little bit more confident. And some of the players individually have been putting up amazing numbers due to the new comfortability. And one of those players is Kansan. He's been playing phenomenally well for Wildcard. He is a top 10 player in the NAL currently. And statistically, to be able to accomplish that on the support flex role on a team that has struggles all around the board is still very difficult to do, and he has been one of the big backbone pieces along with Bosco. I know we've been talking about Bosco all throughout the stage, and we haven't talked about Kansan, and he deserves a little bit of the limelight here today.
Absolutely, and he kind of snuck in there, because you're right, we haven't been able to talk about, we've been highlighting other situations of where this team is struggling or where they've been good at, and yeah, Kansan has always been an all-around standing player, even back to the old Sonics roster. I mean, a game that I specifically remember, whereas he went against Damwon Keo on that mute and had that 1v4 clutch. I mean, Kansan has always allowed himself to be put in the right areas, play the positions properly. So it's good that we're actually able to highlight him here, and especially that we see this team in their resurgence and actually being able to make a playoffs run compared to what we saw at the previous stage.
Yeah, and with Wildcard being in this position, what's the biggest takeaway of what's going wrong? And it's the opening engagements. You can look at this, the whole team has a -12 currently opening KD. But Spiff is 10 of those opening deaths. He is dragging down that opening potential. And obviously, Wildcard's whole fixture of this stage has been trying to get those opening engagements on their aggressive attacks down. And obviously, we talked about Luminosity just needing to figure out these opening kills, not playing 4v5s. And the same thing comes into question here for Wildcard. If they can just figure out how not to lose these opening man advantages and play 4v5, and they're still keeping these games relatively close, if they can just figure that one threat out, then they're going to look a lot stronger, and it'll be a team that we have a lot more confidence in, especially playing against SQ.
And this is what we talked about, is their lack of, consistency, and more so their inconsistency, essentially of being the spearhead of Spiff. That's the guy that's going to be opening, creating the avenues for his team. And if they could just walk away with some of these opening engagements and keep that man advantage going and keep trickling that down, we would see success. But this has been an ongoing problem since day one that we've seen from them, that now you're in playoffs. It does allow you to play 3 maps potentially, so you can kind of get back up on that saddle, but we need to see the consistency and the plays being made that is going to allow that to happen to begin with.
Well, got to clean it up. Unfortunately, we're not mind readers here on the desk, so we can't tell you exactly what the players are thinking, but we did get a chance to pick the brains of Bay and Canadian about their end of group stage and their upcoming playoff matches.
Super weak. I'd say we ended the stage on probably our worst performance yet. Kind of got blown out by Beast Coast, and they had a sub as well. Not the greatest note to end on, but sometimes you're going to have a bad map. That's how it goes. Overall, our stage was good. Still lots to work on and improve on. We're happy with how we played overall and excited to continue to do better.
The Super Week, it went pretty well. Obviously, the SSG game, very close game. It was a very fun game. That point we got from that was huge for us, taking that many rounds. It definitely saved us and helped us make playoffs. But at the same time, we know that even if teams are considered super good, we have to beat them if we want to be the best. And I mean, that's obviously our goal.
I think Wildcard's a solid team. I think Bay has been a good pickup for them. I think he's really fit in. I think they've had hiccups and whatnot. I'm sure they haven't closed out as many games as they would have liked to, but still a solid team overall. I think we'll match up fine against them. I'm still confident in our team.
The Sonics I thought were definitely like very good, but I think that was like the very early version of us, and even then it was still a close game. You could just watch the rounds. It came down to like 1v1s, 2v1s, stuff like that, and I think we have a very good shot of beating them.
Their biggest strength as a whole is maybe their patience. I think they got a lot of patient players, and that can pay off, but I think that's also a double-edged sword sometimes. You know, it can maybe be easily abused, like you can make them waste more time than they would like to because, you know, they're overly patient.
Sonic's biggest strength, I'd definitely say, is Canadian, and like their calling. Like if you sit around too long and let them do what they want to do, probably not going to win the round. I think gaps in the Sonic roster, they don't really have like super aggressive players, so maybe that could be something they're lacking.
Expectation is just for us to show up and play our game, do everything we can to win, keeping the expectations and all that to what's in our control and within ourselves, so to speak. And simple as that. I think if we do that, we'll win.
The expectations for that game, I mean, it's just to win it. That's every game, to be honest. If we want to make the major, I think we can win Pro League if we put our minds to it.
I'll tell you what, after watching that, I'm scared of Canadian. Those that cold, calculating thing comes over his eyes when he's talking about what they have to do.
Troy's a stone cold killer, but I don't think Bay's given him a little less respect than I thought he would. You know, he talked about their first matchup when they played against each other. You know, that wasn't their best form that they looked. But when we talk about, you know, the comparison of these two, Sonics have drastically just improved with every single game. Where again, we've talked about Wildcard's inconsistency to be consistent. So it is a little worrisome that you're kind of going in here not giving the Sonics the respect that they deserve. Granted, they may have fallen out of top 2, but they still look extremely strong. And again, you know, we talk about a diverse map pool. They played 7 out of 9 maps, where Wildcard has only played 5 out of 9 maps.
Yeah, and obviously with Canadian saying in the interview, he knows that if Wildcard is attacking, they are very slow to get everything into position to be able to go for those attacks. And you can use a team's playstyle of passiveness against them. And obviously, Bay even said it. He knows if you let the rounds go out, Canadian can make you lose. So both teams are very aware of the circumstance that Wildcard is in. And I think that's what we've been talking about is Wildcard has just been trying to improve these attacks. We've seen some light on fast, aggressive attacks, fast-paced entries. Now, if they can just avoid Spiff getting that opening death, and maintain that fast aggression, we might be able to see some innovation from Wildcard here.
So Skyscraper, a no-brainer here for them, obviously finding that win against Luminosity, but still, like that was a very close game that I thought honestly Luminosity could have won. And then really the Labs, I mean, this is a toss-up for Wildcard because they have yet to play this map, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see how that works. You know, we talk about being able to adapt on the fly, and being able to read a situation. That really is going to come down to Bosco to really step into fruition there and set his team up for success, where Canadian has looked strong literally on every single map that we've seen so far.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think everyone's going to look at this matchup and favor SQ going into it, but these maps actually look very Wildcard sided. Skyscraper was one of their most strong maps. Wildcard's a very good defensive team, very slow, very old guard of Siege, making you have to win by utility, and Skyscraper fits that in perfectly. Labs, also a very big defender-sided map because you can get stalled out on time. So it can be a double-edged sword for Wildcard. Smart for SQ to take a Wildcard there, especially with how Wildcard struggles on their attacks. But when it comes down to the defensive side of these maps, if Wildcard can amount big leads, I think it's the best situation for Wildcard to be in.
This is what worries me, is obviously them starting on attack here. Is just, we've seen their attacks and they've just looked very weak. And again, you know, we talk about Spiff and highlighting him where he needs to be getting these opening engagements to allow them to find a little more success in that trade game. So if Spiff can't find his footing here and the rest of the team can't back off of any of that, they're going to struggle really hard against Sonic's defense, and especially once they switch halves.
I mean, I worry about that on a fast-paced map like Sky, but both of you picking Sonics here, I don't think that's any big surprise to me, the viewers at home, anybody within a 1,000-mile radius who has any knowledge of Siege.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just when it comes down to the basic fundamentals of just being able to adapt, being able to read a situation, or to be able to change something up for the next time around, I see Sonics just in that regard in the highest capacity compared to Wildcard.
I would say Wildcard won the map ban phase, to be honest. I mean, getting Skyscraper, obviously Labs is one of those toss-ups, but Club being the last one, which is your most comfortable place, yes, they lost to SQ on Clubhouse. So at the end of the day, it really came down to, it didn't matter what map it was, SQ was just the better team. If Wildcard is the better team today, the maps are certainly in their favor. They can make it a lot closer than we'd expect.
Well, for the first time here from the NAL studio, in live and in person. It's so exciting. I'm so excited. I get to throw it over to two of the best casters in the business for our first map here of the day. It's Lynx and Stokes.
Thank you very much, Korbeck, and you should be excited. I remember that first show I did all the way back in 2022, where I casted with Jonah, and it was quite exciting, and you're doing a very good job. But unfortunately, Sam, I think there's going to be 5 players who maybe won't do the best job today, and that's because Wildcard are going against the one, the only big, bad Canadian, and I think Bay summed it up perfectly. If a team goes a little too slow, that's perfect breeding ground for Canadian to run all over you.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's an absolute demon when it comes to these audibles instead of the mid game. It's something that he has been crowned the king of for what feels like eons now, especially with his tenure in Rainbow Six Siege. So I'm excited to see if we see a couple of those, different changes coming in the mid round here today up against Wildcard. I don't know how you're personally feeling about this, Lynx. We'll get into this here in just a second. But for me, I feel as though the Sonics have to set a precedent here today, right? This is something that we've been expecting all stage. Especially with how the Sonics have looked. Once it gets to playoffs, things should be ramped up to 11, and we should see a very strong, very virtuous Sonics.
And I think Sonics, obviously before Canadian joined the roster in Stage 1, they sort of collapsed and completely fell out of the limelight in Stage 1. And going into 2023 last year, we generally had about 5 NAL teams. And OXG was unfortunately and has continued to be the odd man out of the teams that used to do very well but weren't able to qualify under the new system. Then Sonics fell out and Beast Coast replaced them. And as Sonics make this change and as they brought on this new IGL figure to try and fill a hole they've frankly, even before their Stage 1 sort of fall apart, have sort of been lacking a strong leadership figure for the past 6 months to even 9 months, some could say. It is about setting this precedent today, not only that they have recovered from that performance in Stage 1, but also that they're part of that top 4. Because it's not like Stage 2 of last year, where you could just be named Dark Zero, Space Station, Sonics, and M80 and automatically qualify for events. Beast Coast are more competitive, M80 more competitive, and potentially even Wildcard are more competitive. Sure, Canadian is a very, very well-respected figure, but bringing back this club into the spotlight is an absolute necessity. And on this particular map, Skyscraper, as the ban phase has transpired, we see Sonics leaving up one tool that normally Canadian loves to ban, which is that Dokkaebi. I'm intrigued to see if Wildcard, maybe trying to speed things up a little bit, will end up making use of her.
We'll most definitely see her work her way into a lineup at some moment in time.
It's Dokkaebi, like she has to.
Exactly, right. So Wildcard, Sonic, somebody's going to be utilizing this character. She's just too darn good in her current iteration. Even with the changes that Ubisoft made, she's just such a great option for clearing things out. Great info utility. Wildcard, though, going to be working things from the far end of this top floor clear, the usual starting ground for the defense here on Skyscraper. But excited to see how Wildcard can try and, muck things up here today up against the Sonics, right? I mean, we had a lot of conversations, not only between the analysts, but also in those nice little interviews that we had with both of these players, and both of them having very solid recognition of what the other's gameplay is, what the game style that they bring to the table is, and maybe a couple of ways to abuse things. So maybe a couple things just in the wings that we have to wait and see, especially for WC.
Yeah, and for WC, as the defense already rotating back pretty quickly and Bay moving in to fill that space. Of course, Kansan can be one of the highlight players, but you'll definitely want to keep an eye on Bay and Spiff, as the desk made a pretty extensive highlight of. These are two, or can be, some of the 2 main entries for Wildcard, though Kansan can certainly pick up that slack as well. But those 3 players, specifically Bay and Spiff, 2 of those 3, if they are having a good game, if they are able, even not necessarily to get kills consistently, but constantly force the defense back and take that control quickly, then Wildcard could be in a good spot. And what do you know? Bay has immediately moved into Drum upon his exit from Terrace and found a kill on somebody moving and peeking from Geisha. He spots another, but this engagement, not so lucky. Maybe in that he lives, you could consider that luck. The Melusi will retreat a little bit further, as Wildcard have acquired so much in relatively so little time.
A strong opener here for them, but it's not about where you start in Skyscraper, especially. It's about where you finish, especially against this timer. Sometimes things just do not work out the way you want them to, even with that initial pick. That's what we're looking for Wildcard to try and problem solve right now. We saw that Goyo canisters there, still some delay available to the defense, and this is where things are going to start to get muddy. Don't really know which way things could go. Looks like Wildcard want to try and prioritize Geisha control. We do still have that player position over on the main stairs. Nice little pre-fire, and Ambi will be discovered by Bay as Wildcard start to crunch things down on the site. Might have a third here. Knows the pressure's coming in from the side, but it's going to be Grixer that fires back.
And Grixer are able to stop the bleeding a little bit, but Wildcard's certainly in an advantage. And with this 4v3, I mean, you mentioned the time can be difficult on Skyscraper. Those Vulcan packs will burn away more of it, but an advantage can be so powerful in just getting things over the line, even if you've got only 1 second remaining. But Grixer still firing on all cylinders, brings Sonics into the equilibrium briefly, but it's Canadian that might just win the round. Not unless Spiker has anything to say about it. 1v2 for Grixer, the man of the hour to find himself out of. There's one, but it's not a kill. Just an unseen force collides with him in T, and Wildcard take their first round on the attack of all sides.
Very well done. I mean, they see that that entire portion of the building is open, so they work their way in from office, get terrace control, and then Bay just spearheads the whole thing, Carter. He walks up there, finds that nice kill over in the hallway from Geisha, and just continues to pressure on. He doesn't oversell anything. He doesn't step too close to the flames, you know. It's very well done from him, and he's really the reason that they were able to continue pressuring in from this angle that they developed over from this, you know, drum slash Geisha side. So very well done to him, opening up a lot of this play to Wildcard.
That's an omen or a portent for Wildcard's success on Skyscraper, or at least their play on any of these maps. The 3 players with kills after round 1 being Bay and Spiff, the players we needed to see the most of if Wildcard want to improve from their performance, their 6th place ranking and finish in the group stage. These players can make this into something consistent. Wildcard could be quite lethal on a map that probably will be the most important one. It is their pick, but Nighthaven, Canadian IGL teams, mainly Dark Zero in this case, have a very good track record on Nighthaven. Clubhouse, if it's one of the most known maps in the pool, my money is on one of the players in the IGLs who's been around for quite a long time. Wildcard need to build upon this lead, and they'll look to do it in round 2.
Look at this. Reinforce the panels in between Dragon as well as Terrace. So no, those are kind of like their own individual rooms, unless for some reason somebody wants to apply hard breach to them. And then extending out over towards Geisha. They got reinforcements here for Karaoke. They've opened up the entire bottom of the walls here for T as well. And this allows people to kind of just have some influence over that room if anybody tries to cross through. You see Canadian playing the main stairs there for Restaurant. And if anybody tries to occupy that space, he'll more than likely be capable of taking them out. Wildcard wants to flirt with this too. They're going to move their drones in on Geisha's side and start clearing out this portion of the map.
With the Capitao on board, though, you got to be careful if you're any of these roamers. A firebolt could easily find itself at your feet, and you're forced with a tricky option of staying in the fire and dying, or rotating into a potential cutoff angle held by Wildcard. Rexen will provide some important support. They could think of no better weapon than the Aruni DMR, the M14, to try and contest those long angles. Might go for something a bit more close quarters as Bosco, just around the corner, sends in the flash and forces the Aruni back. That's where Canadian might consider the retreat. Surf picks up the first. Bosco cut down. Ooh, Malusi unread. Spiff and Bay! Complete fall off from their round 1 performance. Cold, calculated entries in the first, and unfortunately, 2 silly-looking deaths in round 2, Kansan and Spiker. Now the only 2 remaining for Wildcard is this entry into Geisha is a shadow of what came before.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, what a just nasty strategy out of the Sonics there on that far side. So many angles, so many rotates that you have to worry about, and completely perplexing Wildcard. No real way for them to get the picks that they were seeking, but for Sonics, they're going to go happily into round 2 and soon into round 3 here. Some smiles on their face after this victory. Kansan with a long road ahead of him, just really trying to stop the flawless round here. He does still have Spiker in tow. Honestly did not see that one. I thought it was just him remaining there with how quickly things went down, but he'll at least be able to stunt that growth and potentially open things back up here. Spiker in tow too. Let's see how things are solved from Dragon.
That first kill is very nice. If you're able to maybe just isolate the 1v1 with the guy on tower or behind minibar, might find a way out of this. Spiker has crossed remarkably far. There is that Mira right behind Sword, as you said. I'm amazed at how many players he's spotting and how much discipline Sonics have, but Kansan getting a huge pop-off kill right there is a 1v1 right by Sword. We've said it so many times. Surf gives away his position, but on the final few shots, he's able to land the finisher onto the Capitao. Kansan the only one remaining. Surf pieces them both up. Bit of a shaky late round, but Sonics with that dominant advantage, it'd require something far greater than that to choke a 5v2.
I could feel the moisture starting to build on my brow there for a split second. And I was like,
there's
no way.
mouse pad too.
Yeah, right. It was ridiculous. But hey, Sonic's still going to get away with that one. And we just got to go back to the strategy here, because look at this extension, Carter. It is so masterfully created. I love especially the way that they've opened up T to make it to where the offense just really can't exist in there. There's so many different cross angles you really don't think about. There's probably just some weird ones over from that drum space that you can see all the way over to that main hallway, right? I mean, there's just so many little things you really don't think about in that regard. And Sonics are putting that on full abuse. They have so many players over there as well to try and occupy that space and take it away from WC, that right when they try and get that entry, everybody is all hands on deck to be able to try and assist with this issue. So able to body Wildcard pretty quickly there. And, you know, I mean, they did their due diligence. They tried to fight back into the round, but when you have such a crazy man advantage, it's never supposed to go right for you.
No, not at all. And hopefully we'll see Wildcard maybe shirk up some of the shortcomings in the intel game that round, as, again, Spiff and Bay both just sort of sprinting into the crosshairs of Ambi. And even if they weren't, unfortunately, two isolated 1v1s. Ambi might have a bit of a shaky game every now and then. He might need to get some years on him to really hone that experience, but he's still quite good. On the Solus this round, an operator that has very, very fallen far in her pick rate since the litany of changes levied against her. But on Skyscraper, where you can rotate all across the map and usually hit a flank, no stats to back this up, but it feels a bit more common to be able to hit a cross-map flank on Skyscraper. Could be quite impactful, but speaking of poor droning, not so this time. We see the Z-ping right on Ambi's position before Kansan actually walks into that line of sight. Instead of pre-fire, sent over towards Drum. Has a couple shots returned in exchange, so Kansan softened up a little bit on this entry, but nobody dead in the first 45.
I have a lot of respect for Wildcard's offenses so far, Carter, because they understand the main thing about Skyscraper that's difficult, right? And it's all about that timer. A lot of teams, especially early on when this map got re-implemented, they just kept stalling in this middle hallway area, you know, Drum as well as Shrine, that kind of area leading up to either respective side that you're attacking. But Wildcard are acting so quickly on this initial entry that has given them a lot of time to use their drones and kind of plan out a way for them to work themselves forward. Now these drones getting utilized on this top floor, looking to see if they can potentially suss out Canadian, who's currently inside of T.
Unfortunately, they might just run into a similar problem that they did before. Even if you do have intel, Sonics are just crafting these extensions quite effectively, where they could take a fight, back off into cover, and then immediately walk into another 1v1. They can rotate off or exit a gunfight quite easily, and Rexen, probably on the long-range angle again, TCSG this time instead of the M14, is able to find the first onto Bay, the entry down early again. Though it is a bit later, we're well past the mid-round at this point, and Wildcard are starting to get flummoxed a bit at this drone position. They are well aware of Rexen, and surely they're aware of Surf as well. As they're slowly creeping on in, the Warden catches them all off guard. Ambi's the one that gets credited with the third. The fourth doesn't go Sonic's way nearly as easily. Spiker's at least able to pick up one, and Rexen downed as well. That leaves one player remaining on this top floor who's got double duty with two players moving imminently into T. Spiff's able to cut him down. So we got a 2v2, though quickly changes as Rexen picked back up and immediately finished off.
Well, 35 seconds remaining. Wildcard already finding better results than their previous attempt at that clutch that we saw from round 2. Will round 3 have different results? Ambi, a hail of fire flying in towards him here in Pantry, but it's actually going to be WC that gets the kill here, and they're both going to swing, and they hunt him down. No plant necessary, and Wildcard get the clutch after things just went awry, in round 2.
Ambi almost stunned by the two people just double dropping that hatch. Didn't fire a single shot. Said, oh, all right, and backed off behind the cabinet. Good double swing right there by Wildcard. I mean, that discipline, not only the double swing, but they even high-load it too. They swung with one standing and crouch. That is pretty good, I guess, heads-up thinking from the two remaining players. Sometimes we'll see teams, you know, in a 1v3 just to get that remaining player. They're, especially on the defense, will hold around a corner and wait for them to peek. But both actively swinging, actively at two different height levels, quite impressive. Early Sonic's timeout, recognizing that letting too many rounds slip on this attack will be very problematic, because round 2 might have been dominant. And sure, round 3 had some issues for Wildcard, but on these attacks, they've got 2 of course, but Sam, they're looking pretty good.
They're making it happen. They're making it happen at the key moments. That's the big thing, right, Carter? I mean, like, things weren't exactly going the way you would want them to in the last 2 rounds for wildcards clear. So they're having to fight from the bottom of the hill. But sometimes you can just push that rock and finally eclipse things. And that's exactly what we saw here in round 3. Round 2, not so much. That boulder happened to crush them. But sometimes you're just hitting your shots, man. And that's what we saw. They did a really good job of staying on top of things and knowing where the positioning of Sonics were, especially on these last second clears that we saw, you know, the things like the bees and all that kind of stuff, still staying true to the fundamentals of what they need to do, right? So very well done to them, and that's why they end up earning that round at the end of the day. So with round 4 and a timeout under Sonic's belt, a lot to think about here. I think that their strategy has been fantastic. They just really haven't been able to build off their man advantage in the way that they would want to.
No, they haven't, unfortunately. I mean, if you want to take a look at those opening engagements, I mean, Bay's able to get the opening pick in round 1, and it's extremely dominant, but the Sonics get it every time after that. And with that 5v2 established by Sonics in the previous round, they then lose a lot of those key 1v1s, and Rexon getting picked up right after, or getting picked off right after he got picked up, definitely impactful for how the fortune shifted in that round. Sonics, when they're able to get that 5v4, might have worked in round 2, but not so much in round 3. If Wildcard are able to channel some of that round 1 success again, we see maybe Bay have a bit more impact. Spiff had a lot of impact in the previous round, to be fair, but a bit more impact in the early round. The tactical timeout might not matter so much, because if round 1 is how Wildcard can play on Skyscraper attack with the opening pick, you might need a whole lot more than a good performance to get out of this one.
Now, Wildcard reaching into their bag of tricks as well. An operator we don't see all that often anymore. Nook will work her way into the lineup. Spiker as well, 5-1 right now for the antics from that previous round. Looking mighty fine through the first 3. Solid drone work here for Bay. Wants the fight, steps up to the plate with the R4C, and he'll get it done. Cans in with one with a spear as well. And the Sonics are getting bodied right now on Skyscraper defense.
Sonics try to push a whole lot farther on that extension, and Wildcard just smother them completely. 2 different 1v1s taken by Wildcard and won by Wildcard. Canadian now doing Canadian things, solo roaming in bedroom at the moment, and he might have to use that C4 a whole heck of a lot earlier than he thought, or maybe even wait down there to try to go for a late flank. Either way, it is a 2-player sight hold at the moment for Sonics, and Wildcard have all the time in the world to reset Sam. And that C4, all it's done is reveal his position down below.
Yeah, he's going to be very disappointed about that one. 1 minute and 20 seconds remain here. For Wildcard, they're going to use this to its fullest extent. So many drones, an entire network has been laid out inside of the map. And Canadian is on full display. One inside of drums. Bay almost lops his head off as he walks back through that single door. But Wildcard, they know what these stakes are, especially for Bosco. He's been in a lot of positions just like this one before, and he's been in a lot of positions like that with Canadian next to him. Crazy things how history can play out. These two have been neck and neck, and now Spiker with a nice kill onto Canadian. They're going to make it even worse. Sonic's now forced into a clutch situation.
An attack win after the timeout. 3 total over on Skyscraper. Wildcard looking like they have come to play. Only a little bit of damage has been done to Wildcard overall, and Grixer and Surf both have to hold on for dear life. Grixer lets go of the bars, tries to let Jesus take the wheel, and there's no God in round 4. Surf has tried to take a fight. The bullets do connect, but the round is far out of his reach. 3 attacks on Sky, a guaranteed tie game at the side swap, and Wildcard still have 2 rounds to go, Sam.
It's so unfortunate for the Sonics right now, because they're trusting their mechanics. They're trusting the fact that they are very solid in these 1v1 situations, and they're just not winning the fights. It's a tip of the cap to Wildcard, especially because this is a level of aggression that you don't really expect, and they're really catching these guys off guard. Sonics constantly playing from the back foot right now, even in some of these moments that we see, you know, inside of like round 4, you know, just that big punishment coming in from Wildcard and exploiting the positions that the Sonics were across that top level. It's just all extremely well done from them right now, especially with the results that we saw from round 4.
The strongest round they've had coming after that tactical timeout from the Sonics. I mean, really, really good stuff for Wildcard so far. When they beat Luminosity on this map towards the end of the stage, they only got 2 attacking rounds. It was a defensive game from both teams, 4 by LG and then 5 by Wildcard that was able to put them over the line and win that 7-5. Getting 2 there was enough. Now they've got 3 against the third place team, inside of the NA League going into playoffs. That's an impressive stat line. I mean, Skyscraper under Canadian-led teams, Dark Zero in particular, has always been a bit shaky. Dark Zero under his leadership only had, I think, about a 50% win rate over the course of the past calendar year, so it's never exactly been a strong suit, but Wildcard on a side they were weaker against a weaker team. Can't ask for more than this.
Oh yeah, you can. Let's get 4 of these rounds. Come on,
True.
I mean...
Fair point. I'm sure Meepy's asking for 5 right now.
Oh, he's begging. He's praying at the Church of Siege for 5 right now. Absolutely. Gonna get the wall open here. My brain is not telling me exactly which double wall that is right now, but I'm sure it'll pop up at some moment in time. Either way, though, Wildcard is working their way into the restaurant portion of the building. Still got Bosco outside, probably just getting some drone works going on as they're looking to see exactly where the Sonics have positioned themselves up top. They know they've been favoring these extensions, so they really want to dot their I's and cross their T's.
Especially when being thorough and dotting those I's has got them a 5v3 advantage quite early on in round 4 and got Bay an opening pick in round 1. Thorough can pay off quite heavily. But attacking this very extension, well, went kind of like that in round 2, trying to attack this this Office Exhibition site, but this T-Karaoke extension in round 2, well, they tried to take the fight with Ambi, they lost a couple, tried to take fights with Surf, he got a 3K all the way back in round 2, and oddly enough, despite the success that Wildcard have had on every other site, Exhibition Office might still be beyond their reach. Ambi very low, so could be picked off by any wayward shot from Wildcard. Kansan spots one. He's wishing that crosshair was just pointed a little further to the right. 2 Selma charges removed off the wall, though. Sam and Wildcard seem to be taking a pause. Never mind.
Nice pick up there from Canadian. Yeah, Spiker moving off in the darkness somewhere. The fog of war got to us. We didn't know what happened there, but we definitely saw that one as Rexon gets gunned down by Spiff. I don't know how far they're going to get with this, though. Completely different circumstances laying in front of us here. Sonics with a lot of crossfires, a lot of potential for teammates to assist each other here. Concussions out for Spiff. Kansan will gun down 1. Spiff, are we good for 1 as well? Gonna go in for the dry bar. Kansan gets him instead. Ambi will be the one to clean things up. They just want to make you worry, don't they? Just a little bit every time. But Sonics still with their second defense here, and they'll be very happy with that.
I do want to point out a trend, though. Even though Sonic's able to win that round, running a very similar strategy to what they ran all the way back on their first Exhibition Office defense. A couple times now, 3 times specifically, Wildcard have been able to work down a pretty strong man deficit to something workable. We had a 2v5 victory in round 3 on Barbecue Kitchen. In round 5, again, a 2v5 down to a 2v2. Now, Ambi gets the remaining couple, but even think all the way back to that first Exhibition Office round. It was another 2v5, and they were able to get it to a 2v3. Sure, the majority of the efforts I just mentioned have been unsuccessful for Wildcard, but it's demonstrative of the fact that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the 2 players remaining have consistently been able to find individual 1v1s and make it more difficult for the Sonics to close out. The 2 rounds that Sonics have won, very good. Gonna give them credit for winning Exhibition and Office twice. But Wildcard, even when they are down, have certainly not been out in any of these rounds.
No, it's looking good. It's looking really good. I'm excited to see what their defenses come together like, but at least for the offenses, I mean, these things are very polished, and especially up against some of these extensions from the Sonics, you just don't see these very often when it comes to Skyscraper. I mean, the big thing that we see is a lot of utility getting poured in, everybody sitting decently close to sight and seeing if they can just take some of those gunfights and thwart the game plan of the offense once they reach that kind of middle ground that we always have talking about. But for the Sonics, they've extended far over, created new angles, and tried to make life difficult. And Wildcard still capable of getting the 3 rounds even in a very hostile environment. So if things continue here for round 6, Going to end up getting the single panel open here for Gation. Nothing to stop it for the Sonics, as they haven't even brought any utility option for that in the first place, but don't really need it with the roads that they're going to be paving here in round 6.
Yeah, I think we've only seen, in terms of wall denial, we've seen the mute almost every time, though this round obviously being a pretty clear exception. But aside from the mute and the bandit that's banned, I think we saw Cade and Tuberow one time apiece, and I'm pretty sure it was in the exact same round. So aside from that very minimal wall denial that the mute brings, only in its comparable efficacy to the other operators, not been a very big focal point in Sonic strategy, and that might be indicative of something else you mentioned, Sam, which is we haven't really been seeing Sonics kind of holding the 2 choke points we think of, sitting in Drum, sitting in Shrine. How often, especially think about Beast Coast on Skyscraper, did they abuse those 2 deployable shields in that position with an Azami maybe on the board, obviously banned in this case, and play Skyscraper that way? It's been a far looser game from the Sonics, and it has its benefits. For example, right now, minute 15 seconds remaining, and there's still 5 players up who could very easily rotate back to site.
100%. And this is one of those things where, you know, with somebody that is so talented like Canadian, it's just a pacing change. Switch things up. You know, you've been playing the extension for a very long time, then choose your moment. But the big thing is you need Rexon to hit his shots. That's something you can't predict. Spiker's going to get one as well. Canadian goes down. It's falling apart for SQ.
At the seams. It's wildcard not even pulling threads. The sweater is disintegrating in front of them. The wind has blown on the Sonics, and Canadian has fallen directly in front of a wildcard player who didn't even mean to cut off his rotation. More intentional on Spiker's end, though. He hears that Solus creeping around delivery. He remembers where Ambi was playing at the end of the previous barbecue defense. He's been found out completely. One around the corner, though, will take him down, but Kansan willing to trade him out pretty effectively. A 3K for the IQ. And as the ace moves in to put the diffuser down, Spiff won't give him the opportunity. How about a 4-2 half to start from Wildcard on a side that I don't think any of us would have thought they had a chance at going positive on?
Hey, take it, boys. Take it, boys. This is playoff siege, baby.
Dream clap.
This is different.
Dream clap.
Come on. That's what we're talking about, man. When everybody shows up every week to watch something crazy on the NAL broadcast, baby, and we're getting something right here. So let's hope that Wildcard can continue their tear here on defense, but it's a whole different ballgame, whole different story. We've talked a decent amount about strategy and how Skyscraper usually goes, the differences that Sonics brought to the table. What will Wildcard bring to us? Because they already brought us a crazy offensive half. Here's the replay from round 6 and what we saw. Just the refrags out of Kansan here. It seemed like he was always Superman at the right time.
Certainly, and Kansan has, as the desk mentioned, and anybody who's watched more than 2 to 3 wildcard games is well aware of, Kansan is always the reliable player on wildcard. 9-4 at the moment, but Spiff 5-2, Spiker 8-3. Players are showing up when they need to be, and Spiker, dropping a pretty high double-digit kill game in group stage, was able to get it over the line on Clubhouse against... Oh, the team is escaping me at the moment. However, Spiker has been able to drop massive games and pull wins through for Wildcard quite effectively. And if these players are all showing up for Wildcard, able to put in work consistently and get 3 of the 6 opening picks in that round, the remaining win just being a 3v5 that Wildcard pulled off in round 3, you get a positive attacking half. You get what could be a regulation win if the defenses are even a little bit as good as their attacks.
Okay, well, that being said, let's hop in here and see what Sonics are capable of getting on their offensive side. We're going to see some changes from what we'd seen for, SQ on their defenses. Wildcard are going to play with a little bit of an extension, but they're going to bring some other utility as well. We see the Electro Claws working their way in. We saw Bosco apply that a little bit earlier on in the round, trying to hold on that single panel over in front office. Now for Ambi and the rest of the Sonics, they're actually trying to work underneath the site right now. And honestly, I love this with Deimos, especially if you do have that M590. He doesn't, he has the AK, but still works out the same. You're trying to spam people from underneath, trying to take that kind of odd gunfight that can really throw some people off. We'll see if that's what Sonics want to go for. It did seem like we had some potential roam presence down here as potentially a wild card member waiting in the wings, but it seems like we have the one over on the staircase for now.
I'm actually just realizing Wildcard got a 4-2 attacking half on Skyscraper without playing, I'm pretty sure, I think they maybe played Deimos one time, but without consistently running Deimos and not running Dokkaebi at all. That makes that even more impressive because first round out from Sonics, we see Ambi on the demo. So this is something we'll probably see more consistently from the Sonics. How effective it is, as you said, I also like Ambi going down below to try to use those death mark trackers. But how effective it is likely going to be how well it's combined with some of this lateral pressure. Will Rexon be able to move into top black and maybe pressure into karaoke? Will Surf be successful over by Geisha? If something is combined with that pressure from Ambi down below, then you're doing quite good. If anything, at least he's just denying the potential for vertical C4s from below. But Sonics need something else to add to that to make this effective. And as these pieces are all getting set up, the first Deathmark tracker goes out.
Bosco. Nice little frag there out of the TCSG. He's going to take out Grixer. Canadian ill-advised on the swing. And oh my, Sonics are getting put to the sword. They'll battle back. It's a 2 versus 1 somehow, some way after the dust settles. It's all up to Ambi. Low HP, probably doesn't want to curse himself with that death mark as of right now, as that could be ill-advised. Trying to put this AK's deep magazine to good use as he's constantly spamming these soft walls, but Wildcard do not want to give him a look. Barrels his way down the main hallway here. Knows he's got one close, but oh, it's going to be from afar instead. Kansan, with the proper moves at the proper time, will take him out. And Wildcard with 5 rounds now after their first defensive success.
Able to start off that series of engagements with the opening pick. Wildcard set themselves up for what ended up being a nail-biter of a round. I believe it was a 5v3 that rapidly descended into a 1v2. So, frankly, kind of impressive that Sonics were able to narrow it that far, but everybody on that top floor, unfortunately, just not able to match the fury unleashed by Wildcard. As Ambi goes upstairs trying to pick up the pieces, he is pretty easy for Wildcard to finish off. So T Karaoke goes their way, and they're completely ready for the execute and the trades that Sonics try to hoist upon them. They'll move over to Office and Exhibition now. What did we see last round, Sam? Think something we all expected from Wildcard. They're playing around that terrace position, playing around Shrine, not pushing too far. Maybe not as big a focus on deployable shields as we might otherwise have seen.
We did have one. We did have one on Shrine side.
And to be fair, I was about to say, I think the reason we probably just didn't see a lot of focus was because Sonics tried to ignore it at their own peril, unfortunately.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. We'll see if they try and go for something similar. They are going to bring the Deimos in again. It's going to be for Rexon. And I mean, it's a solid thing to try and abuse on this map, right, Carter? I mean, there's a lot of verticality with these wooden floors, so might as well be something you work into your arsenal. I mean, it could, spell disaster for somebody on the defense and be a big moment for you and the attacking side. So they'll pack its bag up and bring it along for the ride. But as for the rest of the Sonics, pretty kosher, I would say. Things to be expected. Maybe leaning on some comfort picks as well now as we have Ambi in with the Ash, but also a solid counter at the end of the day to the Mira window. So could have scouted those out as well, but we'll just have to see. Lots of bulletproof utility that she can use those on, so never a bad pickup at the end of the day. Got the Brava too, and I've been loving her so much ever since they implemented her, especially with the changes that she brought along for her as well as Twitch, where they get that extra drone in their pocket.
And also, if you're able to pick up a couple of those Malusi Banshees, then you might create a gap in the defense's setup where they don't expect, Let's say there's one by house stairs, you're able to hack that, and the defense isn't aware of it. Well, somebody can flank up later in the round and take advantage of that security. Ambi, bit uncautious. The naivete of youth, I suppose, thinking he's more invincible than he actually is. 4v5 early on for Sonics, and now's a good time to mention this. Ambi, the top performer so far for the Sonics out of the round, but Rexon and Grixer, 2 top 5 NAL-rated players so far in Stage 2. Rexon being number 2 and Grixer being number 5. 2 of the lowest players in the entire lobby at the moment, and unfortunately the utility usage isn't any better than that.
Is it a sign of the times?
Maybe.
Is the pressure starting to mount? We'll just have to see. Oh, man.
I'm thinking yes.
Kansan is just the answer to all things up against the Sonics, man. He's like, oh, my old squad? Don't worry about it.
I mean,
put him right in the body bag, man. Make a morgue out of this.
What do you even do at this point? I mean, we saw Wildcard were able to whittle down that late round advantage somewhat consistently, even if it resulted in losses. So Sonics could certainly do it here, but it's Grixer and Canadian, both of which, to be fair, Canadian as well, not exactly having the best of games. in a bit of a different position as Wildcard would find themselves as well. The two players that were left on Office and Exhibition were usually together inside of, well, where Grixer is right now, and Canadian stuck on Repel has got to go in, but somehow wins that fight against Bay. It's actually Grixer, the least successful of the two. Canadian's position very known by the defense. He's got 20 seconds to play with. Diffuser control as well. Wildcard can just play passive here. Time and manpower is on their side, so the Bravo will creep in to try to force an engagement. Does see one, but unscopes at the exact wrong time. Map point for Wildcard. It might be their pick, but a 6-2 against a Canadian-led Sonics. They are certainly overperforming.
Have they found the gap, man? I mean, it got brought up on the analyst desk. You brought it up as well. Skyscraper's always been kind of a topsy-turvy map for Canadian. 50-50 on Dark Zero, and just not something that we've seen them lean into too often. I mean, we did see it a little bit earlier in the stage, I believe, and they look confident on it, but with a squad that has been just taking people to town here on Skyscraper, it's a whole different story. Wildcard look like they are in their element right now, especially Spiker and Kansan.
And you know what? I think it's good to bring up that first Skyscraper game, because you're right, they were comfortable playing Dark Zero in Dark Zero's first game of the stage, fresh off dropping Canadian. Of all the games you'd think that Sonics would show up on, it seems to be that one, at least from some of the storyline perspectives we talent like to make important. And that's the only time they played it, and they won it dominantly, in all fairness. But as we're looking, Wildcard be extremely strong, of course, in no small part. This is Wildcard really running over the Sonics. It's not like Sonics are necessarily choking easy wins. Wildcard are performing quite well. But how representative was that game? A Dark Zero right out the gate? That ended up being Dark Zero's only loss of the entire stage. Was their first game on Skyscraper against Sonics. Now, it's looking like that might not have been the whole story for what has continued to be a bit of a problematic half, or second half, for the Sonics. And we're talking about Kansan, 14-4, rocking a 170 EPS with only 8 rounds of play. He just gets a couple more kills, this game might be over.
Yeah. It's truly incredible. Now, got Sonics in a bind. They're reaching for things. Canadian bringing in the blitz, Nomad as well to try and slow up a few of these angles, maybe some potential hop outs that the Sonics were worried about. As for Wildcard, though, a lot of denial. Some trap operators working their way in too, as Spiff will be on Frost. He's currently being spotted by a drone as well. Might have a Sonics member in tow soon to try and get this frag. We'll just have to see. But past that, just seeing where Wildcard wants to try and make their stand. Probably just trying to hold things up around this gaseous space, you would assume. This top floor of the utmost importance when it comes to this catch and bomb site.
Oh, certainly. And, Handy. Able to take down public enemy number 1. Bay trying to get aggressive, maybe trade things out. Knew Rexon was there, but exact information, a little lacking, unfortunately. Now, Wildcard in a position that they've not been in so far this defensive half. They've been able to get that opening pick every single time, whether late or early on. Now in the 3v5, Bosco is the, well, not necessarily the last vestige of this defense up top, but definitely going to be, well, certainly the remaining forward player, and he finds Spiker. Spiff might pick up one, but a lot of this is probably going to come down to what Bosco can do. Taking even more meaning now that the round has transpired before I even finish that sentence. Canadian's now moved inside of the site planning the diffuser, and it seems that'll be all she wrote, unfortunately, for Wildcard's first of up to 4 chances to close out their defensive half with a victory to end this in regulation. Bosco will find one outside Repel and Karaoke, perhaps the least impactful of the remaining attackers. And across the hallway, he hears and now sees a blitz stomping up black stairs to just gain a little bit of remaining intel on where this tuber route is. Shots firing over his shoulder. Bosco just trying to isolate another 1v1 at this point. He'll give it a good old college try. Sonic stopped the bleeding, certainly. Able to get at least a 3rd round on the board.
Got the picks, got the entry, and got the sight, man. I mean, what more can you want out of an offense? And for the Sonics, there was really never a second-guess moment there for them. It was constantly just green lights as they flew down the highway. So Sonics with a very quick dispatch of the second offensive round there, but you still got to be worried with what Wildcard have been capable of so far and the things that they could still bring to the table. That's their weakest bomb site, more than likely, especially with the last two remaining options being barbecue or bedroom. Now you got to go back into some territory that they're comfortable in and try and do the same damn thing. And it's going to be back into tea and karaoke. Now, mind you, this is probably the most influential bomb site on Skyscraper. So for Wildcard, probably their best chance for closing things out against the Sonics here.
Oh, gotta be. Going back to the primary site, I mean, Skyscraper obviously very defender-sided, but what I believe is the highest rated site on this map. Yes, it is. 83% in NA, though it's only been played twice.
No, you're lying.
Well,
87?
It's well, 83. But it's also only been played twice going in today. So, like,
fair enough. Fair enough. So that's crazy. That's a crazy high number.
I mean, you know, it's Skyscraper North America. We're not exactly doling out attack wins like candy.
You got me there.
Unless you're wild card, again, 4-2 to get to this position, and then 3 defenses in it. Well, not 3 defenses. Game will be over. 2 defenses in a row to get to match point. Looking for that third, though, as we do go to team karaoke, as you said.
OSG Vigilant. Saw King George tweet about that one earlier.
I had no idea what you said. I thought it sounded like you said Austin Vigilant, and I was like, I hope he is. I don't know.
No, I said Boss G Vigil. Saw King George tweet about that one earlier. That's what I said.
Saw a Boss G 3K in from NIP in Brazil earlier.
How do you get 3 kills with 2 bullets?
Well, I mean, he reloaded a couple times in between the kills, I imagine.
Yeah, there is that option, isn't there? Okay. All right.
Geisha, shocker, big priority for Sonics to start on their clear of the top floor. Selma charges will open up. Ooh, and an impact grenade goes out in turn. Oh, and electricity. I mean, this is sort of the defensive special. If a team executes this properly, you're in a bit of a tricky position, and this seems to it's probably going to stall quite a bit of time out of the Sonics, in fact.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's definitely one of those situations you're not a big fan of, especially with the positions that we see Wildcard holding here, right? You got the guy over in Drum, you got the other guy positioned behind the main box inside of Geisha. This is just terrible news for the Sonics because they're just going to hold this crossfire. Life is not grand for them in the slightest. Yeah, the Drum players moved. Might get some movement out of the offense here, potentially. Now would be the time, but it also gets zapped up, and they know. And you see that position getting taken back over on the far side there.
Nice.
And now we're going to have a nice push in from the Shields. Nice move here from Sonics, but Wildcard will respond in kind.
A nice move, but that's C4 putting in the work in round 10. The Blitz is supposed to be that tip of the spear. Once he goes, he is going to create the space, allow the team to fill in the cavern behind him. And because he's traded out, the Blitz for Kansan, he might be 14-6, but I'd make that deal because that alone has forced the Sonics to pause and completely rotate to the other side. Try to go in through Shrine. Now it's Drum where all the carnage is happening. Rexon and Surf tag on for 2. Wildcard might have to be looking for one more chance to try and close this out. Sonics lose the tip of the spear, but that bottom 80%, the Shaft is able to get it done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice little adjustments there from the Sonics, honestly, instead of that last round. I like how they kept things just tight-knit. Weren't trying to oversell things, didn't have somebody off on their own island, just trying to get something done over in like Black Stairs or something like that. Just the entire squad rolling in through Drum, all except for obviously the one player on Geisha, but he'd been there for the majority of the time anyways. So for Sonics, just very, very well read, especially knowing that the Wildcard still has some solid positions around the map. Things like both, Spiff inside of Drum and that kind of stuff. Those are some serious areas where if Sonics oversee that, or rather don't have the proper oversight, they're more than likely going to get severely punished. And that's all Wildcard was looking for there, Carter. They just need that one big moment to pull things across the line and get us to map 2.
Just the one. Just the one is necessary.
And that's why you do things like bring Clash, right? You do anything works, like.
And he's hiding it. He's hiding it too. Sitting crouched in the corner, trying to wait till a point, I assume, when nobody can react in time. And well, nobody from the Sonics exactly has a good method of dealing with that Clash. No grenades, no Clash charges. Ash charges. To be fair, 3 of the same letters, so I'm actually giving myself a pass on that one. And of course, like, you know, Cali, because why would you on Exhibition and Office? Even when the Blitz died early on last round, Sonics were still able to mount a wildly successful round afterwards. So even if Canadian goes down, not exactly the end of the world, but going against the Clash, if Wildcard are able to stall out a significant amount of time, if you lose that Blitz in a similar fashion, you could be punished a little bit more than you were before.
Ambi is soaring right now, and he might not have had the greatest start to this game, but he's having an excellent second half. 11-8 right now. Rolling into potentially the second to last round of the offensive side here. Potential overtime in the wings if Sonic are capable of it.
Don't get me excited.
Hey, that's what I'm hoping for here. Again, it's playoff siege, baby. We want the works. We want everything.
Sam and I both thought this was going to be a wash, and Sonic certainly disproving us, though. It'll need to be a comeback to fully make the argument. Ambi will reveal his position down below with that skeleton key, so some floorboards opened up. Wildcard will give a little bit of a look in time, but the bulk of this push is coming from the opposite side. And Sam, I imagine it'll probably be 30 more seconds or so before we see any impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Been happily surprised with how this game's going so far. I'm sure Wildcard are very excited with what they've been bringing to the table. For the Sonics, it's been digging out of this hole that WC has created, and now having to find a solution to Bosco. We saw them hide this inside of the prep phase. That's why things are working so well for them now. No true answer to this from the Sonics. They've got some EMPs, they've got some other options, but really it's just working those angles, and now they're in deep trouble. A Nitro Cell out. The Blitz has got to get something going, but Canadian and Bay, they click buttons at the same time, and now it's down to a 2 versus 4. Wildcard with the potential to close things out here.
Yeah, 2 C4s have been the undoing for that Blitz. I thought they might sacrifice the Clash to get it done, but Grixer doesn't know what the hell to do. He's flashed him and only himself and made Surf's job a whole hell of a lot harder. That Clash, brutal evidence, reminding the Thermite of the fact that this game escaped them long, long ago. And that is it. Skyscraper going the way of Wildcard. It might be their pick, but nobody thought it'd be their series. And now the onus is on Sonics to win 2 in a row to save themselves from an early drop to the LCQ.
What a match of Skyscraper. All I'm going to say is I'm so very excited to see how things turn out on Nighthaven Labs.
I mean, I don't want to say anything. Obviously, Sonics have a very good record. It's a map that requires a lot of adaptability. I think Sonic could still win. But if Nighthaven goes anything similar to Skyscraper, Wildcard might just have something to offer.
He's flying in radio. In radio. He's right on me.
Just chill.
In cups, crouch behind the
Just chill, just chill. Don't even peek this guy.
Hard.
I'm backing up.
Oh wow. Did I pixel?
He's going going Sam. Hold your Sam. Hold your Sam. You can swing. Nice! Let's go, boys. Let's
That's what
go.
I'm talking about, bro.
Good job. Let's go.
Well fucking played,
Who are they
boys.
clearing out of cup?
Well, welcome back to the studio here as we try and pick through what just happened right there, because I think that took us all a little bit by surprise. I'm sure it took some of you by surprise. Definitely, we were sort of scratching our heads in the back room. They won with a clash in the final round. That was a skyscraper for wildcards.
Yeah, wildcard looked far better compared to what we saw on that Luminosity game. I mean, the teamwork was there. There were rounds that they were in a man deficit that they were bringing back to a 2v2 from like a 5v3 or 5v2, whatever it was. Like the team play, this is what we've been talking about, that we want to see that can be consistent. Right. It's just a lack of inconsistency that they've had. But I mean, they're looking strong to start out their first game.
Yeah, I mean, wildcard looked really good. I mean, we say surprise, but before we went into the game, that was the perfect matchup and the perfect map bands for wildcard to be in it. Obviously, getting Skyscraper, it's a map that we've seen them be strong on, and they showed it today. We talked about maybe them being shaky on attacks, and their attacks were really good. The way that they were consistently getting these opening kills, bringing the deficit down. They got a 4-2 split on attack, which is so difficult to do. So the fact that they got that going into their defenses, we got a little scared once they got the match point, and we were looking at each other like, can wildcard just close it out? And fortunately for enough, they were able to just mount such a nice padding on their attacks that they just needed a couple little defenses, and that's what they ended up getting.
I mean, in both your points, you know, you highlighted Kansan. He popped off this game. I mean, he had a stellar performance. And then even in talking about those opening engagements where we needed to see the success come from that, they went 6-11 on those opening engagements, going +1. So obviously they were keeping that man advantage going forward. But again, you know, you're looking at Kansan right here. But even Spiker, Spiff even was stepping up really well. I mean, they were all came into this game ready and prepared, and that's why they ended it with a 7-4.
Yeah, all around the board, I really loved the way that wildcard was attacking, because they had Kansan on kind of this flex entry along with Spiff, and then they had Spiker just lurking around with the knock, constantly being the little rat in the basement. He was always getting a pick on Canadian trying to rotate, and that was a really big shutdown of Sonic's roam. They couldn't get an answer into it because no matter what way they went, the entry game from wildcard was too good, the lurk game from wildcard was too good. Those were really, really great attacks.
Yeah, I mean, Kansan obviously, it speaks for himself. 16 kills, 152 EPS. There was nothing they could throw it in that would slow him down. He looked like a man possessed.
I mean, even for Sonics, it was a little concerning compared to the bans. That was the first time I believe they switched off the Dokkaebi and banned the Ying, where I do believe that these bans heavily did favor Wildcard, getting the Monty out, getting the Bandit out, especially on that first half. But I felt if they didn't ban the Ying, they actually could have utilized the Ying very well in this game, given how condensed and how structured Wildcard were in these sites that we were seeing them 3 stacked on top of each other, where a Ying could have easily discombobulated some of those setups. So I think that going into next map, these bans are really going to be heavily favoring Wildcard with what they do have going into that Night Haven. But I mean, overall, it was a really strong performance from Wildcard. But again, we're in a best-of-3 situation now. Now Sonics are going to go to one of their best maps. Yeah,
I mean, we saw Sonics kind of making a little run back, but it was just so devastating to go down 4-2 on such a defensive-sided map. And the biggest issue for Wildcard, or for Sonics, so to say, was their defenses. That really just was they just kept getting constantly picked. A big person that was picking them apart was Kansan. You see him here as the MVP of that map one, in my opinion. He was definitely shutting them down. And Sonics just continuously was giving Kansan and the rest of Wildcard opening kill after opening kill. And there was just no trades coming from their side. Wildcard did a great job at shutting them out and shutting out the trading factor. They just get that first pick, they slow it down. Anything that Sonics tried to throw at them, there was another member waiting to catch it, and it was just lights out from Wildcard.
Again, I just want to see the consistency going in throughout the rest of this game. Even if we go to a third map, I mean, I definitely just want to see Wildcard just constantly improving and keeping up this performance. Because again, this is what we talk about. This is the glimpse of success that we see from this team. It's just a matter of, can they keep it going?
You know, I've got to ask, and it was brought up by the casters multiple times, is it just a matter of Skyscraper being a bad Canadian map? I mean, I hate to boil all of Sonics down to it's not a good Canadian map, but he doesn't have a particularly good record on Skyscraper, and it kind of showed.
It's just such a structured map. There's not much identity that you can really get out of it. It's very... similar to the clubhouse, to the Oregon. And so that was going to be the best situation for Wildcard to play on. But I thought they were going to win it through the defense. Wildcard won it through the attacks. There wasn't that much adaptability. And honestly, it was very lackluster because defense is the favorable side. And the options that Sonics went to go for wasn't changing strats. There wasn't really much identity at the end of it. It was really just individuals going for big individual plays. And if they would lose somebody, they would always look for a flank or look for a lurk or a play below. And that's where Spiker was. And it didn't look like the Sonics that we expected to see. I think the map definitely does have limiting variables. There's not many areas that you can go to bring the round back or go for a flank. But I mean, still, that just isn't the split that you would have wanted to end on. A 4-2 for defense Skyscraper is just that's not nice.
And even when we saw Sonics play, they beat DZ on it 7-2. DZ didn't put up a performance. So going into this game, they maybe thought, they could have a little upper hand. They just watched them just recently play. But again, that's a very comfortable map for Wildcard. Clearly, they know how to work the map. It's very dynamic for them with the flow and how they play it. So going now into labs, this is going to be an interesting one because Wildcard has yet to play, which it can be a great thing because now Sonics doesn't have any idea what they could do. But again, this is a map where it's going to be heavily focused on their attacking half. And if they can have the same attacking half that we just saw from them, they can find great success going into that defensive half.
I mean, to me, though, isn't it a bit of a concern, the unpredictability of Wildcard for Sonics? Are they going to be able to kind of puzzle out what Wildcard are going to do? I mean, it feels like it's going to take a couple of rounds at least to have an idea of how they want to play this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the strength of Wildcard in the Skyscraper map was the fact that they were so aggressive on those entries, getting those opening kills, and then holding that position. There wasn't much area to even get flanked. But on a map like Labs, it's a lot bigger. There's a lot more that Sonics can take advantage of. But at the end of it, Wildcard was still shutting them out individually. And on their entry, if they can continue that on their attacks going into Labs, they don't get eaten out on time. Because remember, in the interview with Sonics, Canadian literally said, time is going to be the biggest waster for Wildcard. They're going to trip up on themselves and lose rounds themselves. So if Wildcard can maintain the speed, Labs is way bigger than Skyscraper. So if they can maintain that speed, then Wildcard will be in a great position. And you're right, there's not much information on them to counter strat.
Yeah, and what might be a little worrisome for me is like there's not a lot of vertical pressure that gets applied during a map like Skyscraper, where this map there is a lot of vertical pressure that is going to be applied, that you need to get control over, that you need to hold for a certain site. And it is great that they do start on defense because we do know that is their better side. But again, what I'm really going to be looking here for both teams is just seeing how these attacks are going to look overall from both sides.
I mean, I don't want to take it too much high into a realm of sort of abstraction, but you look at Sonics, they are coming off their kind of worst group stage game. You come into playoffs against a team that you should theoretically beat handily, and you kind of get taken to the cleaners on map one. How do you rally the team mentally?
And that's the thing, this roster is very experienced across the board. Troy winning 2 world championships. It's just as simple as, we know where things went wrong. We know we need to adjust. We know we need to focus on going forward. So it's no doubt to me that they're going to come into this game swinging. Hopefully that's obviously the case. But, I mean, you got to understand, like, each one of those players are very resilient in their own right. So going into this going into the second map, it should better favor them because this is their map choice. But again, if Wildcard can keep this pressure up, and especially on those attacks, they'll look solid.
Yeah, everybody from Sonics individually needs to wake up. They need to come alive and be able to start talking and connecting those gaps. We saw a lot of individual gunfights that they would lose, lack of trades, and there wasn't a real idea of how they were going to win the rounds. Labs, extremely big map. Every single play that Sonics needs to do, we need to see them being able to take 2v1 gunfights, focus on coordinating together, and towards the end of Skyscraper, it looked like that was starting, but it was just a little too late. Now you're starting out on map 2, fresh. You just gotta leave first map in the past, focus on this one, and not let it affect you.
Well, let's see if Sonics can right this ship or if Wildcard walks away with the stunner. To turn it over to 2 casters who I brought their safety goggles and lab coats, it's Lynx and Stokes.
Well, unfortunately, my lab gear is a bit out of date as I've not taken a science class since, I believe, my junior year of high school, maybe. So I don't have any, unfortunately. And Wildcard will probably have to hope to bring theirs because if Skyscraper's a bit of shaky territory for a Canadian-led team, Sam, when he was on Dark Zero, they were on an 8-game win streak on this map before he got dropped. 10-3 since the map got introduced. This is a much different playing ground for Wildcard than Skyscraper was.
Oh, 100%. We're going into very comfortable territory here for the Sonics, but I'm really happy with what our analyst pointed out. You know, it's a whole different ballgame when it comes to Nighthaven Labs. There's a lot more playground. There's a lot more verticality that we see actually utilized. I mean, we see it sometimes on Skyscraper, but just not really all that much in comparison to, especially in a map like this. So it's going to be interesting what we potentially see here as we start to work our way through these bans. Monty and Maverick are what we're going to get on the offensive side. So the rest of the hard breach options will be available, just won't have the ability to soft wall anything or try and really battle back against any tuberals or things along those lines.
I think the Azami ban especially, I mean, Azami's is such a good ban on every map, but if you're attacking that second floor, you don't want to deal with a player holding rafters. I think the Mira as well. Both these bans, in my mind, are widely applicable to a lot of sites, but that combination can be so lethal on the second floor that them being gone will make it a little bit, hopefully, more palatable for the attack to actually go through with a successful execute. We're going down to the basement first. We'll see what Sonics decide to bring, but I'm honestly more interested in what Wildcard is going to do. Keep in mind that throughout Stage 2 so far, and inside of the NA League overall, this new Wildcard roster, Nighthaven has rarely been played. They've not played at this stage, and I believe they've only played it once. Now, to be fair, it was a 7-1 loss to Dark Zero under Canadian last stage, but this is still a map where there's not a lot of VOD. They could have done quite a bit of tweaking in the background and in between the stages to make some improvements on this map, and they've already rocked Sonics a bit with a map 1 loss. Even if it's a close 8-7 game, Wildcard could 2-0 and send Sonics in an upset fashion to the LCQ.
If there is a time to do it, it's right now. I mean, you looked like a world beater on Skyscraper. You just got to try and apply that to your Nighthaven Labs against one of the best IJLs on Nighthaven Labs in recent history. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Come on. Wildcard are going to be starting things out on defense. It's going to be downstairs. This is probably the most dominant site that we've seen on Nighthaven throughout its history. So is he going to end up getting this? No, Electric Cloud. Had to use our ears there for a second, but no, Bosco ended up getting it.
Good work from the Bosco.
From the Boscoat.
Bosco, Dylan Bosco, doing the electro shuffle, as you like to call it, down below, and doing so quite effectively. Something that was, well, anything but when Sonics were attacking on Skyscraper was this blitz. Consistently, they tried to use it to create space, and consistently, usually just one C4 was able to undo it in almost every single round, win or lose for the Sonics. Wildcard got 3 of them right now, and in a lot of positions around the site, I'm sure. We'll see how the blitz is effective upstairs, or if it's paired with Ambi whatsoever. Running himself in at the moment, trying to find a bit of a gap on the opposite side. He'll move deeper into the building itself, as Wildcard are almost all entirely back down into the basement. Bay, the final holdout by Cargo Stairs, but everyone else has already retreated down to that bottom floor. Right as I say that, Kansan feels there's still something left to offer.
Yeah, we can see Wildcard putting that Maverick ban on full display as well, as they've already implemented the Tuberal. Be put on a hatch this time around, but it's going to be Rexon that strikes first. This will take out Spiker. So at least get something for this opener here going into the last minute. Ambi, well, potential here with the office space. Does have one in tow with him as well, as somebody's occupying the stairwell too. So a little risky here from Bay, especially with the Monty here. Gonna try and peek around. Can he get it on good timing? He can't. Kansan will be able to get one and won't be able to do a lot of damage. Won't be able to do much, but it's traded out, and that's really what you want in that scenario. It's down to a 2 versus 3 in favor of the offense.
If he had just maybe waited a little bit longer for that C4, might have been able to bait Canadian in, but not so. A 2v3 for their troubles could have been a whole lot worse. Wildcard, I think, about as good as those trades as you could hope for when they lost the opening pick, I believe. But they're able to persevere. For the moment, 1 C4 and 2 toxic canisters could be enough to stall out Sonics enough to create enough chaos and provide the opportunity for the remaining defenders to isolate 1v1s. Grixon and Surf have both dropped. Rexon on the opposite side, C4'd from below. The guns can now fully train on the remaining attackers. They've only got 5 seconds left, and they're grasping at straws. Don't know what a single position where these defenders are. And the moment Rexon realizes, Bosco with the 2-piece, the C4 and the gun to deliver the first for the defense.
They are just on it today, man. Wildcard's looking so solid in these clutch situations, Carter. They are not sweating it. They're not letting the pressure get to them, and they're playing their advantages so very well. Look at the way Bosco plays that out, down to the very limit there in the dying moments of the round. That was a must-win gunfight, and he still shuts that out. Feels like the guy's been locked in for what feels like ages, and he's still right there and ready for anything that comes his way. Very well done from him. Very well done from the wild card roster to keep themselves in round one.
Yeah, very good stuff so far. Canadian was IGLing Dark Zero consistently when they were winning this map. They were getting 3-4 rounds on the attacking side. Sometimes 5-1 halves or 5 rounds of the attack were not out of the question. So.
Are they hiding both these ops? Are you saying this?
I was about to say, keep an eye on these attacking rounds, but also keep an eye on these ops. Look, we see Spiff just behind, checking the cams right now in the Tubarão, having the clash out full frontal and then hiding the 2 hard breach charges or hard breach denial. That's crazy.
They're on it today, man. Meeby's cooking. He might be cooking a little bit too much, actually. I don't know.
Well, and I mean, look at this. I mean, of course, they've got the IQ to spot them, but not exactly a lot of tools to deal with it. I mean, obviously, no Thatcher, but...
That's the hard part, right? Everybody's expecting the Maverick nowadays. You have those secondary EMPs, as you said, so at least I'll have the Capitao there, but does present some risk at the fact that he's the only one with any sort of utility to really help out Ace, but don't expect Sonics to get too aggressive until those tasks are done.
I'm curious, can you actually see that electric claw from the window?
Yeah, there's no way you can't.
Well, I was about to say, that's why you don't be sloppy when you throw it on these walls. You never know what could happen. And I think Spiff, clearly aware of that, will creep up slowly to try to just put it in a different angle. We'll decide to throw it all the way at the top of the wall. I would have just done that one immediately, personally.
You know, like, come on.
Hey, listen, nobody's at the window. Spiff got it done, and we still got the 3 Zoto canisters as well. Then again, there's, I mean, as you pointed out, not exactly a lot of hard breach in general. Gone 6 goes out to destroy the shield, but...
Oh, he picked it up.
He did, indeed, and it just knocks Bosco back a little bit, but he's chilling overall, and utility usage from the Sonics expended early on, and aside from some control down below, Sam, not a whole lot else to their name.
No, and honestly, this is due to the fact that they really don't have the tools to get what they want right now. You can have IQ try and work her way in here. This is going to be the biggest thing, but look at the timer here, folks. Sonics had to try and clear out this entire mid floor to make sure that Grixer wasn't going to get punished. Now he can work his way in here and finally deal with this Electroclaw. Minute and 10 seconds remaining. Selma's down. We are now officially playing the game of Rainbow Six Siege. Here we go. More Zoto's out. Going to get that last one in, and Bay should have to be concerned with this wall after the last one in his pocket. The wall's now open. He's going to get the cross, but he won't make it out alive, as Surf will take him down.
Again, this is why you can't sweat the small stuff. Bay decides to sit on the opposite side, and he can be cut off. Maybe he goes by the door. Different situation. But unfortunately, wildcard 2 rounds in a row now, down a 4v5. Didn't matter last time. We're still able to get it over the line. Considering that Sonics are taking just as long as they did before, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but Wildcard were at least able to trade the man count down previously. Now it's a 3v5, and we got a lot of people boxed outside of Aqua Stairs. A Nomad charge puts one on the floor and gives a ripe opportunity to win a 1v1 against Bosco. 3 players all lined up for Spiker. It's Spiff to get the 3rd, and now we might just have another 1v2 on our hands. No, not today. Surf able to move around the corner and cut the remaining 2 down. Sonics recover from a round that almost got away.
Man, you just really never see sprays go down that way in Siege, but we've gotten 2 of them inside of this best of 3 so far. Some crazy shots coming out of the WC players, but Sonics will get it under wraps. They were definitely trying to get through the struggle bus there for just a moment, trying to figure out their way through that map and getting that Electroclaw off. But once they were finally able to unseal the top of this can, things worked out a lot better for them. A lot of pressure pouring in onto the defensive members. Wildcard having to really just get focused on absolutely every entry point from the Sonics all at once. And that insurmountable pressure just started to break them, especially with some of these kills we were you're seeing out of SQ. You know, the one I'm thinking of is what we saw in that hallway with the Warden there playing on the shield, just getting diced up by that player over off the balcony door. But I digress. With a great round from the Sonics and some great adaptations in the moment, they made things work. They got those walls open. They were able to take control of the portions of the map that were necessary in order to bowl over Wildcard.
And we got the Thatcher now. A little bit less hard-breaching. A little bit less hard-breaching. And to be fair, Wildcard tried to actively deceive Sonics last round, so not their fault. Interesting use of the frag grenade, deciding to actually open up a hole in the drone hole. Normally, I mean, think back when frag grenades were super strong. It'd probably be sacrilege to use a frag grenade for that purpose, but...
Yeah, most definitely. Gonna try and get that Deimos in underneath. We talked a decent amount about verticality. We talked about Deimos and his verticality inside of Skyscraper, and we also touched on Nighthaven Labs and the potentials that you see with this map in said case. And Deimos definitely enjoys this map a lot. Gonna have that AK once again here. We'll have to see if he can potentially work things out up against Bosco, as Bosco is definitely aware of something going on downstairs.
Unfortunately for Bosco, I mean, that revolver versus the SMG-11, I'm just going to favor the revolver on that one. Not entirely his fault, just such a good weapon for these kinds of engagements. But he's at least making Ambi pause a little bit. The constant threat of these vertical holes, you'll have to maybe try to time it a little bit or have somebody else remove Bosco from the equation before he can move in comfortably. But comfortably being the key word there. He might be able to find a way, even if he doesn't like the way it has to happen. Looking like Sonics want to end in this B site, want to hop in through that supply window. Bosco will be forced off by the Deathmark tracker, and the execute comes forth. Rexen falls, though, and ooh, Canadian! A bevy of explosives fly beyond the pillar. Now Sonics, the unfortunate recipients of a 3v5, diffuser in the site. Unfortunately, how a lot of these attacks on supply can end. You go for the quick execute and you end up dying. And I gotta say, Sam, not opening garage wall and maybe trying to have somebody push in through that doorway, maybe a little bit of an oversight for the attack.
Yeah, it's risky. It's risky. And that's the thing. That's one of those plays where when it works out, everybody's happy, right? We're like, oh, wow, they found a gap. They got in there. They got the big kills. But Wildcard were ready. They had the information, and they knew that the Sonics were trying to pressure something. And now it's too little too late. You have these guys outside the wall. The case is down inside of barrels, and they're still trying to figure out if there's any oversight on this window. Really any position that they're going to try and work their way in here and get this case control. And for Wildcard, you can see it's all hands on deck. And oh, that could not be more poorly timed. Surf is going to drop down. He does have some verticality to work with. Ambi will get one. Grixer will get another. Nitro cell in. It'll take out Ambi. And with 20 seconds remaining, the Sonics have got to show up to the site.
They got to. Grixer might be the MVP to do it, though. Oh, tags one up through the wall. Z-pings the other. Is that direct intel? Is that an audible? Who knows? Grixer's got full information on these remaining players right now, brief as it is. This round may be anything but ephemeral. They latch on to something solid, but he looks away, falls off at just the wrong time. Even with that 1v1, Surf on such low HP, he's got a troll. And the margin of error is too small for him. Wildcard retake the lead in round 3.
Incredible stuff. Wildcard neck and neck right now with the Sonics. Just in their way of these adaptations. I don't think it was a bad call there for them to try and make that lunge and fight in through barrels. Because again, if they end up sweeping those two players under the rug and they get that plant down, we're all singing their praises and saying how unbelievably smart Canadian is. But they get punished. Wildcard are prepared for these antics, at least this time around, and it doesn't go unchecked. Now, I will give Sonics their flowers. They did a very good job of fighting back into the round and making this something that could have had some potential in the dying moments. But Wildcard were still solid in that moment. They get pressure checked again. It gets down to the wire, and they're capable of playing things out to a victorious moment. That's really what they're looking for. They're looking for those lines that lead to victory, and they're staying on that warpath.
They're thankfully at the point where, again, just an 8-7 with that first map victory. It could be the closest game they played this stage, though that would, of course, be tied with the SSG game they had, where they, fortunately, Wildcard lost 7-8. But it can be as close as you want, but you would still manage to net a massive upset in our first game of the playoffs. Kansan on very comfortable and, dare I say, dangerous territory. A player that can perform this well, he frequently is the soulless player for Wildcard, literally just running around the map, trying to play off game sense and any bits of information he acquires or is fed by his teammates. if Sonics maybe have a little bit of lapse in their drone work, or maybe be a little bit of that slow team we've seen throughout these attacks and the 2 maps so far, a flank from Kansas could easily be enough to cause a huge amount of concern.
Sheesh, they are going full-on extendo right now on this map. No way. You better stop it. You better stop it right now. Oh my goodness gracious. Rexing gets nuked off the map. And that's their entire strategy for what they wanted for their plant. They wanted to try and deal with some potential roamers from Wildcard and then get a plant down underneath one of those soft floors up top. Just have ram their card or have them break up that entire floor. And you got a free oversight. It's perfect. But for Sonics, that's all out the window now. It's practically sacrilegious as they brought nothing else. There's not a single other option for the Sonics in that strategy. And Kansan might have the flank here. Knows just one around the corner. He hits the shot too on Ambi. Sonics, they're getting executed right now.
Everything is just going Wildcard's way right now. I mean, this is a basement defense. Who does it outside of the map C4 from Freezer? I mean, I'd be losing my mind. And then hands it on that pre-fire. Of course, damages one, but picks up another afterwards. Spurf can cut down Spiff all he wants, but the angles are favoring WC. A full deck at the moment in round 4, and they've still got cards to play, but oh! Gambling maybe doesn't pay off entirely. 2-man stomp isn't enough to be the end for Wildcard. They have bodies to spare and a widening advantage as victory is 1 round closer, 3-1.
And they're feeling solid right now. They're feeling so very solid. The craziest thing about this for me, Carter, is these defenses are coming together very handedly. You got to think about what they're going to produce on these offenses. They looked so good on Skyscraper. It's going to be terrifying once we see this side swap. Look at this Nitro Cell again out of Bosco. And Carter put it best. Who the hell is throwing a Nitro Cell out of the top hatch when it's a basement defense? Well, Wildcard is, and they get the biggest pick in a moment like that you could potentially ask for. Completely sweep this round under the rug, completely change the game plan of what Sonics were going for round 4.
And at this point, I mean, I'm getting warning signs for the Sonics. Going into today, they were one of, if not the highest rated team on the attacking side. I mean, more than a plus 50% win rate, hovering around the 60% mark. And typically when any team is in the top 3, they've got a positive win rate on both sides. So defense certainly above 50% as well. But on Nighthaven, Wildcard are getting active. They are not letting any, even understandable complacency from the Sonics go unpunished. To just sort of mention that C4 one more time, it's a pretty basic assumption you're probably not getting C4 there when the site is nowhere near it. And the fact that happens, Wildcard are really pulling out all the stops to try and catch Sonics off guard. And sometimes it doesn't work. On Skyscraper and on Nighthaven, it's worked far more often than it hasn't.
Yeah. I mean, just to put it out there, right? They scrim these maps all the time, guys. If he's comfortable enough to not drone it and get Nitro Cell, think about how little that happens. Just think about it. Like, that's so insane that he pulls that out on game day and it works in such a grandiose way. But for Wildcard, they'll be counting those lucky stars and they'll be happy with the results. 3-1 right now and looking to make things even worse. Sonics constantly stepping into a hotbed, a hot zone whenever they enter the map. It seems like Wildcard are occupying every single portion of it. This time around, though, a gap here inside of Barrel. Grixer rather, will find the Electro Claw that is hanging in the ceiling, be able to free up that wall here unless Spiff wants to reapply. Doesn't have one inside of his backpack as of right now, but does have some other antics that he could pull out.
It finds that Electric Claw a lot earlier than he did before. And also, look, Bay also importantly now on the opposite side. So if that wall gets opened up, he can fall back into the site safely. 2 players all down below. Spiff seemingly not aware of Grixer's presence and, well, lets a couple slip away where he shouldn't. This round has completely slipped from Wildcard's fingers. They try to go for the flank down below, and despite the fact that Bay certainly calmed that the IQ's down below and Barrel shooting the Electric Claw, well, they get timinged aggressively. In a massive man deficit, Bay on this long angle looks to find another, support the clash from long range. It's got intel on 1, perhaps even 2 of them. Sonics begin to consolidate on this side. A DMR round goes right into Bosco's spine, so both defenders now softened up for the oncoming onslaught of the attack. Bosco tries to take out the SMG, a hell of a flick from Bay. You're gonna need more than that, my friend, and he doesn't have enough to give. Sonics don't take the lead yet, but a tie game is not out of the question anymore.
And they're looking for it. They're looking for it here. That might be one of the more dominant, offensive rounds we've seen out of the Sonics so far. Fantastic read as well. They were waiting to see what the answer was going to be from Wildcard, and the answer was this. As soon as that wall pops open, everybody flies into that mid floor and tries to just scoop out the Sonics from the map, but the shoe was obviously on the other foot. Sonics put everybody to the sword and make life a heck of a lot easier once they start leaning towards the site. Here's the replay once again for you. You can see Kansan and Spiff adjust down low, try and get that flank going, but just nothing doing. Comes down to that pretty crazy 1v4-esque situation there as Clash gets gunned down, but no magic this time out of WC.
No, not so. A 4-2 half, like last time, would do wonders for their confidence here. You'd have to assume maybe their attack side might be stronger if what they had on Skyscraper was anything to anything to think about. But at least for this final round, what we have to offer, going back to the middle floor. This round did not exactly go very well for the Sonics previously. They did lose it, storage and control. They tried to go in for that blitz play, a quick move in through the supply window, and it was just shut down. Another C4 dealing with the blitz. Grixer was able to recover 3 whole kills to make it a 2v2, but in the end it wasn't enough. It was a very dominant wildcard round, and we got a blitz again. But a lot less hard breaching than we had before. So what is Sonics' plan this go-around?
Well, we have the Dokkan. Also have the Flores, and I love the addition of Doke here. They've been having to deal with extensions from Wildcard this entire game, Carter. And who better to bring than the woman that vibrates a phone in every defender across the entire map. A fast move here from Canadian, looking for some top floor presence. Looking to see if we have anybody around this space. I thought we had somebody over near blue, and we do. Actually have 2 bodies over here. Canadian, it's going to be a pretty target-rich environment as he works his way in here. Does he know the person on the right? He doesn't, but he will now. He tries to fly through, and he'll get a lot of shots into Spiff as he'll hightail it out of there before, something goes awry.
Honestly, Wildcard, I think probably pretty happy the fact that everyone on that roam came away alive. They've ceded a lot of control, though, and, well, that 5v5 doesn't last for long. Ambi rips open the floorboards, and Bosco's head is an unfortunate, I suppose, hit by some of the strays through the floor. Spiff also losing a lot of HP on that retreat down to the middle. And so on 37, Boss G might be an effective weapon, but you really got to land those shots if you want to come away the victor in any of these engagements. Hell of an angle held by Kansan right here, holding down below. Also, the main player who can deny C4 is, remember, we had Ambi here last time on the attack, and now it's the defense holding basement.
Surf's been down somehow, Carter. I have
no
literally
idea.
zero clue. I think
that.
I think he fell off the roof.
Oh, big dog. No.
Man. Resets don't exist anymore, Surf. Okay? Doesn't work out that way.
He got dropped.
Okay. All right, man. All right,
I also don't think he did.
I just can't. Carter.
He's still on liquid. I just wanted to. 45 seconds remaining now.
I was gonna say, with 50 seconds remaining here, Electrical, this is a big fight right here. Somebody's got to win this. Oh, Ambi, you're making me nervous. He's gonna close the door on that chapter of the round. It's a 5 versus 2 with Wildcard still trying to close this out.
Oh, another C4. Canadian probably having nightmares at that point. It'll at least ward off the blitz, but it's EMP'd in response. Nice little quick utility usage, but both remaining defenders stacked and stuck on cargo. And out of the round they go. 3-3 half. Tie game between Sonics and Wildcard. Very necessary couple of rounds, because the way this was going, 5-1 wasn't out of the question. Sonics, I think, getting away with the absolute most from their play.
Yeah, 100%. Especially Sonics through these last 2 rounds, right? You could definitely see the cogs turning and making the adjustments that were necessary. Wildcard are very reactive to what's going on throughout the map. When there's certain milestones that are hit by the offense, they're going to try and do something. They're going to try and respond, whether it be anything, a wall getting open, man count falls to a certain level or whatever it is. They always have something cooking to try and make something happen inside of the round for themselves. And Sonics were just patient enough to be able to play things out in both of those different regards. A little bit different from each one, is especially the second one was a little bit more drawn out, but either way, very well done from Sonics, very well done from Canadian, with more than likely a very good recognition of what the heck was going on there.
Also got to say, it's definitely some better performances from Grixer and Rexon, though. We'll say, a decent bit of Grixer's kills, I think about half or so coming in around that Sonics did ultimately lose. But there is still at least better individual performances. Serp and Ambi were the only two players really showing up for Sonics on map 1, both hovering around a 1.15 EPS, give or take a couple. And now, Ambi Surf's still there, Rexen and Grix are getting into the fray. This is what we want to see from a successful Sonics roster, especially Rexen and Grixer. And now the two longest stay members on the Sonics, been here for years and years at this point. We want to see them get active and be those top 5 players in NAL Stage 2 that we've seen throughout all of their games so far. Second floor defense to start. And what do you know? Wildcard will continue the trend of not playing Dokkaebi, one of the strongest operators in the game.
Yeah, and also, what do you know? We got a bandit in the works here, and this is something that you gotta really be afraid of because of this.
Oh.
No, he's got it. Don't worry.
All right.
Yeah, that's why he was banned out in the last game, Carter, because bandit tricks are pretty lethal, even in current meta siege.
It's just also sloppy play from Wildcard. Like, come on, guys. Like, your skyscraper attacks were great, and I get, we got to share the love with the EMPs, but Bay's got 2 in his pocket and will not have to use any for this wall. You've just given up an exothermic for a very silly reason now. Sure, one wall's open at least, I suppose, but, in my mind, if you think about a wall that's harder to get, at least with the connector wall we see there, you can maybe walk up the hallway, take a fight, deny the bandit from bandit tricking. The other, you got to hop in a garage window and hope you win the fight, but at least they've got one open. They've got Spiker inserted into the bottom floor, now creeping his way up barrels with a drone in front of him. My oh my, what can he find?
Well, about 2-3 years ago,
sees a laser.
I'd expect the frag grenade here, but obviously not going to have that. Surf, Spiker. Not like 2 ships in the night. Like 2 derby cars, they just smash right into each other, and Spiker will take down Surf. They now know that somebody's down low, though. Ambi will be able to take out 1, so things will at least be equalized for now. They taking a little bit of damage, too, as one of our players will work their way up the garage stairs. Do believe that'll be Canadian. As Bay and the rest of the gang, they're stuck here. There's really nothing that they're going to do for an audible from this position because they have no more hard breach. Everything is electrified on this connector wall. Sonics can throw stuff over the top. You can throw stuff over the top too, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to have to work their way through electrical, Carter, and try and get some pressure from this portion of the map.
And I think a lot of it's going to come down to if Spiker on this backstab will be able to find something. Canadian is ready for anybody to move up Aqua stairs, and Spiker seems to be leaning towards garage as avenue of attack. He will creep up. Prox alarm activated, so Sonics know the push is forthcoming. Rexen with a nice pre-fire shuts down one leg of that assault. The rest allows Ambi to rotate around. The final 2 players, both made worse for wear inside of electrical. And Grixer gets a very impactful double to pad his stat and allow Sonics their first lead this whole map.
Well, there's that Maverick band there on full display, folks. You see why Maverick's so impactful for scenarios like this. Not only for Tubarao, who can obviously extend the fuse time in situations and, maybe allow your bandit or your electro claw wielder to rotate across and get their utility down. There's so many different ways that you can counter things out with Maverick. And since he's been pulled out, a lot of this stuff is being highly effective and forcing these offenses into really bad situations. Subject A, what we just saw there. Wildcard aren't able to get a proper coil around that top floor to where they can truly pressure Sonics. They have so much breathing room inside of that bomb site. And not only that, but they have some solid workings on that mid floor as well. They end up getting picked off with at least one of them, but they still have all of that stuff available to them to make it to where they at least have that info matrix going on, right? That player's downstairs. You can cut things off at blue, and that everybody's kind of hamstringed into going for that electrical push now since things have gone so wrong with that breaching.
Definitely a bomb site that punishes you if you do have a mess up on that breaching, even if you recover later. But just because of how important the IT and connector breaches are, but also can be depending on what attack you're going for. It's like they're impactful at worst and critical at best, though I suppose you could flip the adjectives depending on your given situation. Basement defense, and Bay spotted, hey, one of these walls, surely that's not soft, but maybe an opportunity, maybe something different. They'll move up to, the roof right now, likely going for a full clear, as that's exactly what Sonics are doing, running all around. We have traps galore, Legion, Ella, and Capcan on this lineup. If this is a reaction to the Nook, well, no Nook, if one were on board, would be getting away now.
Not to be a skin junkie right now, but Bosco's rocking the SSG World Championship charm with Glacier on. That's just almost as crazy as this rush right here. We're flying, boys. Spiff is in. Does he get the kill? He does,
GG.
and we're open for business.
I mean, I genuinely thought that wall was reinforced. I was like, surely they reinforced, I don't know, the single panel on a basement defense, but I suppose not. They will take quite a lot of damage, but Wildcard have this round in the bag, especially now that Diffuser's gone down. Are you kidding me? Ambi will rotate back, and, I mean, the game has already been given away. Rexen, do you even want to? Do you even want to try? He will. He'll go for it, and he's gone. Well, that's not the way I'd hope you would lose the lead, as if there was any plan to, I don't know, Giga Brain an unreinforced panel, well, it didn't work.
I'm just going to put this out there as well. I mean, they know where all the reinforcements are going down in this entire map. You know what I mean? So, do we just not expect that angle? Is that really what is our downfall here? We just didn't expect Wildcard to try and abuse the soft panel for Animus? Because that's what it seems like. I mean, and the player inside the main area is just completely caught off guard. So, I mean, it's just really
and
unfortunate.
You know what the best part is too? Well, not the best part. It sucks.
Depending on who you're a fan of.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, the garage wall was also soft. I mean, we saw that destroyed immediately. So if you wanted to do, like, try and do some, like, 3D chess strategy, we're going to bait them into rushing, where we're going to have somebody on the hatch who's looking down, and it was opened up, because it was all soft in 15 seconds, so they knew nobody was playing the hatch. They just ran in. I mean, that was just, seems to me, a colossal mistake that has, to be fair, only now resulted in a tie 4-4 game, and maybe I'm missing something, but on your map pick, when you're down 1-0, you got to be doing better than that.
Yeah. You know, when both your site players get ripped to pieces immediately, and then everybody that even tries to touch the bottom floor after that is just fed to the wolves, what do you say, right? You're just like, all right, load up round 9. We're not going to put nearly as many eggs in this Rome basket this time around. So we'll see if Sonics can make some solid adjustments. But way to call the ball, Wildcard. Way to call the ball.
Basement looking very differently than it did before, but the site is also quite different. It's a first floor defense this go around. Breaching! Look at how effective that was. Little hole opened up on the bottom floor. Big hole opened up outside of IT. Bosco will take this time to drone, as you don't really need to acquire direct control of IT. You can hold it from the outside, go on rappel if you want, especially if you're going for a supply execute. Just making sure that you can cut anybody off, retaking those vertical holes. That is good enough. Spiff decides he's an overachiever. Spiff always did the extra credit in his classes, and so he's decided, minute 10 seconds in, I think Garage is looking like free real estate, and Sam, he's not far off.
In front of the class, 105% in a class. Never understood how people did that. Do you think I'm one to do extra credit? Probably not. Spiker's going to go down. We'll have to be in detention here for a little while. Minute and 30 remain. Ambi trying to hit a heater of a shot, but it'll be outside the strike zone.
Unfortunate at the moment, but just like Wildcard, I think, thought they found a gap, but I will say it is far, far less open than it was previously, and most of them back off at this point. All they've done from this plan is lose Spiker on that Nook. Was able to at least do some work before, get a kill before being finished off eventually. Spiff will just hold this ground for the time being, and I think that's, honestly, that's good enough at this point. You can hold this, allow the team to work around and decide where they want to push from, but it's that second part I don't think they fully decided on yet. There's a castle barricade in the way, so they'll resolve themselves to make a push into control itself. What are the angles available to Sonics to react? You can almost see them trying to put together the pieces in real time, but the ever-looming threat is this pulse down below. No matter where they land, he might be the one to undo it.
Yeah. Nitro Cell still available. I'm Surf and Grixer will gun down 2. It's a 5 versus 2, and now that we haven't seen some very great showing from Wildcard inside of scenarios like this, but this one, a tad bit different. A lot of utility layered here, a lot of crazy positions being held down from the Sonics, and not really a way to work your way into this late portion of the round. It's all down to Kansan. He's going to try and take this fight in barrels. Somebody should show up to the party soon. It's actually going to be Kansan to take an additional angle before the flawless round pops, and Sonics will be happy with that one as they will garner the lead yet again.
I think I just kind of kept expecting like Wildcard to explode off of that garage control, but it sort of never happened. And And to be honest with you, I mean, that Pulse was always going to be a threat, but I almost wonder, would they have just been better off maybe leaving that castle barricade up outside of barrels? You know, they've got garage control, like full control, second floor and middle floor. The only real concern is that Pulse, but you send maybe Bay down below to try to take that 1v1, or I don't know, just something to nullify him as a factor, even temporarily. You might have had a better execute, but it seemed that everything was just kind of jumbled, especially after that loss of Spiker early on. So he will have a tactical timeout as Wildcard are now down 4-5.
Yeah, I think they definitely thought that the gap was a little bit, you know, more readily available there. Maybe some potential swings that they forecasted that never really came through, Carter. And some moments like that can happen, you know what I mean? I mean, Sonic's just not really giving them any of the goods, and you can't exactly work your way forward on breadcrumbs. So for Wildcard, they're going to call attack timeout and try and get something more solid to work into round 10 here. And this is perfect timing. You and I talk about it a lot when it comes to round spread as to where that timeout should usually slot in. And this is just about where we usually see it, right before the opposing team gets on that penultimate point.
And in a game that has been as close as this one has been, it's understandable that Wildcard will wait this long. I mean, it was a 3-3 half in which they had the lead for the majority of the rounds through the first 6. Then you lose round 7, but then you have a massive pop-off read in round 8, and then you unfortunately lose round 9 flawlessly. So hasn't really been a good point or sensible for a point necessarily up until this point. And now, like you said, good a time as any. Second floor defense for Sonics. We'll have the clash in play. Had her a couple times so far this series, of course, but 2 times brought by Wildcard on this very bomb site. And Sonics will take a page out of their book, as that's the big adjustment, I would say, in their second attempt of the top floor.
100%. But it seems like Wildcard know that this has some potential. I don't know exactly how. I don't know if they snuck a drone in here and were able to see Surf, but we've got Capitao, we've got Nomad, and we've got Zofia. If there was an environment for Clash to have a terrible time, it would be right now.
Yeah, very different picture than it was before. Because I mean, the lineup that Sonics are running on their their attacks against that Clash, which to be fair, you know, they're able to win. It was still the Capitao and then basically nothing at the second go around. And this time, well, Concussion goes out and they find Canadian immediately trying to go for a rat play by the window. And he is, well, not long for this world, unfortunately. Early opening pick by Wildcard, and they would run with it on Skyscraper when this situation happened.
I mean, Spiker's got to be just so over the moon of the fact that Bay checked that window at the moment that he did. Launches that first concussion in there to stop Bandit from bandit tricking, which also very intelligent to bring that along for the ride. We don't see Sofia all that often anymore, folks. And the main reason is because she's a 3-harmer. I mean, she's just not really good for those entry frag moments like she used to be. But you know what she is great for? Stopping Bandit or stopping really anybody from going through an animation
Clash
that you don't want them to, including Clash. Exactly. You can knock away that shield. It's a very strong option. Nitro cell from Grixer. That would have been a free kill, Carter. We might have to return to that later on.
Yeah, we might. The utility usage so far from Wildcard has just been excellent and continues to be so because that Firebolt goes over and stops Grixer from bandit tricking, and EMP as well to nullify the left panel. All of the primary utility brought by Wildcard that we highlighted is going to great effect. All hard breaching used, and I believe all opened up exactly what they wanted. They've still got tools left over to deal with this Clash. 1 concussion, of course, but the 2 air jabs, the Firebolt. They will make direct visual contact of the Clash. Ooh, concussion goes out, and there we go! This Wildcard is looking so clean and clinical, but Rexon's got a pump shotty, and that's enough to shift fortunes. 2 kills on the close bomb chassis, and that's the electrical push completely gone. Ambi with a pop out. He shows them. You're damn right he does. 5v3 has slipped through their fingers. Grains of sand on Nighthaven. And what are Bay and Kansan to do to recover? All trapped, or not even all, just 1 outside of garage. And the other on the opposite side, inside of connector. Got to try and grasp a way out of this, and the shotgun is too much. Going to match point, losing a round like that when you did everything so well. That is a heartbreaker.
They did everything right, man. They did everything right, Carter. But there's one thing that you can never predict in Rainbow Six Siege, and that's how hard the M590 is going to hit you. And that time around, wow, just incredible stuff. let's get a replay in here because there's just quite a few of these moments that were just so bombastic from both sides. Here it is. Look at what Rexen does with that M590, man. That is something right there that Sonics have just got to count their lucky stars because it doesn't go down that way every single time. But, you know, I've said this a couple times on broadcast previously, but I haven't said it for a long time. Pojo Man once said about the M590 that it's just a gun that you have to believe in. It is fueled by your hopes and dreams. And right there, man, Rexen was a dreamer. He was dreaming on for sure.
And also, just, I mean, believing in his teammates, too, because you look at that coordination. When Rexen gets that first kill, you turn around, that guy was already down. He had said, I'm watching electrical, somebody else watched the breach. They had all the angles covered. There was no redundancy, no chaos. They were able to close out that 3v5 with as extreme effectiveness as Wildcard conducted the entire preceding minute and a half of round 10. And the fact that they're not rewarded with that victory, sure, it's great play from the Sonics, but that could have been 5-5 after the TAC timeout. This could be anybody's game. Anybody could have been getting match point in round 11. Now, Wildcard in the exact same position the Sonics were when Skyscraper ended and went the way of Wildcard. It was a 7-4 victory for WC. Now, the shoe's on the other foot. 2 rounds in a row and their attacks necessary. But if they look anything like last round, that's entirely possible.
So what a crazy set of circumstances. Skyscraper goes the way of Wildcard in a very dominant fashion, and now Sonics looking so grand when it comes to their defenses, especially here so far. Did have a couple of slip-ups. We'll keep those in mind, but able to at least find stable ground and try and stabilize this best of 3. They want to push it off to Clubhouse, which would be pretty wild in and of itself. I mean, just to think about the different implications that we have in between these two rosters. I mean, you've got Canadian and Bosco, which were on the same team when they ended up, you know, getting the moniker for Dub House on Clubhouse with SSG. I mean, there's just so many different ways that we can draw these lines, but obviously, we've got to get there first. Wildcard doesn't want it to go that way. They don't want to go quietly into Game 3 just yet, as they still have a lot to do with 1 minute and 30 remaining. Oh, wow.
And just a couple clean shots. Too much for Canadian to deal with, and we're moving and grooving after that. Bosco does not let that space go to waste. Oh! Another worldie lands that shot. Spiker with a nice, well-placed few SMG-12 bullets keeps the advantage alive for Wildcard. They're not letting this pace hold. Oh, in that brief opening, Spiff's able to react. Look at how quickly they have enveloped the bomb site. Surf goes down too. This diffuser might not even go down. Might not need to. Instead, Ambi, a necessity that he pops off and gets 16 to save their match point chances, and it won't be the case. All 12 necessary, Wildcard popping off. That tactical timeout, the fruit it bore, just a little bit delayed in being reaped.
Just look at how quick they play off of each other in those high-intensity moments. I mean, you think about things like the Ram drone going through the wall and making the play off that, taking down the Bandit, applying the pressure to the back of the site, and then not only that, Carter, but in the dying moments of that where you go, oh, surely they go for this case plan. Nope, they go for the frags. It's a 3 versus 1. They know that he's down here in this basement somewhere. They find him, they frag him, and they shore up this scoreline. We're 1 round away from OT here. We're 1 round away from Wildcard potentially changing up fate on Nighthaven Labs.
It's very rare, I feel like, when you're in that comeback scenario. And to be fair, the game has been very close, but it's very rare that you're in a moment where you really feel confident the comeback is going to happen. Like, not even necessarily based off precedent. Because, like, I mean, before we had this recent success, it was just that big rush that Wildcard won. That was it. But then round 10 looks so strong, where round 9 looked pretty weak. And then we see all of those same strengths compounded with the ability to change pace that we saw in, you know, little spits here and there in Wildcard's play in group stage, something that they were trying to figure out, trying to make work, and now we're able to. And if they're able to do it again, overtime is all but assured at this point. But they do have to win that middle floor site. They do have to win a position where they've worked their way into garage really quickly, and then, as opposed to the past 2 rounds, had no answer after that.
Well, they do have an immediate answer for garage, and it's 2 Selmas. They'll break that open. Case in Bosco's hand as of right now, and he's been shooting pretty darn straight so far, although he is 7 and 9, just doing his damnedest to try and cover all of the bases as an IGL. It's usually what you're looking to do. And as for wildcard, and speaking of those bases, you have quite a few things covered in that regard. Doe could be along for the ride, Nomad as well. I like the Thatcher getting worked in too, to kind of free up the other options for your defense. Ambi, is he going to get one here? Is that gentleman going to get off drone? He does. No longer paying attention. Ambi's still going to go for it, and he'll get it as well. That SMG-11 didn't even need it. Could have been a pistol. The first bullet out of that thing rips somebody to shreds. But Kansan, he's got a plant. He's got a plant. Nobody knows this is happening, and Kansan's in here for free. It's a 5 versus 3. This wildcard pulled across the line.
There's no way C4 goes out. Kansan, oh, he dodges it! The EMPs go out to try and cloak the Specchio and Heartbeat, and as we saw, it wasn't even necessary. But a 2v4 has to happen. It has to happen to get wildcard to overtime. One wrapping to Bay's right. Does he know it? Or will they even push that far? Spiff holding down the top floor, a must-win fight. Everyone has to go their way, and it's all on Spiff. He's put Solus so low, but he's now meeting the same fate. Pistol out, he pushes forward and only gets one, and the time is just enough for Canadian to shut wildcard out of any further upsets.
I mean, how much closer do you want it, guys? How much closer do you want it? I know a few you jumped out of your chair. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. All right, I was one of them. I'll tell you. It was me, Carter. It was me. Oh my gosh, man. 3 maps in between these two. And here we were in the green room going, oh man, this might be not the greatest matchup here today. I'll happily eat my words. Impressive stuff from both of these teams.
I will as well, and this is still, frankly, I mean, the most positive thing I'm seeing. Sonics might have won, but Wildcard and their stage performance are peaking at the exact right time, and Clubhouse will be the test for who can make it through.
One Raptors.
Raptors and where's last?
Could be four call. Could be four call.
On the window.
Last
Getting
one,
off
Raptors.
Raptors.
I'm hot. Hold my window.
He's hot. Window.
Go, on the window.
Nice. Let's fucking go.
Go, boys. I'm fucking nasty, dude.
Good shit, Ambi. You're fucking nasty.
Well, welcome back to Philadelphia here, viewers. I love to see him so excited at the end there. And Sonic's perhaps with good reason to be excited for winning Labs, because I'll be honest to you folks at home and us here on the desk, this is a lot closer than it should be.
I'll just say, that was so lucky Troy had the heads-up play of not sticking that defuse and getting that kill on the window, because if Spiff just gets that first kill and realizes Troy's defusing, they go overtime.
Yeah, if Troy doesn't make a play like that, it definitely, I mean, Spiff gets the second kill because I don't think Ampy was there fast enough. There was only like 1 second left for him to hop off, but I mean, I think that was really the story of Labs, was just heads-up plays from SQ. The way that they were constantly getting the opening kill, they fixed the issues that they were struggling with on Skyscraper, and obviously they were way better equipped. I mean, yes, a lot of those rounds ended up going the wire. I think Wildcard is definitely firing on all cylinders today, keeping the games close, keeping Sonics on their toes with a lot of the fast rushes that they were doing, but Sonics was just always one step ahead of them. Every single kill, for the most part, they were able to trade and constantly focus on the round, that they, like how to win the round. That was their game plan, and I think it was beautifully executed on
I mean,
Labs.
even heads-up plays, like on that round 8 where Wildcard quickly realized that soft wall was in that storage container where Armory, you know, they baited the Armory hold and then just immediately rushed to the bottom floor site, immediately taking that site, getting the map control, going for the bomb plan. I mean, I've truly been impressed so far throughout this series how well Wildcard has been adapting and just playing, especially in their attacking half where they've struggled for so long. So the fact that they are going back and forth with Sonics right now, I don't want to necessarily say Sonics are playing bad, but Wildcard is doing a great job at keeping it very close and competitive.
I mean, you think it's fair to say, Fox, this might be the best kind of performance that we've seen across the board from Wildcards this stage. I mean, obviously, Sonics will give them their flowers here. Ambi popping off on the map, huge amount of kills, really holding down the top floor even on that last round. But I feel like we're seeing a Wildcard we haven't seen in ages.
Not at all. I mean, I agree. Yeah, Sonics has been playing, I mean, great game to them, great game to every player on the team, and Ambi so far on map 2. But you're right. I mean, Wildcard, regardless win or lose of this third map, I'm really impressed with the Wildcard that we've seen so far. It's a team that we wanted to see more consistently throughout the stage, and they've slowly been getting better. They barely got that 6th place spot, but now they're fighting one of the top teams that everyone was referring to as one of the top 2 teams. And if Wildcard continues to play like this, obviously I think Labs was just a better SQ map. But now we're going to Clubhouse. Clubhouse is a map that both teams first played on in week 1. It looked like it should have been a Wildcard win, but SQ out-adapt them. And now Wildcard's in a position to bring it back, and they look like a way better team than they were in week 1.
Yeah, I mean, a real good illustration of that. You've already kind of hinted at it here, Laxing, but that round 8 was crazy. That was a crazy round. The Wildcard took complete advantage.
Yeah, round 8 was a beautiful read from Wildcard on how adaptable and fast they've been. I mean, just noticing that the single wall was unreinforced, they make the aggressive entry, they get the opening kill, and then they put the plant down. To be able to recognize that there's only one player in sight, and they initially, Bay just runs up to him, goes and takes that gunfight head to head. They're able to shut him down, and once the case has been put down on the floor, I mean, it's lights out for Wildcard, and obviously, just what a beautiful read, but the rush, it's the aggressive Wildcard that's been keeping SQ shocked every round and into it every round, and they're not letting these games go easily, not letting the rounds go easily, because they're slowly getting better, and that's a really amazing aggressive attack from Wildcard.
And even for Spiff, I mean, he was the one that led that charge with that buck, got in there, got that first initial pick, and kept taking that map control. And that's what we said that we've been needing to see from him. And that's obviously the display of what can be done if he stays alive, if he gets that opening pick and creates that segue into sight for the rest of the team. I mean, again, Wildcard's looking really scary here. And again, they are looking extremely consistent.
I know round 10 was another round we were sitting in the back, and that really got your ears perked up when you saw that round go off as well.
Yes, because this was another round where Wildcard was doing a really good job with the map control, the stall out. They had the first pick, they had the second pick fall in their favor, but what it really came down to was Rexon here. I mean, Rexon did a really good job on this Warden, holding down this position with this shotgun. I mean, this shotgun's a scary shotgun to come into close quarters with, but ultimately this really came down to Rexon and holding down this spot, because had he lost this round and had Wildcard maybe just worked a little better here, we would have easily saw an overtime, just solely due to the fact if Rexon did not play that spot as well as he did.
Oh yeah, it was a very big performance in that position, and I think SQ, everybody was really in their positions, and had to hold it. A lot of those moments came down to individual big plays, and Sonics was really waking up. And I don't think it was necessarily just the individual plays, but it was the fact that they were way more team-orientated on that map. If Rexon was to have gone down there, they had players Rafters and in server. There constantly was connections between the SQ players, even in the last round. Canadian playing off of Spiff, playing off of Ambi upstairs and Rafters. On Labs, it looked like SQ was way more prepared to play off of each other, way more, they had a way better understanding of where everybody was from their teammates, as opposed to Skyscraper. Skyscraper looked very lost. It just didn't look like a comfortable SQ. Now, again, the next map is going to be Clubhouse, and that's a map where both teams, very default map, they're comfortable against each other on it, and it's really going to come down to who's the better team today.
I mean, for me, it's really going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and whoever is making those least amount of mistakes and can capitalize off the other team's mistakes, that's truly who's going to take this game. Because there's not a lot. Again, we've touched up on this a million times. There's nothing that you're going to do to throw off a team on a map like Clubhouse. It really just comes down to playing your basic fundamentals and just doing everything almost down to a T and making the least amount of mistakes possible.
Right, and I agree with that completely. I mean, I do feel like it's a bit odd to be having a conversation with Sonics where we're like, oh, they can't be making mistakes. Just, we wouldn't expect them to be making mistakes. It's Sonics we're talking about, you know, but does a Clubhouse maybe favor Wildcard a little bit? Just because it's a basic map, and that usually tends to favor the underdog team.
It definitely does, because Clubhouse is a map that Wildcard's played 3 times so far on the stage. They're very comfortable with it. But on the same end, we're talking about mistakes. Clubhouse is a map that you don't really make mistakes on, just because it's so default. Every player in this server so far has been playing it for 4, 5, 6 years. So obviously it's going to come down to just who is able to play off of each other better. It comes down to the minute individual plays, the big shot calls, who's going fast, what adaptation is called. You know, it really comes down to those and who's the better team. Yeah, the quick adjustments, because it's not something that you can shock and surprise anybody. And so far, I will say Wildcard has been amazing at being surprising, at keeping the aggression, keeping the pace, getting those opening kills. And Sonic so far, even though they have been able to adapt on the trade, be able to play off of each other, it hasn't been the Sonics that we are so comfortable seeing.
Well, that's a good assessment. As we set things up here for a Clubhouse, I'll turn you over to 2 casters voted most likely to lead a big burly biker gang. It's Lynx and Stokes.
All right, that felt like there was a deeper meaning there. Something about, I don't know, us not being big, burly, or anything close to that. But that's fine. That's fine. Maybe I'm just sensitive. I can say this, though. Whatever my feelings aside, what I'm extremely happy about is that we have a game on our hands this first go-around, because Sam and I were like, C9BC versus M80. That'll be the game of the day. And frankly, I'm far more excited than this one now.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it might be in the running. We might actually have to take a vote here at the end of the day just to see what everybody thinks. You know, I'm sure production can cook something up, but I don't want to put extra stuff on them. Ferme will actually suplex me off a building, so...
Yeah, speaking of big burly biker, like...
Production just said that's a no-fly, guys. So I'm sorry. I'm making promises I can't keep over here. But what we can keep is the Maverick ban, man, because we're still dealing with exposed walls to the outside of the building, right? Clubhouse, a huge map when it comes to this. You think of the CCTV wall, you think of the tub wall. So we'll see if people run into the same, you know, wall that we saw the last time when they came to the utility game there from the defense. Zami Amir is also going to be along for the ride, as well as Monty. A lot of these making quite a bit of sense. Mira, you don't see all that often anymore, but hey, she's a very solid option on Clubhouse, you know, and something you can really plug into a lot of different strategies, mostly on that top floor.
I'm getting into that mood though, Sam, where I don't really care about strategy. Like, I'm getting into that mood that I gotta be careful, because I'm enjoying a game too much. I almost want to turn my brain off and just watch it, because I'm getting invested. I'm obviously I want a good game. Obviously, I want a good game. And if Sonics wins, I am content with that, because they played well this series. They've certainly played well this stage. But this is one of those moments, similar to Beast Coast last stage, where a team that has been down for so long is right at the opportunity, not to punch their ticket to Montreal, we're not even close to that yet, but to still make an extremely interesting match out of what many thought would be just schlock before we get to the actual fun. And on Clubhouse, the first game of the stage for both these teams and for all of us was a 12-round affair between Sonics and Wildcard, Sam. And with the way Wildcard are playing today, they might be the 7 in that equation, depending on how they play their cards.
Yeah, most definitely. Hopefully they pull some mana. Definitely going to need that to get these cards out.
Nerd.
Haha, you don't even know what card games that's from, loser.
Magic, shut up.
Ow. Guys, he got me. He really shut me up there. I can tell you that. Well, the EMPs are going to come out, and they'll at least have enough in the tank to be able to break open these walls. So we'll see if they burn through the rest of said mana later on down the line, Carter.
All right. Ooh. Well, Scopos action that we actually did not highlight, that we very much should. Main team I've seen run Scopos in general has been OXG, but also especially on this Clubhouse or Clubhouse map. And the site they usually ran it on was like, CCTV. You have the, one of the robots over in the bathroom. Then you go to the other side. But this time it's a basement. And it's one of the many roamers up top, Scopos and a couple others. And Sonics, unfortunately for Wildcard, have a pretty good play to shut this down. Surf is undoubtedly good for at least one, as 2 defenders now start rotating back across. Yup, Kansan's aware of the situation he finds himself in, and Surf is good for both. If you were hoping for a competitive Wildcard game, it could happen, but that was game, set, match for Sonics. They set up their pieces perfectly.
I'm really surprised that Spiff didn't just like crawl in the shower there and switch to this other unit. Like
abandon his teammate.
Just like, hey,
cover me, I'm recalling.
Things are going awry on the top floor. Might as well use it to its fullest advantage, right? I mean, come on. Hey guys, I'm just gonna teleport downstairs real quick. Have fun with that. But, I mean, hey, love what we see from Sonics. That's a beautiful clear way to use the shield there from Canadian. Just flushes everybody out to that tub wall side. And let Surf do the business, man. 2 big kills there and a nice little transfer to boot. So good stuff for him. Now the Sonics with a solid timer and with a big capability to open up this round to success.
Yeah, unfortunately, just one of those leads that, especially with the time they have remaining, it seems far-fetched that Wildcard will manage a comeback. Though, only 2 drones remaining for Sonics. Could prove important, especially these Vulcan packs whittle down what little time there is remaining, and Bosco still very much has a C4 that Canadian on the Blitz has fallen victim to a few times. Sonics just have so many bodies, they can dedicate them to so many angles, and Ambi gets the first of the 2 remaining kills, both of the 2 remaining kills. And that's it, flawless round for the Sonics to start out. I believe there have been 3 flawless rounds this series so far, and ironically, despite it being tied, it's been Sonics every single time.
Yes, it has, and that's going to be another one going their way too. And yeah, I mean, we mostly covered it there in kind of the mid round. There was really nothing that Wildcard was going to do to pull that back around the, the bend there, Carter. At least in a perfect world, right? And that's exactly what we got. We got a flawless round. So Sonics solid clear of this top floor, implementing things properly over there on CCTV side. Once they get that open, they get that put shield in there. They know that Wildcard's entire strategy is falling back to the main stairs, and they cut that off at the pass. That's really all she wrote for round 1. Sonics just had to go through the motions of basement offense in order to get things the rest of the way there.
I mean, and it's probably going to force Wildcard's hand at that point. I mean, maybe not necessarily force, but when it was such an easy dismantle for Sonics, Wildcard roam and then are cut off by something so simple, Sonics didn't even have to fall into what normally can trap teams on really any basement site in the game, because I feel like if you look at all the maps in the pool and look at which maps have basement sites, those ones are probably some of the most defender-sided, because often it requires you clearing the most amount of the map. Well, if 3 people die in the first minute from a pretty easy cutoff, you don't have to stumble into any of the obstacles that normally might hit an attacking side. So we'll go to basement again. We'll have a bit of a change in lineup, a lot of hard breach denial, and yeah, not a single player offside this go-round.
No. Playing the basement to its absolute limit. Oil pit position, nitro cell in hand, seeing if anybody tries to work their way in through the garage door. Sonics are going to use this, though, to take full rough shot over the top 2 floors of this bomb site, or rather this map. As they'll be working in on this top level. Got the Thatcher in for the Habana, got backup hard breach as well as backup EMPs. Everything looking good so far for SQ.
expeditious moving through this top floor. I mean, clearly showing that they don't need 3 kills to get them down to this middle floor quickly, or to realize that Wildcard are just sitting down below. That's the danger of Wildcard strategy. Sure, you might get all that control quickly, but with Electric Claws, batteries, and Zoto canisters, you could still find yourself burning a minute 30. Even if you're efficient on your clear, and more often than not on basement just because of how much stuff you got to deal with. 3 hatches, vertical holes that could give away a C4, deciding if you want to go down blue or church or dirt tunnel. So many things you got to consider. You start burning time anyway. Sonics are at least doing what they can right now. One Zoto's gone out. They've used all their EMPs to try to open up some of these hatches, and they are burning through this utility very quickly. But with all those EMPs gone, that electricity comes back. There's a far less easy ways to get them through.
100%. They're getting the hatch work done. Actually didn't end up getting stock. I thought we saw them build up for that too, but no dice. I have to rotate back and get it now. I think that's what they're communicating in the moment. You can see Grixer motioning over here. Drone out for Canadian as he's trying to figure things out for this entire squad. And yes, indeed, big miss there. The minimal time remaining, the Sonics have got to get something going towards this basement.
And that's a massive miss because Grixer only had 6x Kairos remaining. That was the last bit he could get a hatch with, and Surf wanted to use all of his hard recharges, or certainly one of them, for dirt. This is what I mean. This utility sync setup for Wildcard, if it's played effectively, which it has been, can completely nullify any early gains made by an attacking team, and that's exactly what's happening here. All of Rexon's utility has been used. So much time has been spent, and Sonics have not even transitioned down to the bottom floor yet. This utility has gone by. With the Grim gone, you're just relying on Canadian making space. You're relying on the guns working out, and thankfully, Sonics have been shooting straight, Ambi in particular. Canadian drops, everybody moves to the basement, and Wildcard cannot hold a candle. Spiker rotates, might catch him off guard, but he's spotted at the last second and only gets 1. That was a wild card round through and through, and by the skin of their teeth and by the grace of gunfire, Sonics get 2 in a row.
Well, my opener was going to be, see guys, Siege is still a utility game. They just won the entire round based off that. And then Sonics just shot all of them in the face, Carter. Carter, they shot them all. It was not good. Just dropped the hatch like a bat out of hell and put everyone into the dirt. That was pretty crazy out of SQ. Let's get another replay in here just so you guys can see this. Canadian flies in here on blue. You have Rexon, I'm assuming, coming down the blue stairs because they didn't end up getting that hatch. And then you have the 2 in from dirt. It is all hands on deck inside of Armory, and it works out.
I mean, definitely, you know, MVP performance from Surf, and Ambi didn't even die. He got down in the first kind of situation, like going down main stairs, and he didn't even die. Only Rexon has gone down so far. That is impressive stuff. Basically a nigh flawless round, 2 rounds, effectively a flawless round, 2 rounds in a row. And getting 1 out of that is crazy, but gotta highlight Surf. Another 3K in that round. He was not the highest rated player on Nighthaven. He was actually 4th at a 1.0, but given his crazy performance on Skyscraper, even though Sonics lost, him and Ambi so far have at least 2 pretty easy MVP candidate performances, and if they're the 2 players popping off on Clubhouse, maybe it goes to Ambi because he popped off in the map Sonics won, but Surf is right up there with him.
Well, for those that are listening to our analysts, you guys might have heard them touch on something earlier on inside of this series. It happened to do with this character that Grixers bring along for the ride. Wildcard really likes to position tightly knit, especially when it comes to their bomb site. And Ying is something that just does such a good job of breaking things up with her Kandalas. So we'll see if that has anything to do with the answer to Sonic's what they're trying to provide here for round 3. It looks like it might be the resolution to logistics. An Electroclaw not going to be on good timing, so SQ will get the tub wall open, and it's all happening so fast.
Oh, poor Grixer cut down, though. Ambi Gar hooking through the main stairs window, able to find 1. It's Wildcard with the lead, though. Surf switching to his secondary, not able to do enough. A blitz execute for Sonics, and it all goes up in flames. 2-1 now, Wildcard with their first.
Hey, gotta give Kansan some flowers there as well. We had 2 triples out of Surf in the previous 2 rounds, a triple there for Kansan, and some sexy movement on top of that, man. He got the 2 over on gold, immediately switches over next to the default camera at the top of main, and finds that last player working in through Logi. Fantastic recognition of what Sonics are trying to do there, and just, you know, having that readiness in the moment to be able to battle back up against a pretty feisty rush.
I think Grix are going down there first. I mean, not only just in terms of giving the man advantage to Wildcard, but you highlighted that Ying and the Ying Amaru execute. 2 things that can easily throw the defense off guard. The Candela's going one way, the Garhook going from a position you don't expect, and then the bulk of the attack actually coming from Jacuzzi. Wildcard had to look a lot of ways at a lot of moments, but able to cut down the Ying first, nullify any further Candelas. Really, really good stuff by the defense to set themselves up well. CCTV now coming out from the defense as, well, they've lost basement twice. So that's the one downside for this defense going forward. We'll have CCTV, but you got to go back to basement eventually.
So Zofia going to come in. More than likely just something to try and prevent the bandit tricking, but do you see what I see? Akali in. We're going to have...
I was going to say Thermite, but...
Okay, all right. We get it. We get it. You're witty, okay?
I really am quite something. Also an Electroclaw on the floor. Ooh, with that Electroclaw on the floor, will the Lance hit that?
It should.
Yes, I was about to say. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I never, like, consciously witnessed that interaction, so I was like, yeah, maybe it won't, but it did.
It might be dependent on if you actually get it under some, you know, some floorboard, because as you know, the walls are hollow, beam. Right? So yeah, if you get like a nice little angle, maybe that could prevent something. But I haven't messed around with that stuff in ages. So.
Oh, and look at this! They've got the Dock Stims anticipating any fire bolts going in through CC to try and just buff Bay. Now there's no Capital on the board, but you can see him pre-ripping the stim. Kansan's clearly weary of it. That's a really good foresight from Wildcard.
Yeah, it'd be much better if they had ADSs or. Literally anything else to actually stop this Zofia from influencing him. I don't know if they're going to go underneath or if they're going to go for the far window.
This is like those positions in chess where there's like 8 pieces all attacking 1 square.
You're just doing all the mental math. You're like, all right, which side's actually going to work it out here? This is kind of crazy. Grixer's going to get 1, but it's been traded back and forth. Ambi's down, so they won't have that influence of the Deimos through there if that was one of the angles they were going for. And with half the round already gone, Bay's going to choose incorrectly, and it really didn't matter at the end of the day anyways. A Nitro Cell gets Grixer, Bosco guns down Canadian. It's a 4 versus 2 when the wall's finally open.
Yeah, I think Bosco just literally flanked down red stairs and killed both the people down there. So good heads-up read by Sonics. Bay might have lost his life, and Spiker will as well in a very unnecessary situation. No need to peek that aggressively in the 4v2, because Rexon now can move up Garage. Sonics will have to recover the diffuser eventually in secret. Surf now just making his way in sight, but he can back off of this engagement pretty easily. Doesn't have to commit, and indeed, he recognizes that. She'll hop down to recover the diffuser, but there is somebody in secret stairs, I do believe. A Wildcard member laying in wait. Them to take this exact course of action. Who could it be but Bosco with a shotgun close? We saw Rexon do great work with the M590 in a similar spot. What can Bosco make work here? Rexon spots one going for the flank, but not a big factor. Instead, it's red stairs that catches him off guard. Surf trying his best to find him. The head does pop up above the railing, but so much time has been wasted on this clear. Rexon finding nothing. Surf will recover the diffuser, but what can they accomplish here on out? No C4s, especially in the Bandits' hands. It has to be by the 2v1, and Wildcard, just shoot him through the floor. Nothing necessary. Verticality still going their way. Tie game, 4 rounds in.
Well done there from Wildcard, answering the call, especially with just the back and forth nature of that wall breach there on CCTV. It took a very long time to finally have a true answer to that. And the answer was, yeah, you're going to get the wall open, Sonics, but you're going to lose quite a few bodies for it. And here's the concussions flying in. This is the way that they were trying to stop that bandit trick. And Bosco murders both the people in secret. That's the answer that we didn't exactly have on how things went down there. And just what a smart way to deny that. As soon as that first, concussion comes out, Carter, the Nitro Cell is delivered. He gets that big kill and swings in through to finish things up on Canadian too.
2 rounds in a row from both teams. Wildcard not at all what their basement defenses might have indicated, but like I said, You do have to go back to it eventually, and assuming this isn't bar and stage that I'm looking at right now, which it's not, we're going back to basement. And Sonics 2 times have been able to get a win on this round. One very dominantly, one miraculously, especially with a Surf and Ambi 3K in both. This could be a 3-3 half, but if Wildcard can win this here, a lead might be within their reach.
Decent amount of delay on Wildcard side. These traps implemented, Solus there to just try and soak up some of these drones. But what I specifically like is that they've got these Banshees along for the ride with Smoke and Goyo. Just think about how you could have those potentially interact with each other, or just straight up the denial of time, denial of space away from the offense. Something that Sonics will more than likely have to rub shoulders with very soon and potentially try and find an answer for. They don't exactly have anything that is sounding the alarms of, oh, this is the exact way we're going to solve this inside of this lineup. But might just have them walk in and kill some people. That's definitely one of the options.
We're not... This is not going to happen again, right? I mean, they're not getting cut off, but... All right, so we try to do the roam again, and we...
to their credit, Carter, okay? They brought Legion, they brought Malusi.
Oh,
Canadian just found the most direct route.
Well, you didn't say they lost Legion. Well, now that I know that.
I mean, I'm just saying, at least they brought a couple of things to, you know, consider Canadian flying through the top floor on Blitz. It just, it worked out in potentially the worst way it could.
It's...
Oh, God. Dude, Kansan. Oh, Kansan. Oh, no. Oh, guys, it gets worse, guys.
Spiker's been stripped the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get one? No! All right. Well,
they made me do the ugly laugh, dude.
Flawless round for Sonics.
Oh my God! Like
that was all right. I mean, what do you even say to that? We have. They just do the same. Like even Ambi's laughing. Like what the hell? To quote Fettuccine, what the hell was that Looney Tunes ass round of Rainbow Six? Like, what we do the roam again, and it doesn't work again. Because to be fair, you know, Sonics didn't cut it off that time. Ambi just, you know, entered flow state. But then we get the 2v5 because Kansas... Dude, I actually lost it when that Blitz just slowly walked around the corner.
I'm going to be so honest. I was fighting to keep it together. I saw him creep around. I was like, there's no goddamn way he's going to walk around this bend, right? Right?
Like,
just come on.
This Blitz just like slowly walk around the corner like, oh, hey, what's up?
Oh, man. That's one for the books right there, folks.
Like,
and not in a good way, at least for Wildcard.
It's just, remember the Riddler like in that video and Batman like, hey guys. Oh, that was good. That was good stuff. That was a nice little moment of reprieve from what has been overall an extremely intense game of Rainbow Six. And you know what I think we can say? That's the first round where it was like, all right, what the hell are we doing? Like, what's going on here, guys? Every other round has generally been even rounds where Sonics have done poorly or Wildcard have done poorly. That's really been the only like kind of silly one. Everything else has been very good play from both teams. I'm getting flashbacks to Nighthaven. It's a different player with the C4, but it's a very similar situation. Waiting to hear somebody go out on the rappel, so Kansan can toss that C4 out, potentially hit somebody on the way down. Out it goes. Too short. Gricks are also a little bit under the lip of that roof, so very, very safe. C4, all for nothing.
Yeah. Not picking Kansan for my cornhole squad, that's all I'm saying.
Good thing there's 4.
Yeah, sometimes you need that, you know?
You do.
Surplus store. Wildcard does. And from what they've seen so far, I don't exactly blame them either, right? I mean, there's many times where a properly placed Nitro Cell just completely blows Sonics out of the water, but just have not been able to find their mark just yet. Speaking of finding their mark, Sonics, you can see they are searching desperately for their entry point to this building. A Nitro Cell will go out. I don't even know if it gets the drone. It doesn't. And things are starting to become a little less positive for Wildcard.
A little less positive, but there isn't a whole lot going for Sonics right now, but they do need to make the most of this. We still have the player holding behind the shield or behind red. Zoto Canister will go out, and Spiker retreats into the recesses of Cash. There's so many players coalescing around this position. He's got to be careful. Thank God that Selma charge just got destroyed. Spiker can hold this position for a little longer. Oh, very late reaction. Ambi might not have been on a screen for long, but could have gotten away with a whole lot more than just 86 remaining HP on the Deimos. One looking for the entry. Everyone from Wildcard trying their best to support Spiker the best they can. The Deimos has gone down, so that vertical pressure a little less worrisome than it was before. Sonic's also, oh no, get away with robbery! Spiff, unfortunately the attacker too far below the soft wall, can't land those shots. Kansan goes down too. They put everything on defending Spiker, and they've come away in the disadvantage.
Those trades were supposed to play out so much better for Wildcard. They had everything implemented, and instead Sonics make it away with 2 big frags. They found a way back into this. Opened up the entirety of construction. These crossfires still something you got to worry about, but almost a moment there. We talked about the amount of nitro cells on defense, and there was another one in their back pocket. That one meant for Rexon, but it won't get him. And with 20 seconds remaining, this case has got to find a home.
It's got to. 15 seconds left. Rexon not the one with the diffuser. He's instead the first one through the breach. Surf goes down, so Wildcard even game. Oh, still trading, still shooting back. Bay hops out, tries to extricate himself from the situation. Bosco retakes that ground, and he's got enough time. He's got enough room to tie this half. 0 seconds remaining, 1v1 by the end. But Wildcard have kept it close and nullified Sonic's lead.
I mean, how many times is Wildcard going to hit us with the, I didn't hear no bell? Like, it's just, it seems like there's so many of these rounds that they've clutched up where they just take it to the Sonics and they find like these just insane lines where just in a split moment, Sonics aren't watching the exact thing that they need to get back into the round. And yet again, we have it. Wildcard specifically right here, this crazy move from Bay that gets that nice frag. And then once again, the rotation from Bosco. You know what they don't expect? 2 to be there. They end up getting taken down. 3-3 now as Wildcard will take control on the offensive side. But what a crazy half we just witnessed.
Very, very crazy stuff. Could have been a 4-2 if that second basement defense goes Wildcard's way. I mean, all the odds were against Sonics, and they just pull through, though, in no small part from a big 3K from Surf. Could have been a winning half, just like Skyscraper. Won't be the case, but Sonics, three at least triple kills throughout the 6 rounds we've seen so far. 2 from Ambi and 1 from Surf. Massive individual performances from Sonics to get a lot of these rounds over the line. Every single one they won had somebody getting a 3K. And still they only got a tie game. That's a good omen for Wildcard at least. But let's look at how they're able to tackle this church site, because we saw how much benefit it gave the Sonics being able to win that twice. And, well, actually, it's the only site they won, I'm now just realizing. Yeah. So Wildcard can win this. It's a good sign.
Yeah, very positive. It's the way they want to open up this side as well. I mean, when it's 3-3 like this, any little bit of sway, always a good omen, especially when it's going your way. Now for this offense, I like the fact that we're bringing the Buck back in. I cannot speak right now. it was coming. It worked its way out. Just because of those angles that we usually see over by Kitchen. It's amazing stuff to be able to implement, especially trying to deal with those deep armory spots. So we'll see them more than likely try and break that up sooner rather than later. But just recognizing now that nobody is on this mid floor, they'll continue to prosper into this mid round.
And Sonic's going with that full hard breach denial defense. Instead of the bandit like Wildcard had, they will have the mute instead. Remember how much difficult it was for the Sonics. They needed players to go big in that late round, and Wildcard are putting themselves in a similar position. And unfortunately, you know, assuming it goes well, assuming they're able to reach a similar position, that is hilarious, actually. Magnet on the lamp to catch an EMP, because why the hell would there be a magnet in front of the attackers? It's the small things like that, though, that make it work. They catch the EMP, it might still disable it. It certainly causes Wildcard to be confused, at least for a little bit. Another one goes out, one Electric Claw in pocket, but Surf can't time this properly. I mean, it's so hard to do with the Electric Claws and the Exothermics. The Zotos will have to do. Huge play in blue, by the way. It's a 3v3 as a result of those endeavors, but Ambi's able to make it an advantage favoring Sonics. Kind of incredible we had presence there that early on, Sam, but it's certainly going the way of the defense.
Yeah, I think Wildcard was doing their damnedest to try and catch them off guard with all this motion that was happening over towards these main hatches. But Sonics, they send a volley of shots back, and now they're on top, at least as of right now, going into the tail end of round 7 here. Wildcard have got to try and find these pressure angles. They know one's over on AK. Spiker's more than likely going to have to activate here at a moment's notice. But the big issue is right now, Carter, there's so many crosses towards this hatch.
There are, and I think that's probably one of the reasons we Bosco maybe rotating out or maybe just getting in position to use these flashes. One does go out, Spiker drops off the back of that, and the AK player is too much for him to deal with. Bosco can't even clean it up. Round 1, at least on the defensive side, going Sonic's way. Every round is important here, and you need to pick up anything you can.
Well, it's a solid round from the Sonics. I love that they were able to recognize that there were still things going on around the map whilst that all those, tasks were being accomplished around the hatches. Being able to, be confident in your players that are holding things down, especially around those entry points like blue, like dirt, like the main stairs. It was the big game-changing difference there for the Sonics as they were able to not only equalize, but also eventually pull ahead in man count because of those positions. So well done to the Sonics as they're going to pull ahead again here on Clubhouse going into round 8. They're going to head upstairs as well. But we'll see what they want to try and cook up. No Frost this time around. You usually see her rear her ugly head whenever it comes to this. Gotta hate those Frost mats whenever you hop in off the master side. But won't have to worry about those too much. We'll have to worry about our other band of characters that we usually see, though. With Kaid especially and Tubarao working their way in to try and slow down the wall breach here from WC.
We'll see if it works. I mean, just with how much utility is in your way, it's always going to be difficult. Electro Claws, the Zoto canisters. No Bandit being brought in. We dropped the mute, so hey, technically less than what we had before. But it's still very good for Sonics last time. It could be equally so here. The Council Barricades and Gym Bedroom, also a classic. Really, it's going to come down to what Wildcard decided to do with the CCTV position. We got 3 people over here, so it seems like it's going to be a focus. Now instead just going to be an open the wall and leave early on, would be my guess. And that's fine with that's fine with Sonics, because Rexen all the way in Raptors, though moving back pretty soon.
Some patience out of Rexen up top, but Ambi wants it all. Knows that player's outside and he's hunting him down, even with the ump in hand. Does not care. Also just takes one proper click, and that could be the game-changing moment here. Electroclaw for Canadian, nothing to really stop this from getting blown sky high, and now that wall will be readily available for the offense. Ambi still trying to hold things down here at yellow stairs. They know that player's outside. Rexen getting aggressive. He almost hits the flick over to the main door, and they're trying to take the full house. It's all cards on the deck here, as this entire table is looking to be a full sweep out of SQ.
Now, Wildcard had no idea how to deal with this extension. Ambi on for 3 now. Rexen finally getting on the board. Thought he at least got 1 in that affair down in Garage, but seems to not be the case. Let's give him his 4th. Super shorty around the corner. Instead, it's Canadian. Sonic's 4th flawless round this series. Their 3rd on Clubhouse. Pretty remarkable considering it's only 5-3. But that strategy, Wildcard, they were puzzled by it. They wanted to clear out Garage and CCTV and Cash. But Ambi has castle barricaded both lounge doors, actually. You could just phrase it that way. Both lounge doors. And it's just sitting there, supporting Rexen down below. He's got one angle watching the garage door. He can also peek from the doorway. And Wildcard were stumped. They didn't know what to do. They tried to put in utility to deal with Rexen. They tried to take 1v1s with him. Ambi's able to provide support. But with that strategy and then the execution of it, I think Sonic's just consistently keeping Wildcard on their toes and one step ahead.
Yeah, the timing of that pressure, Carter, that's what got me there, right? Yeah. I mean, the way they fly into Garage and take them completely off guard, that was the big thing there that really set that entire round into motion for the Sonics. And it also procs a timeout. This is, again, that perfect time. It's round 5 here for the Sonics that they just secured. Let's get this timeout in here, and let's see what we can do, especially now since Sonics have 1-2 defenses. We more than likely know the bomb site that they're going. Here's a replay for you folks as Sonics fly in through that garage once again, get that big moment there, and then are able to take out the rest of the players as they work their way towards site.
Every single round, by the way, that Sonics have won, somebody's got a 3K on their team. Every single time. 3 times it's been Ambi. No, 1 time Surf, 1 time Grixer. But Ambi's obviously having a great performance. I mean, 9 kills in 3 rounds, and to his credit, Sonics have converted all of them. That's happened. But 3 flawless rounds so far, and recall that in round 2, they only lost 1 body in an impactless situation. They've effectively had 4 flawless rounds this map so far. If you want to be generous like I am and include round 2. Again, it's kind of strange considering before this, it was only a 1-round lead for Sonics, but they have been performing extremely well in the rounds they are winning, individually and as a whole. One more time to complete the full sweep. All 3 sites in a row will put them on match point, and we're starting to reach the point, Sam. The momentum, I think, is finally building in Sonic's way, more so than it has on any map previously.
Yeah, and what a map for it to happen on as well, right? I mean, we talked a little bit earlier on about Canadian and his history with Skyscraper, how it can tend to be a little shaky. You know what's not shaky? Canadian and Clubhouse. This map has been a hallmark of Canadian success throughout his entire Siege career. And it could be a reason that he gets past wildcard here today. Sonic's looking very solid as of right now, and some great utility implemented to try and slow down wildcard once again.
It's been successful. Most of the times they've tried to do it. It's very important on CCTV, of course. I mean, the 3 hard breach now set up on CCTV. That's kind of, I mean, I'd even consider that overkill in my humble opinion, but could be difficult to deal with. It's always problematic, those auto canisters especially. 2 EMPs remaining. Doing the Electroclaw shuffle against an exothermic charge is always difficult, but it's stopping wildcard. Minute and 20 seconds now. Second of 3 EMPs goes out, and the third to follow suit. This will undoubtedly be the wall opened up as a smoke grenade or smoke bolt goes out. But the final Zoto to stop it right at the moment of completion. And for all that effort, only a 4v4. Make that a 4v3. Make that maybe a 4v2. Because Spiker contesting this garage so heavily, he's lost 16 HP. And Wildcard just outside of the site will send in a firebolt. Both of them, in fact. I've been waiting for a minute now of Wildcard to finally make the push, and off the back of this, there's nothing. No execute into the site, Sam. They are holding. Perhaps to their detriment.
Oh, they're terrified. They're looking for this pick. They know that they got pressure, and Grixer will finally lose it out to Bosco. Practically a heads-up gunfight there for both of them. The pre-fire comes through, but the ACOG on that slight angle, just that much better in the moment. Now, a 3 versus 3. Low HP on Spiker, low HP on Surf. This is practically even Stevens. Let's see who chose the better squad here at the beginning of recess. Bosco's gonna hop outside here, have to make the rotations. Do they know there's still this player in garage?
I mean, they've got to. I mean, they never cleared it. Spiker was dual. It's why Spiker's on 16 HP. Is that player there? Sonics, I think, just have the better angles. Somebody's got to win this fight. Oh, Surf lets him slip by. Ambi's still able to get one, but Spiker wins that fight. It's a 1v1, and Surf's worse for wear. Diffuser not his control. Oh, and he sprints right into him. Bosco caught lacking, thinks the flash is enough. Thinks the Cade is deeper than he is. And with 3 in a row, Sonics are 1 round away from stopping the dream Wildcard has.
How many rounds, man? How many rounds throughout Siege history have we seen come down to a 1 versus 1 where somebody gets caught with the sprint in their hands, right? Every single time it feels like. And yet again, Bosco going to be a new name on this list. What a moment there for Wildcard, though. I mean, everything that they could have asked for to open up that round to a potential Wildcard success was there in the dying moments. They just did not have things under wraps when it came to top red, and Surf fully exploited that situation. To the nth degree, honestly. I mean, that was incredibly well done, especially with it coming down to the wire like that and him being able to, you know, really keep things under wraps in a high-pressure situation.
Definitely a 1v1 that could change the fate of this game, depending on if Wildcard are able to mount any bit of a comeback. We'll have a reload.
No shot. No shot.
So we got Ambi, Surf, Katie, and Grixer say something. So, I mean, it's got to be Rexen. Can crash the game. It's my Holmesian deduction being put to work there.
He just kicked the PC real quick. He's like, you know what?
if you're kicking the PC on 6-3, you gotta reorient yourself. You have gone awry in life somewhere. You're up 3 rounds against an underdog, and you kick the PC. You gotta go to therapy, or I don't know, find God at that point.
Something. And we're going to find a break. So that's the beauty of this situation. We're going to see you guys here in just a little bit.
Potentially the final round of Sonics versus Wildcard could be underway as we come back from that break. If you are just now tuning in, well, you're really coming in at the least eventful part. Unfortunately, we had the upset from Wildcard, the close Nighthaven, and since the side swap, a 3-3 has now turned into match and series point for Sonics, and Wildcard's insurgent performance might just end here. They'd go down to the LCQ, Sam, and for a performance like this, even a performance that we saw from them on Nighthaven, even though they lost in regulation, that'd be a shame.
Yeah, most definitely. And honestly, I think at this point, it'd be a shame for really either squad. I think we really did get the best of the best when it came to NA this stage in playoffs, because these games so far have been ludicrous. It makes me even more excited for what we're going to see later on today. I really hope that they can hold a candle to this best of 3 that you and I have been able to be a part of. Yeah, right? Exactly. You never know with these things. That's why we play the games, right? You can't always play them on paper. As of now, Sonic's trying to scratch the last of their ticket in for that 7th and coveted round to close this thing out.
By the way, the trend continues. 6 round wins and 6 3Ks from Sonics, as Surf also getting a 1v2/1v1 in round 9. Insane individual performance hitting at the exact right time for Sonics that has kept this game as far away from Wildcard as it has been. It's definitely been Wildcard's weakest map so far, but because the first 2 were so strong, that's not exactly saying they've been doing bad. Minute and 15 seconds in, Wildcard making their way quickly through the building. It's a different defense from the Sonics. Before, there was a mute, a tuber out, and a K down below. Now the hard breach denial supply is running low on the Sonics.
MB playing around main stairs. Oh my god! Rexon hits him with a bomb! He takes out Spiker and Kansan. Spiff at least gets a refrag, but my goodness gracious! That is incredible! That's Thatcher down, that's Capitao gone. Is there even anybody to help Habana with this? I don't think so. It's just Grim with some extra hard breach utility. Oh, Wildcard. What a situation that has befalled you.
I mean, MVP right now is Sonic's Stratbook saying not to bring Cade here. Like,
oh, after you, sir.
Losing the Thatcher could be rough. Wildcard have to work out of a 3v4, but the flashbang in the pre-fire reveals that somebody's pushing in through dirt. Sonics will be aware of this. Bay on the backstab, going through blue. Somebody's got to be watching that, surely. The recovery seems so unlikely here. A Vulcan at Bosco's feet. He's aware of it. They shoot it in front of him. 20 seconds. If they want to commit to dirt, it'll be 15 seconds remaining, and they know these people are here. This is a play Wildcard know about. All angles covered. The hatches have already been battened down, and Sonics, a 7-3, could be in the making. Bosco rotates out, 37 HP remaining. Is the inevitable awaiting us? An ill-fated hatch drop that'll be the end, or can Bay make a miracle out of nothing and be the only player, no spiff, inside of the site? Nobody's moving. They're not giving him a damn opportunity. GG indeed, as finally Rexon meets him. Sonics send Wildcard to the LCQ. And an amazing performance on map 1 and 2 goes unrewarded in the series.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing is that Wildcard are just not able to get over that last hurdle. They get down to the last map here and things get so complicated for them. They are not capable of really dealing with a lot of these setups from the Sonics. It was really Sonics that had finally put on that thinking cap and started showing off just how creative and talented this squad is.
Well, if that game was good, C9 M80 could be insane. So don't go anywhere. Series 2 right after this.
No, blue.
Yeah,
Nice. Reset. Last one was dirt. Last one was dirt.
Box two.
Stay
Off.
Stay alive. I can stop.
Let's fucking go. Box two.
Let's fucking go.
Stop him.
Box two, Troy.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Sorry. Good job.
You're good.
Well, the result we expected, but it did take a little bit longer to get there than I think we probably thought was gonna happen. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Sonics, they're walking away with the win. Wild card, they're on to the LCQs.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's exactly what we expected from Wildcard. Obviously, great showing on Skyscraper, but that's just where Wildcard ends up falling short. They always get a map or two that kind of becomes their domain and the place that they end up finding success on, but once it comes to showing a little bit of depth in a best of 3, that's where Sonics inevitably took it away. In that last map, I mean, it looked like Sonics was really in the driver's seat from the start. Obviously, they knew exactly where to right the wrongs that they had in that first matchup in week 1 against Wildcard. It was not even close to say. It really was Sonics just really good reading, really good ability to just not give any kills back after getting opening kills and just transitioning that into round wins.
Yeah, and I do want to commend Wildcard, though. I mean, they kept it very competitive all the way up until the very end. It's unfortunate that they do fall short, but still a big improvement nonetheless. I mean, even for them to fall into LCQs, this is only going to, put that fire underneath them to be ignited even more, to have a bigger flame going into there, to put up even a better performance there, to still possibly make that spot. They aren't fully done yet. They still do have a chance. But I mean, even for Sonics, I mean, this really came down to a game of just mistakes and who was able to capitalize off those, and that's exactly what Sonics was doing through and throughout this game. I mean, they're just a really solid team. They kept up that pressure. I mean, Ambi was doing phenomenal job throughout this entire series where we haven't been able to see him step up. So it just goes to show when you get into a best of 3, anything can happen, but it's important that you can just go from map to map to map and keep looking to improve and play better, and that's exactly what we saw from the Sonics end.
I mean, would you think it would be fair to say that it was kind of the veteran talent there really kicking in at the end, kind of in the long haul across a best of 3?
For pure resilience and mindset, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think when it came down to the strategy, obviously, who knows how to handle a loss better than people who have lost before in the past? So not being able to shake it off after that first map 1, go into forward, I mean, I think it's able to allow a level of comfortability and relaxation for everybody else on the team, and specifically for the rookies on the team or the newer players. When you have experienced players just saying, don't worry about it, let's focus on, just doing what we know best, that's when you have big players like Ambi who are able to just step up.
Yeah, and Ambi was definitely one of those players throughout this entire series that was popping off. We talked to him not that long ago in an interview where he was talking about, I'm playing mid, everyone else is doing great. But even with him saying that he was playing mid, he was like middle of the pack. It wasn't by any means that he wasn't playing bad. So if that's your mid performance, and then you get into the playoffs and you are having pop-off performances through every single one of these games, I mean, you got to feel good for Sonics knowing that obviously Ambi's stepping up where he needs to be, especially going into the playoffs. I mean, 39-20. I mean, he had one hell of a series.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that last round on Labs where Ambi's just upstairs holding it down, and you were saying as long as Ambi holds top, they're going to get it. Sure enough, he does. I mean, he really showed up today.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, that's just good to have players like Canadian, Rexon, and Grixer that have been there before to get the newer players that, haven't really made it to this far on the stage like Ambi and Surf, and just let them know, hey, doesn't matter if we lose the first one, it's a best of 3, it's a marathon. And when you're able to just not worry so much about the technical part of the game and just focus on your shooting, I mean, it was about time Ambi had his show up game day, and I think that was today.
Well, it's about time we get Ambi on the horn as well for an interview. Looking forward to speaking to him right here. Let's see if we've got him. Welcome, Ambi. I see they still got you in solitary confinement there, probably because you're so dangerous, brother.
They do.
They got to lock you up. Well, congratulations on your win. I just wanted to ask, I mean, what was the vibe on the team going into map 2 after you felt Wildcard? I think they kind of pulled a fast one on you guys on Skyscraper.
I mean, yeah, we just played fundamentally bad on Wildcard. They don't do anything crazy. They do very default takes, and we know we're better than them, and we know that we just made fundamental mistakes on Skyscraper that made us lose because they don't do anything crazy. It's all default. So if we lose to them, we lose because we make the mistakes, and we know we made our mistakes, and we made a point to correct them on Nighthaven and Clubhouse.
Well, I want to congratulate Ambi on not only your performance throughout the series, but obviously getting one step ahead of punching your ticket to Montreal. But I want to ask you kind of a follow-up question to Corbex is, throughout that series, were you a little surprised, though, granted how close these rounds were and what could have possibly happened had you guys not mustered out some of these rounds?
I mean, they're a good team. We're not underestimating them at all. I mean, we knew it was going to be a hard match, and we knew that if we didn't play fundamentally sound, like it was going to be hard. Yeah. And honestly, we made a good amount of mistakes, so that's why it was close.
Yeah, well said. I mean, you've definitely been getting media trained, Ambi. I like that. My question is more for you specifically. We talked to you the last time we chatted. You said that, you know, I mean, we had the little joke of highlighting everybody on your team besides you, and you were like, oh, I'm playing a little bit mid. But, I mean, today you showed up, and was there anything from that interview of you saying you played mid that happened to have changed? Is it just, you know, the lights weren't as bright today? Talk us through your amazing performance today.
I mean, I just got to be confident in myself and just make plays with my teammates, and I feel extremely confident right now. I'm making plays just off my teammates with my teammates, and, you know, I have freedom to, you know, kind of do what I want, just do whatever, get kills, and that's what I'm doing right now. Hopefully I can keep it going.
That's a wonderful attitude to have there, my man. And I, you know, just gotta ask, SSG, they're looming up next in the future. How are you feeling? You personally, and I guess the team as a whole, going up against Space Station Gaming?
I mean, we're really confident. We know they're a good team. It's going to be a challenge. Last time we played them, we were up 6-3 and lost. As long as we play, you know, some good Siege, I think we can beat anybody. So we're confident to face them.
I love to hear the confidence there, my man. Congratulations on your win tonight. Enjoy your celebration today. And then, you know, we'll see you back sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Hey, you have a good one.
It's good. It's very positive. You feel there's a very positive environment on that team.
He's media trained now.
He's media trained
now.
They've been working on him in solitary. They've been working it back up. No, but you do feel like there's a really positive environment, and it's been the way they've felt this entire stage, right?
I mean, you'd have to say so given their performance. And again, I know we got to talk, you know, they did fall out of the top 2, but they're still coming in strong. They're still showing that they're competitive. They're still showing that they can adapt. They aren't letting that loss hinder their performance going forward. And the fact that they are one step closer to punching their ticket to Montreal just goes to show the tenacity, the ferocity, the consistency that this team is continuing to improve with every single game that they play.
Well, they're going to have to keep improving here in the bracket because they are going to have to face SSG next. I mean, that's a bit of a tall matchup there, but, you know, I think this worked out the way we expected, and this is the matchup that we expected to see as well.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked about it at the start of the day, everyone kind of figured that SQ would be the one that would be going that far. Wildcard put up an amazing fight, but SSG is a whole nother titan of consistency. They have been very consistent, and I'm excited to look forward to it tomorrow. Obviously, a battle of the 2 adaptive giants that we have so far on the stage. I think it'll be a really nice head-to-head for that.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, I think, you know, more so for the Sonics, it's definitely going to be a tough one. Obviously, this was a hard one already, but again, we've already touched up how well SSG has been playing throughout the stage, and they're looking to be on their final form going through playoffs, and the fact that they've been sitting pretty, they have the VODs now, they know what they want to do to possibly go against this matchup. Sure, Ambi did say, you know, they were up 6-3 against them, but talk about a team and their resilience, that is SSG, and it's specifically their mentality and their dynamic of how they play as a team and just their fundamentals, just outside of the game. It's definitely going to be a hard game, but I mean, it's really who shows up and who plays that game of Siege that, you know, we're going to be more focusing on once we get into that game tomorrow.
Well, hopefully that whets your appetite for the games tomorrow, but we got one more best of 3 to get through here today, and it promises to be a good one. C9 BC versus M80 coming up to you right after this break.
I'd have to do Vivid. Our coach, he's amazing. Amazing coach. Can I pick myself?
Well, the first blood has been shed in Stage 2 NAL playoffs, and our next match looms large on the horizon. Enter C9 BC, the major champions, facing an uphill climb to defend their title in Montreal. Their first big test is, of course, a sleek, versatile M80 with high hopes of taking another run at international competition. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me here on the desk to help serve up this wonderful feast of Siege are, of course, two of the all-time greats, Laxing and Foxa. So happy to be here alongside you guys for yet another best of 3. I mean, this one I think promises to be real close.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think you could have said it better. I absolutely agree. I mean, M80 very versatile, all over the place, and then the C9BC, the previous major winners. I don't think we talk about that enough this stage because of their performance so far. It's been kind of all over the place. And that's what we want to see them get back to, is that consistency, is that strong major winning team, especially now that they've been able to, I guess, hopefully get through all of those issues that being at the top has put in front of them.
Yeah, and the last time we saw these two match up was actually their first game day for C9 Beast Coast, and realistically, that game that we talked about, this should have been a C9 Beast Coast win. It was a 6-8, but fundamentally, Beast Coast looked far better. It's just M80 pulled out that win. So I am expecting a little bit of a get back from C9 Beast Coast going into this game. But even from their last game, what we saw against Dark Zero, where they were down a player, Gav was out of the game due to unfortunate events, and it really came down to Diffuser and Spears that really stepped up that game and just absolutely carried it through.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the former Manchester major winners, it is something that I think we haven't talked about enough here in this stage. As you said, Fox, C9 BC, they are so good across the board. We've just been seeing them pop up. They just delivered that huge loss to Sonics as well in Week 9, really poised for a good run here in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different side of the coin here that they find themselves compared to their last stage, but it's still the same end goal. Because the funny thing is, if you look at the last stage of what playoffs look like and where they were sitting compared to now, it's entirely different. It's a little bit reverse is the funny part, because where we saw them last stage, they completely had a huge resurgence. They found themselves in playoffs. They were sitting pretty, and then they just had to win one game, and they won it against Dark Zero, and then played M80 in the finals, won it there. They already punched their ticket just winning that game against Dark Zero. Now you look at stage 2, now they're sitting here versing M80, where they originally played them at the end, and now they have to beat Dark Zero in order to now punch their ticket to Montreal. So it's kind of a little reverse sweep when you look at that, but I mean, it's still the same goal overall for this team to achieve that spot and fight for their major spot once again.
Yeah, and even if you look at the specific games too, obviously in stage 1, they went 0-3 off the start before they went undefeated. And now in this stage, they looked like that same weak team. They struggled to get wins. They struggled to look like the major winning team, because obviously when you get to the top, everybody's counter-shredding you. Everybody's trying to outplay you. But eventually they slowly started picking up their pace, and arguably enough, their best showing was their last showing, where they ended up playing with Merc as a sub. And so it shows that they have the fundamentals to be good regardless of who's in that slot, but now they have their full 5 roster today.
You know, the one player I think I watched consistently through interviews who remains so confident in his team, especially in the idea that they're going to get to playoffs, they've got a big map pool, it's Hot and Cold, right? Has just been so consistently proud of his squad and what he thinks they can do in the playoffs.
Yeah, and you have to talk about Hot and Cold and highlight him here. I mean, these are the games throughout the stage so far. Obviously, you see the 3 losses, but he is performing extremely well still on that IGL role. Obviously, a little taper off from that Sonics game, but again, that really came down to Diffuser Spirits game as a whole. But I want to specifically hone in on Hot and Cold, because now you're getting into best of 3 territory. He is the IGL. He is the sole leader that is going to be setting his team up for success and using his team, his Swiss Army knives, to be able to move around the map. And especially given, you know, their performance, what we've seen so far, their fall off, and Hot and Cold talked about it, you know, teams didn't understand what they were doing. They didn't have the idiosyncrasies of what each and every single player did, where that's where they struggled with now, as teams do understand how to adapt, how to play against this team. So which is why I am highlighting Hot and Cold specifically going into this matchup today, is he's going to be leading that forefront of setting his team up in these situations to pull out these rounds, win these rounds. So again, Hot and Cold is going to be the key factor for this team's success to not only push through M80, but then bring in that fight to Dark Zero to try to punch their ticket to Montreal.
And he'll be the biggest key to re-identifying the C9 BC that we know won the major. Obviously, now they've gotten to the point where everybody does know how they play. They know individually how people play. And it's up to Hot and Cold, being the IGL of the team, to be able to position players differently and work with the roster on playing off of each other in a different way. Even if it's just a small difference, any little bit of change adds a different element to Scene NBC.
And I think he can absolutely do that just for the sole fact, when you look back at the last stage, they had an identity crisis and they all came together and put that backing on Hot and Cold, which immediately propelled them all the way to the top of the NAL and then propelled them all the way to first in Manchester.
You know, I'll be honest, I find him inspiring. I find his confidence in his team absolutely inspiring, and he's going to need all of that confidence, though, here tonight, because they are going up against an M80 squad that has been deadly, right? They played them in the playoffs last year. They won that match. They're going back to it again. A very different M80, a scary M80 this time around.
Yeah, and what's the one takeaway that we've been talking about since the start of the stage with M80? It's about their versatility. Since picking up Hyper, they've been very flexible. Everybody on the team can play any single operator across the board, and that's the strength to M80. Every single buddy on the team has been able to flex to a different role or a different position and find success. They have a great leadership of cameraman. They have Spoit, who's arguably, everyone calls him the wonder child of the of the league, and he's topping the KD charts, and he's doing it on Ace. You can see across the board they have 3 different hard breaches. Everybody on the roster can show their strength in whatever situation they need. But in the issues that M80 struggles with is the lack of versatility in their maps, and that's the biggest downfall for them, is because their maps, you can see it from stage 1 to stage 2. Chalet and Skyscraper were 2 of their best maps in stage 1. They have not played them yet. And if there's a key theme besides the clubhouse, it's the big maps, Labs and Bank, that have been played in stage 2. They have not found success on these big maps. So obviously it's very simple 1, 2, 3, you know, big map, bad M80, small map, good M80. And it puts them in a position where the big maps, they struggle because they're all too split up. They can all do a little bit of everything, but when you're on a big map that splits everybody too thin, they lack the identity to be able to play off of each other, and that's where they end up struggling and falling short.
I think it speaks into the versatility, though, is that now they do have this roster, this more equipped, well-rounded oil machine that they can try out these maps and see if they work, because like you were saying, they haven't showed those last 2 previous maps due to playing these big maps. So now going into a best of 3, that possibly can allow that to be opened up and have that avenue going forward.
Well, you know, there's only so much we can tell you here on the desk, so we had an opportunity to go a little bit deeper with 2 of the players here, Kino and Diffuser, get an idea of how they felt about the end of the group stage and what they're looking forward to here when their teams meet.
Super weekend at the end of groups was kind of chaotic for M80. We didn't really have a super week because we ended up having our bye right in the middle of it. It was fun. We got some points. We got some losses. It was very mixed ending, but overall, we're proud of how much we learned this group stage, and we're ready for playoffs.
I think it went well. Obviously, we wanted to get that SSG win so we could secure top 2. We didn't, but we got playoffs. We're here, and we're planning on winning. I think we looked best against Sonics, but again, we didn't have Gaveni. Can't really credit any of our group stage wins. We just beat a bunch of janitors. One player who I thought stood out really well in group stage was Spirits. I think he's slept on, and he's a really good player, and he deserves to be praised.
The one person on M80 who's been standing out is none other than Split. I mean, he's just a wonder kid. He's always performing, always putting up the numbers. On our first game against NPC, I thought they were very slow and I don't think they were ready. It was a very sloppy game from both sides. We were very sloppy, couldn't get the walls open. It was a very bad game from both of us. So I feel like now on playoffs, kind of interesting, you know, like we have on our team, we have the 1v1 king, and then they have major MVP gunner. Which one's best? I don't know.
I just think we played like we should have beat them. They're a good team, yeah, but I think we're better. We have better players, better matchup for us. I think we just blatantly trolled that game, and we're not gonna let it happen this time. Their biggest strength is just being blessed in hero plays by Spoid. I think if Citizen isn't doing anything, that it should be an easy 2-0 in playoffs. But I think if Citizen is playing how he does once in a while, then it's gonna be a little bit harder.
I never have any other expectations besides to win. I never go into a game expecting I'm going to lose or expecting the other team's better. I always think I have the upper hand, and that's how I'm going to treat every game by game. We'll get there.
I don't think it would be fair to say my expectations are to win, but I do think it would be fair to say my expectations are to go in confident. And even if we win or lose, be confident, because we're going to make Montreal. It's going to happen, whether it's in the LCQ or if it's through playoffs. Just be confident. That's all my expectations are.
Well, Diffuser giving them credit, saying they're a good team, and then saying that all they do is make hero plays off the back of points. A little mixed messaging there.
I mean, I can appreciate the two different approaches, but especially for Diffuser, being a rookie and the arrogance and confidence that he has, the thing is, he can back it up. He's a major champion winner. He dominates the top of that leaderboard for that team, even just in the last game. So I can really appreciate Diffuser's approach to this.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think what he said was wrong. I mean, M80 has been backed by a lot of big hero plays, especially on the maps that they played. I mean, that was the biggest thing that I mentioned is when they go to these huge maps and they're spread too thin, they have nothing else to win them those maps besides hero plays. They need that. But obviously, there's a lot that they haven't shown that we've seen them play in stage 1. So it adds a whole element of, will C9BC have enough information on what M80 can bring? Because if it's all about the versatility and a best of 3 where you can flex and have to flex the amount of maps that you can play, there's a lot that M80 just hasn't shown in their last stage.
You know, and as much as we want to kind of, or people want to disparage the idea of a hero play, hero plays do work. I mean, you have the Spoit, they don't.
Sure, it's not something that you want to rely on, but if it's getting you rounds and you're winning the game off of it, who cares at that point? But at the end of the day, yes, you need the teamwork, you need the camaraderie there to, you know, propel you even further. But again, it's not a bad thing if you can have a player that just is in those moments, that is setting himself up for success to ultimately set up the team for success. But still, I mean, M80 does still have strong 5 players. You can't count out anyone on that team. It just so happens that Spoit does take that limelight more often than not. But again, that's not his own fault. That's just, he's just a phenomenal player.
Fox, I hear you I hear you about the maps.
I mean, we're talking about big plays, and I feel like that's really the story for Border and, I mean, Clubhouse specifically, just because they are two pretty typical maps that you see. There's nothing too much that you'll be able to come into surprise, but specifically Border, it's such an aggressive, fast-paced, back-and-back brawl of a map that you're going to see a lot of hero plays, whether you like it or not. So this will really be a position to put, you know, Diffuser's money where his mouth is on, you know, oh, they're getting backed out by plays. Well, if they let those big plays run away with them on a map like Border that amplifies big individual plays, then I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's their game to lose because it's their map pick. It's C9BC's map pick. So they just can't let that over-aggression overpower them.
I do like this map from C9 Beast Coast specifically. We did see them how well they played it against Luminosity. So I'm expecting M80 to take something from that game and not allowing C9 to have these avenues of aggression to be able to take top East, be able to take break, or even dome for that example. But again, if C9 Beast Coast can walk away with that, we've talked about this plenty throughout the stage, is C9 Beast Coast does a really good job at setting the tempo of the game, and you more so play into their game and how they want you to play. So again, I am really expecting M80 to come into this game and really take from what they watched in that Luminosity matchup and thwart off these attacks right away, so that way they can pivot on their attacks and bring something a little to the table that C9 Beast Coast didn't get to see during that Luminosity game.
I mean, it's something that we sort of touched on as well. There's C9BC is starting on attack. They are remarkably good. The top attacking team in NA on a map like Border, that just screams victory to me.
Yeah, of course, because it's so pivotal on getting those opening kills, especially with how split up the map is. Everybody's kind of in their own 1v1 battle. So it is in C9BC's favor to win those attacks. But in my opinion, I think if there's a map where M80 is going to make a stand, it would be this map, and maybe a little bit of a hot take, but I think M80 has to win this series 2-0. I don't think they win that last map of Labs.
I don't disagree with that, and it's definitely going to be a grudge match going into Clubhouse. But yeah, specifically this map, like I said, for M80, I need to see them adapting quickly and understanding what C9 Beast Coast wants to do. But then for C9 Beast Coast, I want them to keep that pressure that they always have on this map.
Well, our teams are in the lobby and ready to go, so it is my very great pleasure for the second time here tonight to turn you over to two of the best casters around. It's Lynx and Stokes.
And I want to start off just right out the gate, hitting on something that Des talked about. C9BC are major champions. Because I don't think I've actually said that one time in the entirety that I've been casting them, Sam. Because as the desk brought up, it hasn't been a dominant stage like it was after Playday 3 last year. It has been a bit more of a work in progress.
Yeah, 100%. Cloud9 has kind of had a little bit of a back and forth, kind of a, you know, also on top of that, just to build from that as well, right? Kind of a changing of the tides as well with them, having some other things come in, Fett not being the coach anymore, new coaches implemented, just a lot of things happening on the inner workings of Cloud9. And it was kind of on full display during this stage, as all of you have pointed at. And I think that that's the main thing that we're kind of, you know, trying to harp on, because we really want to see them bring all of this together and bring it to light here inside of playoffs. I mean, you heard Diffuser himself. He feels as though it is you know, Montreal, full stop. So, and in a lot of ways, I do agree with him, but in some others, there's definitely a way for this to fall apart.
There is, and you know, to kind of wrap things up on C9BC before turning to M80, the first time this org ever qualified for a major, they won it in Manchester. I mean, that is an insane standard to have to live up to, but it starts with qualifying. To see them immediately fall by the wayside for some of the more normal clubs, maybe Sonic's moving up to take their spot or something else, you want to see them stay in the mix. We don't just want to see Dark Zero, SSG, Sonic's M80 like it felt like it was the entirety, well, that it was the entirety of last year. But for M80, as the operator bans have finished, I think, you know, I wouldn't have said it as crassly as Diffuser did, but Sam, I gotta say, I think there is some truth to the allegations. I think a lot of M80 success, not all of it, but a lot of it does really come down to the fact that they've got two of the best players in the world, Spoit and Citizen. One is one of the best entries, and the other is one of the best lurkers.
Yep. It definitely, you know, doesn't present any negatives. That's the key thing, right? And that's kind of hard to find in a game like Siege, where somebody is just that good. So, yeah, I definitely think that has some merit to it. But the thing is that a squad like C9BC, they are more than capable of taking that away from them. I mean, we saw Gunnar himself. This is still just the craziest thing to me about the Manchester Major win. They just completely bodied BEDS like they were any other team. They did not sit there and, you know, quiver in their corner or anything like that and go, oh, Shaco's on the other team. Like, no, they did not care at all. It was truly impressive. So we might have another one of those moments here today. I don't think the bright lights have ever been, you know, a major consideration for C9BC.
Border is kind of a funny map for C9BC though, because they won this map against BDS 7-5, and then in EWC Open Quals, they lost at 6-8 to a team called Skibbity Goobers. So, you know, it's a record not without its blemishes. But yes, you are. I do agree with your point that it is obviously a very good record for them, a very good map for them. Let's see how M80 starting out on the defense are able to counter it. On Border, we know the standard fare. We know with Armory side, odds are they're going to start east first. And in this case, well, that's not entirely correct because it's the other option, CCTV instead. Hot and Cold has removed Cameraman for the equation, and Gunnar, persevering through his teammates Candelas, has weaved his way all the way from east stairs to find Spoit inside of 90. Now he'll go down soon after. But down doing, well, all the heavy lifting there as Hyper and Kino both get active. And the CC push, what gathered a 5v3, has now resulted in C9 Beast Coast wondering what the hell just happened.
You know what's so messed up about this M80 squad? And now that we're bringing up just talented players, right? You got Spoit, you got Citizen. Hyper's just been dusting off his play this stage. And every single time we see him, man, I swear he's getting better and better. And it's really terrifying, Carter. It's really terrifying because Hyper used to be one of those players that if it was Hyper against the world, you might pick Hyper. Like, it's definitely pretty crazy that M80 have gotten another pretty successful, you know, operator, or rather player, in their lineup. Spirits, nice little pick there with the sniper, but I don't assume it's going to go too far, is it? Case is decently arm's reach away. Have this player in behind the bomb chassis, one fountain. Oh, it was close, but no cigar. A triple kill for Hyper on that round, and a little help from Kino will get it done.
Pretty clear how that round transpired, began, and ended as well. C9 Beast Coast decided to make a massive early gamble for CCTV that paid off quite well. And then all of a sudden, everyone said, hey, we're all awfully close together inside of CCTV, aren't we? And M80 realized that at the exact same time, evidenced by the C4 flying in, and then Hyper and Kino both eviscerating the remaining player from that CCTV push. So, great initial push by C9 Beast Coast, but perhaps being overzealous with how many people wanted to take control of CCTV, and M80, credit where credit's due, reacted very quickly and correctly to that developing situation.
Well, to the discredit of what Diffuser said earlier, Spoit didn't do anything that round. He just kind of died.
That's true.
So,
or was he the bait that lured them into that C4?
Was he the man that made the space for the play to happen? Discuss in Twitch chat right now. Armchair analyst.
looking a lot like the MVP now that you think about it that way.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Somebody does have to be the guy doing all the ugly stuff, right? Nobody wants to be the droner. They want to be the dronee.
Because that's Spoit. He's always on like the grunt rolls, right? Never on anything flashy. Never just giving UMP ACOG and left to his own devices.
I mean, I wouldn't consider that flashy.
I'd consider UMP ACOG pretty flashy. That's like, in my opinion, that's the fragger gun now. It's got a low fire rate. But...
slapping a cog on a turd and just being like, look, prosperous. Like, no,
so?
man. Like,
I don't care. One-shot headshot. Get a grip.
Fair enough, but the I mean, you know, that's all I'm saying.
Also,
that's all I'm saying.
One thing I'm excited about playoffs and also just being deeper in the stage, we're seeing teams start to bring Scopos a little bit more, and at least personally, I've not seen her on border so far, so I'm excited to see her. If I have, I don't remember. I'm excited to see what Hyper decides to do. We're starting to really settle, I feel, on the style of play where you got one inside of the site, one off the site. You initially start maybe like off the site and then go back later on. We'll see if it even matters here, though, because... all right. So... Hot and Cold is somehow entering flow state again. I'm getting cafe flashbacks at the moment. Thank God the site is not Armory, because otherwise he would be right in it with the best of them. In a very awkward situation, but Beast Coast coming away the victors.
I lost the capability of speech there for a moment. That is, the timing right now for these two squads is absolutely ludicrous.
The Lord given.
Yeah, yes it does. I'm telling you, Carter, I'm telling you, man, what is happening in round 2? Every single angle that could potentially be exploited, somebody's there at the very turn of the tide.
And quiet. That's the big takeaway. Thank God the chaos is over. Now we can chill for the next minute or so. Exactly. 2v3. Got a ghost in the shell on the top floor. Scopos could always shift positions later on, but it is C9BC with the advantage. And what a hell of a few operators you've got remaining. All of Sens' light screens right there. ROU scanners intact. 2 Candelas also on side. And a final EE1D charge. To reinforce this man advantage, quite a compelling operator and utility lineup. But that EE1D goes out, and unfortunately, it doesn't find anything. So all that's remaining are those Candelas and the screens for Gunner to throw down. Hyper taking a very long line of sight onto the bottom of East Stairs, and this might be what C9BC are undone by. They're slowly moving forward, but the time is running out to drone. The time is running out to gather this intel, and yet they make good use of it. With still 5 remaining, you'd hope they would, but better teams have made worse mistakes, but not so. C9BC recognize that position, push forth with the diffuser. Gabini cuts down Hyper in the very position we just saw. And as Kino tries his best to create a rotate, this round is pretty much already gone. One just around the corner, the long angle fight goes first, and the last for Kino to take. C9BC answer M80s with one of their own.
Well, that was terribly chaotic for about a minute and a half there.
And then a really normal ending.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to get to. You know, you hit that little lull, and then things eventually finding their way, finding their natural course through that bomb site. Get that plant down, get the big pickups there over near customs, and life is all of a sudden easy. But it was a treacherous road to get there, Carter.
I actually just noticed that Cameraman was blind there. That makes it funnier.
that somehow does make it funnier. I do agree.
Drop down the hatch and you just die. Like, okay. Sounds good.
Some guy just chilling in server. He's probably just so confused as well. I mean, you can see the perplexing look just in Hot and Cold's like body language in that moment, right? He's just like, what do I do with my hands? I don't.
the second time, by the way. I want to be right on this so bad. I think it's the second time that in a C9 Beast Coast game, an Amaru has, in this case, almost gone up a hatch and switched places with a Cade. Because I think it happened on the Cafe game too, and I think it was a Cade as well.
Yeah, you don't have to think. It most definitely did happen, because I remember that moment
I know
vividly.
it happened, I just don't remember the operator.
I'm pretty sure it was Kaid. I'm pretty sure you hit the nail on the head, bud.
I'd recognize that, listen, that tan suit and that suave figure. I'd recognize that man anywhere.
It's a mustache for me, I'll be honest.
Oh, it's a whole lot more than that for me, I'll be honest.
Okay, all right.
Listen. Shout out.
I'm keeping you away from Milos specifically. I don't know if you're allowed.
I'll start barking. Get ready. Ventilation Workshop, next defense coming up from M80. It's been very good control established by Beast Coast early on every single time. 2 times in a row it's been hot and cold on to Cameraman, and 2 times it's been a 5v3 for Beast Coast. Now, round 1 went against them because it quickly collapsed in front of them, but you can't deny that Beast Coast have been incredibly effective on the early game, on the entry so far, and if they meet similar success here, Kino and Spoit, 2 players in particular that could find themselves facing a lot of pressure momentarily, they'll have been set up in a winning position 3 rounds in a row.
Bring the Nomad in, Ace as well. Really the only hard breach we need. This is border, so don't need too much. Just something to get something like the box wall open. That's exactly what we'll go for here. Gunnar will be occupying this space as he is the one piloting Ace at the current moment. And M80 still awaiting the arrival of C9BC in a more grand fashion. They've just gotten these walls open and gotten control of security, looking to see if they can potentially exploit a few of these rotations from M80 on the top floor.
See if it works out. A little bit slower affair. Hot and cold, the first one to go down. Involved in every duel so far. Just unfortunate on the wrong side of the pain train this go around. A lot more discomfort for Cloud9 at the moment. They've been outside this armory balcony for what feels like 2 minutes now. Definitely the entirety of the round since they've been up here. Spoit just cuts down Diffuser the moment that nade leaves his hand. Talked about a round from the Wonder Kid. Entirely his efforts shutting this down. He spots another and through the wall. Traces him. I mean, what do you even do at this point? Just 1 secondary. Gunner's found his way into the site. That's cool, I guess, but so much has already gone awry. There's vertical angles as well, aplenty, and a hatch to rotate back. So getting a sneaky plant is completely out of the question. Just hoping that one M80 defender will retreat.
No, Spoit.
Well, not today, unfortunately.
Is he the 3rd patient with Neuralink? Like, what is happening right now? This is... What is going on? It's all up to Spirits. He ARX is down 1. Citizen gets absolutely dusted, but M80 across the board. And, I mean, I'll give you this one, Diffuser.
Across the board?
It was Spoit. It was Spoit.
Look at him laughing.
Dude, laughing straight to the bank.
He's chuckling. Like, what do you even need to do after that? Like, you take 4 1v1s.
He just looked at the camera and gave that little smirk. He's like, tee-hee. Like, come on, man.
He heard me.
Oh.
Face made for content creation.
Actually. Mechanics made for highlight reels. Look at this one right here specifically. Gunnar is waiting, but even he's caught off guard. He's like, oh wait, he's actually swinging me like this? Craziness.
On no planet did I think that Spoit probably just reacted, but on no planet I thought he was getting away with that, and he did. Good work from Spoit. 4K. Now the top fragger after 1 round. The kind of thing you have to deal with sometimes when you're playing Spoit.
What do you do when the hero plays start to win rounds? I mean, come on.
Well, win a major in the case of C9 Beast Coast, but
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, throwing stones at glass houses in a way with that one, right?
Of course, there's a lot more that went into that, but definitely the individual prowess on the side of C9 Beast Coast across the board. One of the big strengths they had in their run leading up to and during Manchester. Diffuser, the lowest rated at Manchester, but 2 stages in a row has been the highest rated player online. Gunnar, instead, taking the mantle away from him in Manchester. But I gotta say, Gavini, sure he's only 2-2 so far, but Stage 1, Manchester, and Stage 2, he has basically been at like a 1.15 every single time. Consistently the 2nd highest rated player, consistently putting in the work, and Spirits and Hot and Cold also a very good backline. While M80, certainly I think this iteration of the roster one of the strongest, but maybe they're top heavy only because Citizen and Spoit are just that good. C9BC definitely very well-rounded. Well-rounded set of defenses, by the way, as M80 have gone all 4 bomb sites right off the bat. Just want to make note of that.
Yeah, respect to that, especially for this one right here, because I am not a fan of playing things out on customs. It's really difficult, especially if the offense is able to get control of that top floor. That's why you see 4 bodies up here from M80. The Mira as well, and some reconstructive surgery around this top floor will make things a little bit easier, but It's all so very scary, so tantalizing for the offense to try and take control of. They're going to try and go direct. They sneak in through jungle. They don't see the other player, though. It's an immediate trade. Case is in whose hands? It's in Diffuser's hands, and he's inside of Customs.
Well, that's very fitting, isn't it? I mean, good reaction from Diffuser right there to get that trade as Chaos unfolds upon the top floor. Diffuser in the uncomfortable position of actually having to plant something. He'll at least hold on for the time being, but the element of surprise is gone, and with the hatch opened up, ooh, he dropped Diffuser as well, so you'll have to rotate around. Now plant closer to the door instead, but he's still wide open to a couple different angles, even through the hatch all the way upstairs. This site is anything but secure, and M80 will send that fact home. Spoit and Citizen both retake the site in full force. So Gunner's got to try and mount something out of nothing. One spotted in the single window. That'll be Kino to go down, but Public Enemies number 1 and 2 are inside of the A site. They'll even go to pick up their fallen brother, or sister in this case, as the mirror now brought back to 20 HP. With the boss G, M80 move up 3-1.
It's clean. It's clean so far from M80, man. Especially in this this particular instance right here, the ability to delay out the plant attempt from Beast Coast was a huge portion of that round. I think they made Diffuser get off Case like 2 or 3 times there, and then finally all drop the hatches. They take out the planter and practically dust every other C9 player in the vicinity. And now a tactical timeout at 3-1 right now. You know, C9 really not liking how things are going so far here on Border.
Yeah, I mean, I think you had, something to look at in round 1. Say, all right, we had the 5v3. I think we definitely just got too consolidated in CCTV. M80 took advantage of the chaos better than we did, but we still had a really good start, 5-3. Rounds 3 and 4 have been noticeably weaker from Cloud9. I mean, stuck outside of Armory for a minute and a half in round 3, and that round they try to go for the quick play. Diffuser at least gets the initial set of engagements, but the actual solution, I think, at that point for dealing with the vertical, they were betting a lot on winning those fights up top, and when that didn't happen, they didn't have a whole lot to fall back on, and they were always half in, half out. They tried to commit, realized it wasn't going to work, but they never fully reset after this because Diffuser's trying to find ways to plant, the verticality's too strong, so you just end up basically giving M80 the time to retake and take 1v1s with you as you're just trying to figure out what the hell to do in a site that is not free at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the fact that M80 were able to make that delay work from upstairs. That big pickup, especially that tucked position that we saw in Customs, really working out for him, Carter. I think if that pick ends up going the way of C9, we kind of have a different story there, especially with the fact that they'd more than likely have some oversight for those positions that started, bearing fruit from the top floor. But instead, a timeout burnt for C9BC, a 2-round lead for M80 on this defensive half so far, and looking to close things out here in round 5 and 6.
Ooh, a little bit of quick peek from Spoit, not the Doc. Not the Doc!
What?
Not the Doc spawn peek in round 5.
There's no way.
Diffuser eating his words right now. I wish he did not tempt fate, unfortunately, because Spoit has promoted himself to Doc and now moved up 7-2. Looking rough, looking rough. Oh, that was Diffuser that died too, man.
Yeah.
Talk about things that have aged poorly. I can't even call this beef watch because I think the beef has been squashed.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's been squashed by one man and one man only. Now, Hot and Cold will try and bring them back into it just for a glimpse there. He saw the head of the player, but oh man, dancing around the shots right now. Not able to line things up in the way that he would really enjoy, but as of now, high ball game in between these two. A drone will discover cameraman up top, but M80 are definitely going to be happy with how this has been going so far.
Yeah, the Grim being the one to take it down. Oh no, we lost Capcan. You're totally fine with that. The Grim and the Ying combo is one of the most lethal in Rainbow Six, I would argue, as an incredibly cold take. So losing half of that, quite powerful, and the EDDs on the opposite side persist well into the end of the round, often to the attacking team's detriment. Gunner will probe for a pick over by East Stairs. Still can fall back on those Ying Candelas to make any chaos and take advantage of it. But remember how long they stalled out in a 5v5 2 rounds ago. They're looking to try and recover from that. It's why they took the tactical timeout. Cameraman now very low inside of CCTV, but Cloud9 have failed to actually take any positions there, and Cameraman's now fully recharged.
Hyper's got this Nitro Cell already pre-ripped. I was waiting to see if somebody would hop inside a radio window, but no dice just yet. As soon as I say that, though, Gunner will be in the space, but nothing's going to come of it. A gunfight will.
Hello.
Yeah, big oddity in between these two, but Gunner will be happy with the results. Nozer's got to be one over near Fountain. It's going to be a gunfight from his teammate that Gavini ends up losing. Cameraman stalwart right now in his positioning. Does not want to give this up. It's a 3 versus 3 with 45 seconds remaining in C9BC. They're looking for the Archives offense.
Looking for it. Talk about somebody who's had a pretty big glow up. Cameraman doing surprisingly well this stage alongside the rest of his team. Oh, dodges that nade. That's so key. Stimmed back up too, just to be safe. He's been the recipient of that stim pistol 2 times now. Deathmark tracker will go through, but you can't really reach that corner. Look at how much time Cameraman is wasting by just remaining alive. He's allowed Spoit to get into position, be the overwatch he needs. Spirits might trade, but M80 have retaken the momentum solidly. Kino can spot one, hot and cold, and Spirits far too separated. One tagged up, the other just around the corner, but the BP giving intel to M80 when they need it most. Just hold on for dear life, and you'll get round 4 in no time.
Fantastic round from M80. Can we talk about the mechanics from Kino right there? That was disgusting movement right there on curve. Oh my gosh. Felt like he was in the Matrix for a split second, but I digress. M80, extremely well done on the top floor. They needed to try and stand tall in certain positions, and the one that ended up being the most important was obviously Cameraman inside of Fountain. Not only with the big kills, but also with a big time delay that allowed the rest of his team to exploit, C9 to their fullest potential. They're trying to dig him out of that Fountain position. Big kills coming out left and right by Spoit especially, and just C9BC never really having an opportunity to find a home for that case.
Getting a little scary now for Cloud9 Beast Coast because, Border, obviously a map that historically they've been good on. It's not maybe some would consider their best map, but it's certainly up there in the top.
What was that team you said they lost to?
Now listen, okay, a 6-8 to Skibbity Goobers. Like, we've all been there, okay? We've all been there, okay? You beat BDS. They beat Talon as well, but, they beat BDS. Hey, Talon were good at that event. Talon did well.
They're all right.
They were... Listen, shout out to Fabian.
That's the only reason I said it. Listen, Fabian always gives everybody grief, so I have to take it upon myself to return the favor. You know what I mean?
And that's fair. But we are reaching a bit of a worrisome point. And also, I think I want to talk about, at this point, something Fox said, which is he thinks the series is only going to be 1-2-0. And I do think that obviously could be true, but I also think when you talk about what M80 have won versus lost, winning a lot of the small maps, losing a lot of the large maps, C9 Beast Coast picked Border. Pretty small map. Going to Clubhouse next. Maybe a bit larger, but certainly more, I suppose, figured out in terms of the broader strategy. You just don't really need that much on Border. A 5-1-half would be detrimental to C9BC. It seems that M80 have really got a hold on the attacks that Cloud9 did so well against Luminosity.
Yeah, especially with that timeout already burned. Cartier, we are stepping into some bad territory, my friend. That's all I'm saying. Things could end up not turning out too great for C9BC, but we'll save the pearl clutching for later. Still some opportunity inside of round 6. Potential to try and split this 2-4. Definitely make things a little bit more palatable for them going into this next half. And I don't mind the operator lineup for this one, especially the fact that we have that Yingram that we saw earlier and that Carter touched on. Very effective duo that we've seen implemented quite a few times. M80, a lot of things implemented themselves to try and head it off at the pass. A nitro cell out. It doesn't get out the window though. 0 damage, no dice over on Gunner's side.
2 times now he's dodged this radio C4. Last round almost to the success of Cloud9. Diffuser down. Someone's been having a rough game so far. Kino hops out the window to try to duel Spirits. Instead, it's the Ying that comes away the victor. Cloud9 with a much-needed advantage that's only widened further. 3 rounds in a row, M80 about a stranglehold on these opening picks, and now it's all on Citizen, which I've had worse players to watch try to work a 1vx. You can certainly hear one. Moving around the passport position, shot through the barricade a little bit. Seems to be Gavini, and on 40 HP as well. Citizen could find a 1v1 right here, and one that he would likely win. Especially as the odds he's been red here are quite small. There's still time to drone. 30 seconds remaining. So Gavini Will you dot your I's? Oh, he does not.
Oh?
Oh,
No way.
and he does! A voice creeps in his head. Check the corner, and he gets the kill as a result. Only a 4-2 half, but a round that was potentially make or break for Cloud9 Beast Coast, depending on how much M80 have left in the tank.
And Customs was speaking to him like the Green Goblin mask, dude. He was just like, we got to look in the corner. He could be anywhere. Unfortunately enough for him, he does that indeed. Now it's a 4-2 half here. We're getting a tech timeout. What are we doing here? Hold on. I'm waiting on the slider. Tell me what's happening for me. It's a technical pause.
M80 have decided at 4-2, it's just not going our way. We gotta get it figured out.
That's what I was saying. I didn't want to just immediately pigeonhole it and be like, oh, it's got to be a technical pause. There's no way. Because, what if the off chance of M80 actually pulling the tech time out here? But yeah, it'd be a huge, huge oddity if that happened, and you and I would more than likely both clown them a little bit for it. Maybe just a tad bit, but obviously a tech pause here. Little side switch as well. How are you feeling about M80 coming into this offensive side? Those defenses were absolutely nasty, and we got some of the Spoiled show.
We did get some of the Spoiled show. I'm quite pleased to see that. And aside from Spoiled being 8-2, it's really overall the team has been putting in the effort. I think everybody is all hovering around 2 to 4 kills apiece, and I think Cameraman's probably the last one. So Kino, Hyper, Citizen all putting in some decent work. It's a team effort so far for M80. Spoiled might be the one leading the way, but it's certainly not just been the Spoiled show. As Cloud9 Beast Coast swap sides, I want to see somebody pop off because Spirits. I do agree with Diffuser. I think Spirits has been undervalued for far too long. A key piece of the old XSET roster. Just want to get that out there. 2 years old, but I believed it at the time, and I think that needed to be said, and I say it every now and then. But Spirits is the one leading the way. 6-3 right now. Gavini being consistent, but Gunner, Diffuser, the players that make entire tournaments for Cloud9 Beast Coast are the ones struggling at the moment. And overall, that aside, even the attacks overall seem to struggle to get things going, figure out exactly where they wanted to take. And even when they did, M80 been performing well enough individually to cause some disruption. So, had a brief break. You've already taken your time out, so no more pauses after this. Got to hit the ground running on these defenses.
Gavini warming up the fingers here. Got one of the oldest Pro League skins known to man on right now. You were 2 years old when that skin came out, Carter.
What skin? Sorry?
The skin that's on the MP5 right now.
Yeah,
I think it's called Gold Stripe or something like that.
Yeah.
Gold Dust. Yeah. These would be the skins that I sold so that I could get Glacier because young 18-year-old Sam was like, they'll make a better gun bundle. No way this is the best one. And then I was wrong. So I will never have R4C Glacier in my life because of that. But that's okay. That's all right. C9BC will be happy with those things, though. They got that C9 money, baby. And they got a pretty nice round in front of them, too. I like the strategy they were going for here, especially on this top floor. Gunner's going to get a little aggressive down near vents. And as of right now, so far, so good. Just a little poke over towards the Deimos, but they'll know that as of right now, the basement more than likely cleared out. And oh, Hyper! He's going to miss a big moment here inside of Archives that he's surely going to want back.
And definitely it should go with saying, I suppose, or it's important to note, oh, not again. Oh, not again, hot and cold. Somebody taking this fight.
No way.
Firebolt into the corner. Well,
Sir?
He's killed Hyper, and he's gotten away! Oh, he gets traded out at the last second, but that is insane that hot and cold gets a kill there. Spoit tries to rappel into the sandwich window, and well, he's wishing he hopped right back out instead of committing to that fight. Kino, well, takes my advice and makes it clear that the point is moot either way. Citizen will try to recover in the 1v3. He's revealed his position on top metal, and that's all she wrote. Not a lead or a tie game yet, but Cloud9 effectively repel the storm on Armory and Archives.
What an awkward moment to call for that there from M80. They're so aggressive when they don't really have any opener on the site just yet. Specifically, I don't know if Spoit just accidentally hit his jump button or whatever, but he flew in sandwich window on what seemed just such an odd time. Hot and cold with that big pick there, and yeah, it's an obvious trade here, but C9BC had so many cooks upstairs, man, and they ended up cooking up M80 at every corner.
Cooking them very effectively. Definitely big individual performance overall from just C9 Beast Coast more broadly. Everyone at least getting in a bit on the action, whether supporting, not necessarily getting a kill, or just playing an important role, or getting a kill itself. So you're not going to complain about that start at all. But something I was about to say before Hot and Cold decided to go back into that corner and somehow survive a firebolt and also delay being killed by the cutoff. Something I wanted to say was I think M80's consistent weakness has been these attacks. In Stage 1, Stage 2, their defense has been good, and I think the individual skill on the attack is quite nice, but how they coalesce around Cameraman's calling, how they execute the strategies they put forth, it is not a consistent weakness, but when there is one, it typically feels like that is one of the things that causes them problems. Hot and Cold going for a quick run out, he'll move back inside. So if Cloud9 can bring some of those individual performances back to the forefront, or bring that coordination, the ability to play off each other that we saw win that Manchester, Border could certainly be a close game.
We'd hope so for C9BC's sake. They took us to this hellhole at the end of the day, right? I mean, that's the big thing. I want to make sure that if you call somebody's name on here on Border, especially a team like M80, who are so mechanically gifted, and especially getting to that point of being so strategically sound, that you really got to worry how things are going to play out against them in any series. It's just one of those things where you really want to make sure that you're capable. As of right now, it's been a little bit of rough shot over this entire ordeal, but C9BC have found a way to get a horse back in this race. We're gonna have few shield this time around for M80. This is something that's been kind of a hot button topic just because of how many shield operators we've been seeing get so much play. And wouldn't you see it? Blitz as well as Monty both banned out. Fuse works his way in, and we could see some creative, liberties granted to him with these cluster charges here in just a moment. Oh.
All right. Well, I think.
Well.
Diffuser, I think letting the content trash talk influence his thinking a little too aggressively. Thinks he can get away with far more than he can. Keynote trying to do the same will unleash the cluster charge, and the Spirits also has to think better of it. Ducks for cover into small office, and he's got the hatch open to fall back very soon. But Hyper is able to cut down Gunner, and things are looking problematic for Cloud9 Beast Coast. One player drops directly in front of the hatch. One player peeks the door. 4 players from Cloud9 Beast Coast have completely availed themselves to the guns of M80, and it's a flawless round as a result. A strong performance in round 7, and anything but in the subsequent round.
Man, a Fuse shield working out so unbelievably well, and even getting a cluster charge in that dealt some decent damage to the Warden up top. They could knock him down to like 70 HP. So M80 sticking to their guns, staying true to what they wanted to get accomplished inside of that round, and able to take C9 by the horns. And that's a key thing there. Just being able to deal with some of their high-flying antics is going to be a key portion of this. And Diffuser, literally nowhere to be found.
I mean, I found him on Armory Wall. I saw him.
Well, then where did he go?
I knew where he was. He saw the Fuse shield. He was like, "Oh, this has got to be a freebie," and it was not. M80 actually like Libby perfectly baited him, like carrot and stick situation. Well, I mean that's more like bribery. So I suppose it's kind of like cheese in the mousetrap, be a more apt analogy. Hit or miss so far for Cloud9 Beast Coast, and the lack of a tactical timeout, I think, looming large here with every round that might slip away. He'll go to Customs now. Still a first floor site on the opposite side, though.
Oh, man. We're cooking, huh?
Look at the shield.
The shield placement is crazy right now. Gavini's got verticality under him as well. Listen, I don't hate it. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this is something that you don't really ever see implemented, but I understand the vision. I see what he's cooking. Just have somebody play around that door safely, around that shield. Don't get nearly as much influence coming in from break.
It's the kind of position that you could really only put players like Gavini in that spot. Like, I can't think of many other players in Rainbow Six as a whole who'd be like, yeah, I'd put there, but Gavini's certainly one of them. Gavini is a guy who can make that work, especially when he's feeling confident, which he generally always is. Utility play for M80 working out well to start. Jail wall denial destroyed, wall opened up afterwards. So now they can move on to bigger and better things, like clearing out this realm on the top floor. You could fight the Warden, or you could go on the opposite side. It appears that M80 are favoring the latter. They've got the drones, the time, and the manpower to do it. Especially with that jail wall opened up, they can always rotate to a direct later on. They will likely have to reconcile themselves with that CCTV presence at some point. You can't just ignore it forever, as if you do, we saw what happened when Cloud9 attacked this site. It'll be there, and it will destroy you.
They're doing their best to make sure that nothing goes awry on this execute, clearing things out with drones that are closer to these entry points. You have an Ash charge for that castle barricade, but Spoit guesses against it. He goes, oh, well, potentially I can creep up the hallway. Maybe find something here over in office, but finally choose to knock this out. Work his way back over towards east. No rotation out of C9 BC just yet, and they're another one of these teams that could be quite reactive. We touched on that a bit with Wildcard in our last game, and the way that they would try and just get at the throats of their opponent when certain things happen around the map. Man count goes down a bit, oh, we're swinging. Wall gets popped open, we're throwing utility. Whatever it is, that's what they were trying to accomplish. C9 BC can definitely be very reactive in that way as well, but in turn, it's going to be the opposite direction. They're going to fly back downstairs. Citizen on that lurk roll, as we know him best for. We'll find Gavini inside of the site.
And immediately dips back out. Love that discipline. Just keep the 5v4. You've still got 50 seconds. You don't need to push any further than you already have. Kino spots just a little bit of Gunner's leg and traces him through the wall. A little shock on his face that he landed that one. It's to Cloud9's detriment. 5-3 and still 30 seconds remaining. With this kind of advantage, that could be eons with them right above the site. Spirits reads this correctly. He's got to disrupt it somehow. He'll creep his way along the 90 hallway, but there's a cutoff held. The cameraman, they've got bodies to spare. They're allowed to watch the 90 hallway, the one place they can really be destroyed. One player goes down the hatch, and Hot and Cold can't even find that one. Hyper will go down, and Diffuser's able to find one, but only one. He'll hold. Where is this Diffuser? It's on the opposite side, and there's a gun right on top of it. Time might be on his side, but he needed to land that shot, and it simply will not happen. M80 closer and closer, one round away from stealing their opponent's pick right out from under them.
Man, they're doing a really good job of putting a cap on these aggressive tendencies, Carter. Fantastic implementation across the map, finding those big opening moments, getting some of those lurk moments in there too for Citizen, but then bringing it all back to bear on that top floor, right? Have that cutoff established. You know that Cloud9's going to get desperate. They have got to do something to try and get themselves back into this game, and you just take your time. I mean, we're 40 seconds remaining, and that's when this pick happens out of Kino. And then finally, here in the dying moments, we see a little bit of a plan attempt overseen by Citizen to shut things down. Just from start to end, it was all M80 all day.
An opposite of the wildcard game to start, and even on Clubhouse, this is now becoming, I think, overall a pretty one-sided affair. I mean, we at least thought of it that way on the first half, then I certainly was like, all right, let's wait and see. You know, 4-2 border. Sometimes it can be defender-sided if the defense is winning those entries, and talk about something they haven't done. Win those entries. Overall, especially on that defensive side, I mean, sure, it came late in round 9, but Citizen's able to creep in, cut down Gavini as he tries to rotate back. Then they make good use of the time they have remaining. A worry I've had and a problem M80 have had has been necessarily working around that calling, but today on border, the pieces are looking well oiled. They are working in tandem. When all else fails, you got to get jiggy with it.
I swear, I looked down at my notes, I looked back up, the cadence in your voice hadn't changed, so I had no clue, and I just was like, well, Kino's dead? Like, what just happened? This man just got hit with the intervention from break room door. Oh, Doke on vigil action there.
You don't need that. You don't need the Dokkaebi. Don't need it.
Yeah, but it's the one thing you probably want the most, honestly, especially on a map like Border, right? But, for M80, going to be something that they're going to be lacking sorely throughout this round. But they definitely still have some utility pieces that can help them clear things out, specifically this Deimos that could be of quite a bit of use.
You do wish you had that Dokkaebi in tandem just to get the direct intel on one person and general intel to allow for a really quick execute, but the Damos can still work. Certainly can still work. Gavini cut down. Still the Boss G in play. Gunnar taking that Gavini spot. He'll reveal his position, but it's probably already well known. 4v4, and time probably still favoring M80 as long as they can acquire either the CCTV and the East Stairs control or pressure in pretty good time. Diffuser will rotate out as nobody's actively watching East. He's clearly concerned about it, but he has found a little bit of a gap in the attacking side right now. Oh, well, never mind. They've got direct intel on that. And we'll see if Diffuser is actually punished for it. Shots sailing by him. Now Gunnar a bit isolated. Deathmark tracker will go out. Diffuser's in Fountain, so it's not a big deal. They've at least isolated his position, but M80 still working low on time. And no 5v4 like before. Something's got to give if they want to make progress attacking.
Oh, Spoit wants it so bad. AK-12 won't give it to him, though. Down to 45 seconds left, and the bare minimum, M80 have been able to equalize the man count, but this top floor has been hell to deal with. Just have not been able to actually dig out any of these extended players, and now M80 have got to look into some other means in order to try and take this fight. Spoit's going to work his way back over towards the security side of this window. And indeed, but when's the actual fight bell going to be rung? It's right now, and it's practically instantaneous as Gunnar will take him down with the Boss G.
RKO with one shot, 1v4. Citizen can find one, but nope, nothing else. Cloud9 managed to fight back after dropping 2 rounds in a row. Gunnar, massive performance. 2 spawn peaks. 2 spawn peaks from Breakdoor this game. One from Spoit. And not one from Diffuser, but one from Gunnar with that Boss G. A second later on to cut down the very man himself. And just after I complimented M80 for their well put together and coordinated attacks, we have an armory defense, or excuse me, armory attack that can't figure out what the hell to do. A Vigil with a Boss G and one guy supporting him from 90 was too much for M80 to figure out. The entire round seemed to stall them out. And Gunnar certainly had his work cut out for him, Sam. We can agree on that. But it seems like a lot of potential was left on the table.
C9BC on their map pick so far have looked a little bit teeter-tottery, my friend. A little back and forth here. Some real big positives, some things just smashing right into the dirt. But only 2 rounds separate them now here from OT. M80 have played a heck of a game here so far on border and have 2 attempts to get this across the line. You can see C9BC already want to be somewhat aggressive. Wasn't for the spawn kill there, it was for the barbed wire that Gavini wanted to put outside, but still, some spawn kills lined up. Gunnar trying to return the favor from what we saw Spoit do in a very similar situation earlier.
Kind of thing Gunnar has always done on his team. Sometimes he can look silly, and then sometimes he could style on him. Just depends how the winds are blowing on a given day and how he's aiming. He'll back off for now, as the Boss G seems to now be a staple in their lineup. We've seen Vigil 3 times, but not the success that we've seen the past couple rounds. Ventilation was pretty horrendous for Cloud9 Beast Coast. It was a flawless round for M80, and every time Cloud9 Beast Coast took a fight, justified or otherwise, they were shut down in all those individual 1v1s. A bit more passive from M80 this go around, though the fuse shield still is a facet of their attacking lineup. The thing I can at least commend is Cloud9 Beast Coast are holding on and playing a lot more passive than they were before. Thinking about you, Diffuser.
Found the cam. That's usually the area you look for. Right there on Dome. Diffuser with a big moment. You were thinking about him while he was dreaming of Hyper. No, gun him down outside on the balcony. As the angle, the smoke comes through. Diffuser's going to try and spam it, but he'll only tag Kino. Just a scrap of his HP falls off. And Diffuser will line up the headshot. Kino, too lackadaisical in the hallway, and now Cloud9 is dusting M80. They might have them at every single entry, every single facet, all orifices blocked off. C9BC find a beautiful round to try and bring this scoreline back to bear.
Well, Ventilation Workshop both times basically went the exact same way, just the opposite team benefiting. This go around, M80 tried to quickly rush in with Fuse shield down below, and Diffuser not only cuts down Hyper outside of East Stairs, but on the second attempt is able to take down the shield. The impetus for that whole push. Gotta give Cloud9 Beast Coast credit where credit is due. Now have won the majority of the rounds on that defensive side, 3-2. They still gotta win one more just to have another chance at closing out Border. Say another, haven't had one so far. And M80 could still very much pull it out. We'll go to Teller's bathroom. Not seen so far this second half. All 4 sides played by both teams on their respective defensive halves. We'll see if a shield gets brought this time, Sam. But I think M80 will probably try to calm things down a little bit since the rushes. When Beast Coast haven't given them openings, haven't been working.
So, what's your definition of a shield?
I mean, usually it refers to the ballistic shield operators.
It's still a ballistic shield, technically.
It might shield ballistics, but it is not what I would colloquially refer to. Hold on. It might shield ballistics, but it doesn't refer to ballistic shield in the way that I am familiar with.
How far up your nose did you shove those glasses? Your metaphorical glasses?
About 50 yards.
Just right through my skull, just straight through.
Came up.
No, they will bring the Blackbeard. Usually in rounds like this, we see people lean on some favorable things.
All right. I don't even know.
But who's got Ember Rise on?
I don't know.
Oh, well, it's not Gav. I can tell you that. That's very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He's got the G2 fit on, dude. He's dripping down.
Well, Gavini might be going for cleanup duty right now, as both Kino and I believe Spoit all the way outside on. Oh, look at this. Oh, he sees him! Trying to take this fight. Certainly favor the Blackbeard, unfortunately. That shield will tank it. You have to put one back on right afterwards. It was the castle, I believe, that actually downed Kino. Gunner will be able to cross soon afterwards, and there we go. Gavini fights it one too many times. A pretty ingenious answer to that problem, and with Gunner falling on the rotate, M80 have found the solution to their CCTV problem. Citizen spots another creeping around the east stairs, though that's a problem for another time. Oh, well.
Oh. Well, for Diffuser, it was a problem for right now, wasn't it?
Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed.
Most definitely. Almost feel more bad for Gunner. He just drops right into the waiting arms of Citizen. So one person you always have to be concerned with on that lurk roll, and probably one of the best nooks that we've had in history. Usually whenever I think of that character, I think of Citizen, I think of Aces. And, well, Citizen obviously making his presence known inside of this one. It's down to 2 instead of a 2 versus 5. We saw a lot of opportunities from our roster wildcard earlier in moments like this, but it is a Herculean effort we're going to have to see out of C9BC here. Hot and Cold might be the starter, though.
Might just be. Him and Spirit's able to flank, pinch that Nook. There's a couple on East Stairs, but they're all ready for him. Hot and Cold still looks to take the fight, but there's simply too many angles to worry about. This game has gone in fits and starts. A Beast Coast dominant victory, an M80 streak. But 2 rounds can separate the winner and the loser in regulation, and it's M80 looking on top. 7-5 on Cloud9's pick. M80's Clubhouse coming up next, Sam. Our major champs might have an early date in the LCQ if they don't play their cards right.
Yes, sir. I think Foxay might have had the script there. Are we going to see the 2-0? The 2-0 that he said it had to happen. And if we don't, that makes things even sweeter on Night Haven Labs, the potential with how that could go.
And you know what's funny? If it's a 2-0, Foxay can just say that did have to happen because we won't know that alternate reality. But Clubhouse and potentially M80 moving forth. We'll be right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
He's alive, dead.
Oh, freeze.
Everyone freeze.
Tellers.
Is he in tellers?
Archives on me.
Archives on me.
Nice!
Let's go!
Let's go, boys.
That's what we
Holy
need.
shit. Yo, the BB was mythical. Mythical BB. One tap that guy, bro. Mythical.
Well, Diffuser talked a lot about how all M80 could do was hit hero plays. C9BC could have used a couple of hero plays, losing their map pick to M87-5. What a start to the series.
Yeah, unfortunate start for C9BC, especially with that interview. I mean, obviously, it just came down to a lot of big gunfights, and it wasn't necessarily hero plays. I mean, I know at the start of the game, we saw big Sploit 4K.
Yeah.
People were definitely outperforming themselves, but M80 as a whole just played really good on such an aggressive sided map. They really were able to manage C9BC's early aggression, slow them down, and force them to have to play a trade game on a map like Border, which is something you don't see all the time. And C9BC stayed in it, but obviously M80 was just, they were just able to scrape by. I mean, there was some really good defenses from them. I think that's what set the tone.
I mean, everyone across the board from M80 was performing extremely well. I think Cameraman was the only one who wasn't, but as their IGL, he is the one that is leading the charge, setting everyone up for success. And I mean, pulling out a 7-5 win, you got to feel good. You didn't have to go OT, and now you're going into your map. So if they can continue setting the pace, and that's something that I really talked about going into this game, is Cloud9 Beast Coast really like to set the tempo, set the pace of the game, so they're going to have to match that energy. But that's exactly what they did. The opposite of it. They were the one setting the tempo. They were the one forcing C9 Beast Coast into these gunfights, into these trades, into these positions that they just couldn't seem to muster out these wins. So again, I mean, huge kudos to M80. And, you know, Fox talked about these big maps is what really hinders this team's performance to be able to be a team and play in that dynamic style of play. And then we see a smaller map like Border where it is very condensed. It's very gun heavy. It's very team oriented to be playing around the map. And then sure enough, you see M80 pull out a 7-5.
Yeah, and you know, we talked right before we jumped into the game about how good of an attacking team C9BC is. And I think it really speaks to the adaptability of M80 that they just sort of absorbed that attack and almost transferred it back into them.
And I think it's important because I touched up on that. You know, they are going to be starting out here. I want to see them do something different from what Luminosity may have done during their game that gave C9 Beast Coast such leverage into those attack rounds. And I mean, you really saw it off the bat how well M80 was playing their trade game. That, again, they were forcing C9 Beast Coast into these unwinnable positions or stalling out the clock or just kind of getting a free pick where maybe C9 Beast Coast was getting a little overzealous in some situations. But again, M80 did a really good job at punishing C9 Beast Coast in a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, I think C9BC was expecting a typical Border, a very aggressive style where you're just trading kills back and forth, but that's not what M80 really gave them. They were forcing them to get into the map, go for really close executes where M80 could focus on those trades and isolate them to places that they want to be. And obviously getting a 4-2 split on Border defense is no easy threat. To be able to do that, especially on Border, it's such an attack-sided map. So when you're able to go up, get a little bit more comfort on the weaker side, once M80 went onto attack, it was very close. It was a very back and forth. We saw it. The stats literally looked like there wasn't one team better than the other, and it could have gone to overtime. And it just came down to the fact that M80 was able to secure a nice little betting to lay in on their defense, that when they went and swapped, they were able to try all of these different operators, the Fuse, the Blackbeard, and eventually, sure enough, one of those crazy operators was able to get them that advantage in the rounds and get them a 7-5.
Yeah, the Fuse actually worked out.
They got the black.
Yeah, it was wild to see them run through all those different ops. Now we're moving on to a Clubhouse here. Clubhouse, of course, where M80 8-6 against C9BC in the group stage. If you're sitting in C9BC's position right now, are you having flashbacks? Are you freaking out a little bit?
Yeah, so I think C9BC is very scared. I mean, for them to originally have lost to them on that same map, and obviously now going into this best of 3, they were very confident, but also losing their first pick Border, and now looking at Clubhouse, maybe it's a little bit stressful. Now, if it would have been the Tide's turn, they would have felt like, okay, the confidence of, we just lost to them, they were the worst team, we're the better team, Clubhouse, we'll fix that. But now they lost their first map. They have to go into Clubhouse, a map that they already lost, with this mental hindrance of losing Border as well. I don't necessarily know if the confidence will be at peak, but of course they had to have prepared a lot of different strategy to get ready for M80, because obviously you're not going to go into it with the exact same game plan that you brought to them in the first place that got them a loss on Clubhouse during the regular stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we go back to Diffuser, being very arrogant and, just kind of saying M80 doesn't have what it takes. If Citizen shows up, and Hero plays. But, like, at the end of the day, now you're finding yourself on a Clubhouse. And we've seen it many times throughout Siege where a team wins the other opponent's map pick. Granted, it should most likely go the other way. So this very well could be a close game again. It could be a 7-5 just reversed. But I am expecting C9 Beast Coast to bring us something a little different versus what we saw. But again, how much that is going to be different, again, it's going to be so minute that it's really going to be hard to pay attention to those small things. It could be just as simple as someone playing a different position or using a little bit of util somewhere else that they may not have used in a previous game.
I mean, with the scene kind of set as it is, how do you think this game goes here? Do you think this is M80 walking away with it, or do you think it's more, as you're saying, Laxing, a kind of a run back? Maybe we see C9 Beast Coast push it to a map 3.
I think Fox did hit the nail on the head saying that M80 needs to close us in at 2-0, because when we talk about resilience and we talk about mental fortitude, C9 Beast Coast absolutely has that underneath their belt. It's not to say that M80 doesn't, but you got to look at they're major champions. They played at an international level, beating all these top teams and securing it all. So I do agree with Fox that they do have to close it out here in 2-0, but what that's going to look like, I don't know. But I can say I do believe this game will be extremely close. And again, it's going to be a situation what we just talked about with the prior game. Whoever makes the least amount of stakes should be walking away from this game with their win.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a similar play style to Border, obviously a little more even on the sides, but it's about how you win those attacks. And we already know that M80's defense is what won them Border. So if they can go into it still getting a really good advantage on defense, the map still prioritizes gunfights and winning those fights and big plays. Unfortunately for Diffuser, we're going to need to see big plays from C9BC. But if it were to go to that last map of Labs, then I don't see M80 winning that by no means. So obviously, I think M80 has to win it at 2-0 here.
Well, that's it for us here. We're going to get into the game. Let's turn it over to the only two top-tier casting duo that has names that end in X. It's Lynx and Stokes.
Well, might be a big fat X on C9 BC's playoff record, depending on how this map goes. I'll tell you that much. I mean, Border, certainly I would agree with the desk's assessment, Sam. The M80's defense is making that map for them, but since the IGL swap, since bringing on Cameraman, M80 have played Clubhouse 5 times and only lost it a single time. This is as comfortable a map as comfortable can be. And the 8-6 victory over Cloud9 Beast Coast earlier in the stage is just icing on the cake.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the main thing that we're focused on coming into this game. Is M80 capable of closing things out here on Clubhouse up against C9BC after just taking their own map of Border? Now leaning into Clubhouse, they're definitely feeling confident after already picking up that first map. The bans are coming through. We're going to have both the shields removed yet again here. Too much respect going to both respective sides in this regard.
Nobody wanting to have either Hot and Cold with the ability to play Monty or Kino with the ability to play Blitz. Nobody wants to deal with the shields. And if you're really that desperate, let's see Kino bring the fuse like he did last time on Border. Final bans transpired. Tubarao and Azami gone. So, of course, Dokkaebi and Deimos back in play, just like they were on Border. For C9 Beast Coast, you lost Border. The individual performances have looked okay, but Spirits is really the only saving grace. Diffuser was able to pick it up on that defensive side, but so much ground was lost early on that M80 had a cushion to fall back on once the side swap actually happened. With M80 starting out on the attacking side this time, if it's this first half that makes it again, if M80 can get that 4-2 split, if they can stop Cloud9 Beast Coast roam or put enough pressure on these anchors, that'll be enough to win 2-0. I agree with Fox. I think Nighthaven is a Cloud9 Beast Coast victory through and through. But I also just happen to think that Clubhouse is looking quite good for M80.
Honestly, I think this is one of those situations where we just get to sit back, Carter, have a nice little bevy, and see what the heck happens. Because really, these two are pretty neck and neck, especially with just some of the crazier things that we can see happening around. These are two of the rosters, at least in NA's current iteration, that come to mind. The third, obviously, being Space Station Gaming. So, for C9BC and M80, our very first round is now active. Heading out in the field is M80 for the very first time. And what a lineup we already have. Kino already leaning over to the Fuse Shield.
He's a fiend for it. He loves it. He can't get enough. Shields. Every single time. Well, not every single time, but he's also the guy that played Blackbeard. So, like, almost every single time when it's available. Gym bedroom defense to start for Cloud9 Beast Coast. Hard breach charging. Trying to dodge any denial on the opposite wall, which there is a bandit, so it's a well-founded concern, though as we can see, he's miles away. Nowhere near the jacuzzi wall, which I admire their thoroughness. And they all dodge the C4 as well, so good start for M80. Likely see the normal rotation over to CCTV side to at least open the wall. Don't necessarily need to hold it. But I am intrigued to see what they actually decide to do. How are they going to deal with these defenses? It's Cloud9 Beast Coast. You know they're going to extend. You know that players like Gavini, like Gunnar are going to pose you problems. So will M80 try to ignore it, or will they try to break through it?
Oh, construction single's been dealt with. Trying to look into see what potentially is going on over in logistics. Saw that drone go out there from Kiki, but nothing just yet. Going to come down and use the hard breach utility here on the castle barricade. Not a bad option. Really like that out of him. Going to get rid of that and make construction even that much easier to try and deal with. Back into the drone play now as they need to try and confirm a couple of things around the site, including a head count. Get that player down low. Going to see if there's anything pre-placed down here that could get them into trouble, but not as of now. You still have a couple of audibles here. 2 nitro cells have already been expanded for the defense, so won't have to worry too much about that for M80, but still want to make sure that there isn't anybody in that neck of the woods.
Oh, Gavini spotted. A bit too far off the beaten path, and he falls to the 5-5-6. Candela's flying by, Diffuser, Hot and Cold, and Gunnar, both winning their respective fights. The initial M80 execute stalled for the time being, and Cloud9 Beast Coast able to win everything after that first engagement. Kino storms up the stairs, but Fuse Shield, you can protect one way, and you're exposed pretty aggressively on the other. Lost the opening pick, but Cloud9 Beast Coast win everything after that to take their first.
Yeah. C9BC capable of standing tall in a lot of key positions around that bomb site, and M80 just could not hold a candle to those swings, especially like how we saw things get played out by that player over inside of Red, just holding things in a tight-knit area and not really exposing himself to the elements there. The hatch play, the drone play, all of that stuff just never really crossing his mind until that key moment where he was able to take down that player rotating in from the hatch. So very well done from C9BC across the board there. Is quite a few kills going every which way except Gavini, and it'll lead to a C9BC victory.
Remember Spoit from that first round on Border, though. Sometimes you got to die to win. Sometimes you got to lose the battle to win the war. Got to give your life for the cause sometimes. It's the way it goes.
It's true. It's true.
Move down to Church Arsenal now. Cloud9 Beast Coast will have the Vigil back in play. Definitely a roster that makes the most usage of Vigil Boss G. Got to give them credit for that. If you can't give them credit for the major, at least you can say that. And with likely some obvious presence on the top floor, with Gunnar fully reinforcing, it will be a pretty loose setup with likely the castle barricades reinforcing the middle floor, allowing a retreat down either through bar or down main stairs. We'll see how M80 deal with it, because once everyone started rotating back for Cloud9 before, M80 were not up to snuff to dealing with those engagements. Oh, all right. Spoit. Spoit's walking down blue. They've decided to go with the rush, and unfortunately, Diffuser was ready for it, playing on that blue hatch the entire time. He popped a couple Vulcan packs there and then immediately dropped in M80 Sam. That gamble did not pay off.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should let him cook a bit, but it's spoiled. That's the key thing here. There's nothing really you're gonna get out of this meal, and now C9BC quite a ways ahead here, especially when it comes to map control. So all this whole roam game going on, some recognition here from Citizen, but a long path ahead here for M80 as they try and figure out this top floor setup for C9.
I think the Deathmark trackers, all right, well, never mind. I was going to say the Deathmark trackers will probably be one of the most useful tools and potentially the only tool to try and bring this back, but it's gone. Goodbye, Citizen. You could use the Candelas now, but giving away that tool early on when you would like to save it for the execute, I suppose you got to make the most of a bad situation, and Cameraman, unfortunately, a bit of a pessimist, decides to leave his team in the 2v5. An early exit. Hyper now triggering a goo mine will unleash some shots to the Khan's single wall, but to no avail. Kino drops down by himself off the back of those Candelas, and so Hyper finds himself as the last man standing. Hyped up M80's prowess on Clubhouse quite extensively, did I, and aside from one impactless frag so far, it has been Cloud9 Beast Coast every single time.
And no traction so far, no dice for M80. And it's really just been the fact that they haven't been able to find a strong opener. C9BC have been ready for these fights, they've been ready for these rushes, and none of it working out M80's way. Hyper's gonna drop into blue, he should be dead at a moment's notice, and he will be. He'll get one for his stats, and that's about it. Cloud9BC will take round 2 as well. And, you know, it starts to beg the question, what are we gonna see out of the audibles here from M80?
And what we see in early tactical timeout, depending on... Oh, right now. All right, sounds good.
Wow, look at you, man. Well done. Pat on the back.
Listen, I really am quite something. What can I say? I mean, in all fairness, like, I was like, maybe we wait another round. Maybe Cameraman will, like, try and figure it out on the third side. But no, things are clearly that bad for M80 right now. And to be fair, I mean, Gym Bedroom, we saw that initial push, and then it's easy to say in a game as chaotic as Siege. Oh, maybe Cloud9 Beast Coast won all the fights. I mean, that's literally what I said. And then we see Basement, and Spoiler's like, I'm going to go for the lurk. And then, unfortunately, I think disrespected or discounted the impact Diffuser could have holding the blue hatch. Either knew about him and didn't care, or didn't know about him, and that's probably worse. And then afterwards, well, we all died to a vigil upstairs. So if that doesn't spell tactical timeout, I don't know what would, to be fair.
Yeah. Especially on your map pick. I think that's the key thing here. Like, things are not fundamentally getting done. And that's what they really want to highlight and try and change up. Need some stable ground. Try and work from that. And maybe we'll see if they can potentially give what. I almost actually cursed because I hate this operator so much, guys. Listen, a little bias here. Not a big fan of Cav. Such high risk, such high reward. We'll never take that away from her. But boy, howdy, do I hate Cav. This operator is just something else. Because, like I said, it's one or the other. You either are the biggest hero of a round, or you completely destroy all hopes and dreams of your team. At least you got a cute face, right? I mean, come on.
You know, I wasn't sure who was sitting in the shower by herself with the Caveira icon above her, but now that my best good friend Stefan gave me a close-up shot of her face, now I know. Thank you, Stefan. I appreciate it. I love you. Also, if that was Nova, I love you too. It's fine. So, I mean, as Sam and I have pointed out, and the Observer pointed out as well, we do have a Cav on the board, hidden all the way in the bathroom. Ironically, or coincidentally, excuse me, when we cut to the Cav, Citizen was laughing, so part of me kind of wonders if M80 know about it, but who knows?
It's hard to say. Now, what I can tell you is at some moment in time, somewhere throughout this map, a lurk is going to happen, but it won't be Kino because he is so dead. He is so unbelievably dead. Nitrocell goes off like a bomb outside, completely eviscerates him. Cameraman gonna get hit pretty bluntly with that as well, but I was mostly focused on Citizen back on the Nook here to see where he ends up lining up throughout this entire area. But as of now, it's gonna be C9BC that are constantly drilling M80.
Now, the utility usage very, very effective on Platwall, and obviously the C4 getting the kill afterwards. Gunner and Citizen likely going to butt heads at some point. Gunner, love the guy, but it's very difficult for him to sit still. He's going to want to try to hit a flank at some point, or at least gather some more information. And Citizen will try to creep his way through bar, I imagine. Maybe even into lounge later on. Losing that Capital, though, it's going to be a big problem for M80 if they want to take Garage, which generally you want to take Garage. Oh, well, Gavini just sees a Maverick opening up Garage wall, and you know that man's not moving. 5-3.
Easy peasy. Hyper will finally take out one and make it a 4 versus 3. Citizen seemingly an oracle here. Is he gonna have him knock out the window? Oh, he is.
Oh no.
I think he's in the stairwell, so he's okay for right now, but it is definitely worrisome. Oh, Gunner gets one. Citizen, are you gonna go for the hop? If he does, this Lusion pistol will just immediately remove him from play. That pistol in close range is disgusting. What do you, Gunner?
He's playing with him.
That was strictly for broadcast, dude. Nobody. What are you teabagging a drone
well,
for?
No. Not only for broadcast, but for himself as well. Nice shot by Gunner. Citizen is able to remove garage control, so no Capital be damned. It costs a lot of his HP. And M80 know that Cav is in the wind, and I imagine that's not going to be a comforting thought to any of the two remaining players. Citizen with the diffuser going the breach. He's going to have to make this cross with the diffuser, and on 1 HP, and red's still a factor. This is going to be difficult. That's why the flashbangs are oh so important. So he will creep in, but there's one down below, and Gunner's the man to do it. Timeout wasted, unfortunately, as no recovery in sight for M80. 3 rounds in a row for Cloud9, and it's all laughs and good times.
Well, when you're playing like this, I guess you can do whatever you want, right? C9BC get away with a heck of a lot of things there. Some big punishing moments over towards the way of M80, and just nothing really that they can do. A tech pause now. And you made a joke earlier, Carter, that was not the time to kick the desktop, but I think right now might be the perfect time to kick the desktop if you're M80.
It's actually, you know, little bit of the storm surge left over from the hurricane has hit Gavini's PC. So, by the way, actually, I kind of forgot about that. Gavini had went through a whole hurricane and is back playing. I actually was kind of worried about that because I remember last week when obviously Merc had to sub in. That's why he subbed in the first place. Gavini not able to play when there's a really bad hurricane going on. He's not that dedicated to the cause. He'd be insane otherwise. But yeah. I'm very glad he got back.
He's just outside with Starlink just attached to his arm. Just craziness, man. Craziness. No, that hurricane was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, real bad, but Gavini is back and doing quite well this series. But I think Spirits and Gunner and, I mean, kind of splitting hairs at this point. I think everyone on Beast Coast is doing extremely well. It is M80 that are down 3-0, and I think Hyper's got a kill pretty much every single round, but even a lot of those have felt impactless. It is despite the hype that Fox leveled on M80 on Clubhouse or their chances in the series if they, can win Border, for example. The praise I levied on them.
Carter, perfect thing. Yeah, it's Fox's fault. I love that right there. Perfect.
That's
Not what I
wanted to imply there. Not what I wanted to imply there. Just wanted to.
If M80 loses Clubhouse, it's Fox's fault. I like this. I like where this is going.
That is criminal editorializing what I just said.
I might have taken some creative liberties.
Well, what is there even really to talk about? 3 people have no kills for M80. Kino has 1.
Nah.
It's nobody's done anything really. Hyper has, to be fair. He's got, I think, 3 so far. But again, he got the opening kill and the only kill for M80 in a round that they lost. He got an impactless... No, and his other 2 kills were literally in round 2.
Yeah.
In a 1vx.
So, in a way, and listen, I love Hyper. Lovely guy. In a way, a little stat patty, all right? At least from what he's gotten so far. That's not his fault. Things happen. But yeah, the moral of the story is this. M80 really have not accomplished anything so far on Clubhouse.
No, it has been an incredibly one-sided affair so far. The utility play has been very strong for Cloud9, as we just saw in that game. All right. Big dog. Let's go. See, we had the 1 restart last time. We're multiplying. We do exponential here at the NA League. Now we got 2.
This is something else. Yeah. If it keeps going, we might be here all night if this just continues to grow.
The ironic thing is I could have stomached this in the Sonics wildcard game. There was so much food for thought in that game. Unfortunately, another one is M80 down 0-3. We will have a break coming up. When by coming up, I mean right now. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and we'll hope that M80 tries to recover afterwards. Now, we might be back in the game, but unfortunately there is still a critical problem that we could not find a solution for, which is we couldn't upload any more kills to the M80 scoreboard. So it might all be zeros, but that's very little changes from what was there before, Sam. It has been a one-sided game, 3-0. Sometimes it's a bit deceptive. In this case, it is unbearably accurate.
Yeah, it's singing all the praises of C9, and it's singing it properly. You know, this is something that's going down in the history books here, at least for how dominant we've seen things so far, and they want to make sure that they pick up this chapter where they left off, right? Gunner's gonna clip Kino outside with the Boss G. You can see why a lot of people have this thing in its crosshairs for a little bit of a nerf in the near future. You're just
it's just like of course.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly.
Like, why not? I mean, might as well. Fortunately, no soft destruction on the side of the attack. Thatcher has Claymore is not breaching charges, so you will have to use a Selma on the plat wall. Kind of okay, though, because, I mean, if there's nothing on the plat wall, it's usually half your hard breaching on gym bedroom anyway, so might as well use a Selma charge where you wouldn't have to otherwise. Exothermic now dedicated to the con single wall. So where do we move here? M80 are already down 4-5. The operator they lost was Ying. Ying, Sam. They lost Ying to a Boss G punch hole spawn peak.
Yeah.
How do you recover from that?
Mentally or physically?
Well, I can't account for them. I can't account for mental states, so.
Well, physically, it's all about getting the picks over here, right? You really want to try and get something isolated out on the cash side. That's what they're trying to work on right now. They know that there's going to be some semblance of a fight back from this defense. It's going to be that nitro cell that we see pour in. But the Selma charges are still going to be delivered. A well-placed EMP. And now they've got some semblance of control over this cash area. This is going to help out a lot as well, as Citizen will take down Gavini, but not before they donate another player. But fortunately enough, we do have another big pickup, as we're going to have yet another body fall for C9, but the same could be said for M80 with a minute remaining. It's 3-2 in favor of C9BC.
Really pivotal kill for Diffuser on the way out, because credit where credit's due, M80 working that disadvantageous position really well. Flashbang into red, but the two players push up from the bottom, so Gavini, I think, definitely expecting somebody to push in from the breach, and no player manifests. Then the mute dies pretty soon after that. Diffuser does get that kill. I think M80 have a pretty good shot back into this. Arguably, they still do. Might be in the disadvantage, but with that Boss G, I mean, what are you to do at that point? 4 rounds in a row now. Commendable recovery in the mid-round for M80, and then it began and ended with Cloud9 Beast Coast.
Cloud9 BC all day, man. I mean, they've had the advantage in every single facet of this game so far. Yeah, M80 are doing some things and making some plans and executing well on some portions, like what we saw around Red Stairs, right? Able to get some big kills there. But C9 BC respond in kind, and that's the biggest thing. They're constantly, keeping themselves ahead in these rounds, just through and through. And M80 just really don't have the opportunity to actually work their way towards the site. It's really complicated for them right now too, because a lot of these early engagements either just can't go their way, or in that regard, they just get completely caught off guard by an angle that's worked its way outside.
Feel awfully silly for touting, since the cameraman change, M80 are, I don't even know what I said, like 4-1, 5-1 on Clubhouse. I've only lost it one time. You would know that from the way they're playing right now. And, you know, I know Fox mentioned that, you know, no, it was Gabe, excuse me. Gabe mentioned that, a lot of this, you know, could come down to the prep work, even some of the minuscule details where a bit of utilities where. And I'm sure some of that is playing a factor. But again, perhaps it's my reptilian brain still, you know, left over from evolution, but like, I'm drawn to the Boss G more. I'm drawn to the aggression more. I'm drawn to the fact that Cloud9 Beast Coast seem like they can't lose a gunfight if somebody paid them off. They might lose 2, but every round they have kept at least 3 alive every single time.
It's just so unbelievable for M80 right now. You can see C9BC, they're willing to risk whatever, man. We're going for some of the old gold strategies here on Clubhouse, man. I mean, gold in sense of rank, but just golden is in, let me lean on this and see if I can get something silly to go off. And I mean, hey, so far so good. We got to see something potentially out of the kitchen doorway, kitchen doorway there. We don't get to see that one ever so often anymore. But for M80, gonna slow things down a little bit, especially with the way that things have been going. That's more than likely going to pay off. It starts to, at least initially here. All that drone work leads to a nice frag, but they will get a couple shots back. Cameraman's in the neighborhood, though, and the neighborhood watch is ready to play. They'll take out Gavini and give them man advantage yet again here for basically the very first time throughout this entire clubhouse.
Yeah, I think basically the very first time is an apt way of phrasing it, because Hyper might have got the opening pick in round 1, but it was right as the execute began, and Cloud9 Beast Coast got every kill after that. This is really the first time they've started a round with still, like, work to do with an advantage. And what we saw there was basically them doing exactly what they did to that Warden on red stairs, but earlier on, more on their terms, and with an actual advantage now as a result of it. Diffuser is still on the top floor. I'm curious if this catches them off guard. Oh, he spots one, but he's patient. You couldn't tell that by all the shift walking. Well, now you can tell by him flanking Hyper through the hatch. Still one player. He knows somebody else is up here. He remembers that player he saw the briefest glimpse of. And Kino, well, now that he's aware of the Kapkan roaming up top, he decides to leave the building entirely. We're now running into a bit of a tricky spot, Sam, because in the 3v3, and M80 have done very little work. No X-Kairos utilized with 35 seconds left. A lot of this might just come down to what Citizen can find on this lurk and whether those Candelas have any impact.
And that's a big thing. Still trying to get hatches open, trying to work your way in to get a plant down, all with Diffuser pressuring you from main stairs. This is a huge risk right now for M80. 18 seconds, 15 seconds when this hatch actually pops and Diffuser's gonna fly in. He hits the deck, but it's actually hot and cold to deliver. The camera got me there for just a second, but it's gonna be Cameraman that goes down. Citizen will respond in kind, and we might actually have a plant that's successful here. That Candela goes off. It blinds Citizen entirely. He turns on a dime, tries to kill the man inside of blue. This case will successfully go down. Spirits doesn't exactly know where it is. Try and work around the smoke. Knows there's got to be one deeper inside of Arsenal, but he just cannot find the angle. It's actually going to be a nice rotation here out of Citizen as well as he heads back up towards Kitchen. They've got everything implemented for this round to be successful.
Every single thing. Spirit's desperately trying to find this gunfight, and Kino finally gives it. You know somebody's rotating back to that hatch. Can he find it around the corner? And does Citizen have the angle? Will he have to drop? Yes, he does. Spirits hears the sound cue, but there's so little time remaining. The kill does not matter. You've won the battle, but lost the war. And maybe still a hill to climb, but at least one round in the first half.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that one too, man, because it was a struggle, right? Especially with the fact they had all of that, player count still to deal with on the bomb side, and let alone that, but you still have Diffuser up top trying to run amok of things. Now, they get some huge frags, that huge opener that really allows them to work their way back into the round, but it was just scary every single step of the way. If those gunfights with them dropping into Armory did not go both of their ways, that's more than likely a C9 BC round. But fortunately enough, some very accurate moments there out of M80 will get them their first round here on Clubhouse.
Really needed it too. Really needed it with how just rough those first 4 rounds were. I mean, C9 BC were starting to just ego them at that point. And it might have come down to a 1v1, but Citizen able to get that kill over in blue. And of course, as you said, all the gunfights more broadly just barely going M80's way throughout the majority of the round. Giving credit to their early game as well. The kind of round we need to see, at least when it comes to that strong beginning. It's a little bit more confident in what they could accomplish. It'll only be a 4-2 half at the absolute best. So we go back down to basement for our final bomb site in the first 6.
Well, the Barrett 50 cal, Boss G back in the hands of Gunner. No snipes this time around. Trying to keep things a little bit more tight-knit, a little closer to the chest as he will be occupying this top floor. Drone in already from Cameraman. couple shots towards it as well, so they know that the jig is up, at least when it comes to their positioning at that moment in time. Spoit's going to drop into Logi here. Nobody in this neck of the woods. Citizen trying to be that counter angle here for them as they do clear things out. Almost catches himself a player here inside of Garage, but they will quickly skimper off over towards the oil pit. That's going to be Gunner, who we just saw on that top floor, moments ago.
You talked about Gunner playing more conservatively. I mean, all of Cloud9 are now at the site. Gunner's completely rotated back. Gavini is moving up the bottom part of the main stairs, but not any further. Deathmark tracker spotted him, so can't really blame him for it. But they've ceded a lot of ground to M80, and we're in the Sonics wildcard game where we saw teams consistently running Tubarao, Cade, Bandit even on the bottom floor. There's no similar utility facing M80. I mean, both impact grenades are already gone. Think of how impactful they were to get M80 basically like executing with 10 seconds remaining. I mean, they're taking a long time, but I am a little worried for Cloud9. How are you going to really deal damage to M80?
Oh. Well, that's an answer right there for you. I don't know if that was a nitro out of Gava or what happened there, but either way, Spoit's on 2 HP. The guy can barely draw breath right now. And M80 trying to open up a few lines of sight to try and assist them with this deeper armory position, but Hot and Cold's all the way in the dirt. Got a Jackal in the lineup for the very first time today. We haven't seen that operator just yet, and now a scan will work its way in from him, and it's currently on Gavini here inside of Church, but still, full man count for both respective sides, and in the dying moments of this round, something's got to give.
Something's got to. I mean, M80, technically speaking, have everything they want. There's no roamers to speak of, no real potential for flanks. Cloud9 Beast Coast might have the angles, but Citizen is now going to use those Deathmark trackers to try and give himself an advantageous gunfight in blue. Spirits wins the first engagement. Hyper falls. You still got to worry about Citizen, though. He could still win the round from this position. Well, he could have. That's a past tense thing, not a present tense thing. As it's a 5-1 half for Cloud9 Beast Coast. That's what's happening right now. All the gunfights go their way, and that one blip in round 5 is just a small bit of green in a wide ocean of blue.
Well. Really not too much to be said about that one, is there? Just quickly dispatched, and C9BC very happy with the results. A 5-1 half for them. And I mean, what else can be said? They play things out on a dime there, man. That pacing change catches M80 completely off guard. They really don't have a game plan implemented to try and spearhead in and get those big pickups. And nothing really coming of it, but a long road ahead of them now. That's the key thing. The wildest thing to me as of right now is that this is M80's map pick. Clubhouse is where they wanted to take C9BC to, and these offenses have not came easy, not in the slightest.
No, and I think that's the most surprising thing. Is it's not been all bad. I think when M80 have had to clear power positions, they have looked quite good. That red stairs clear, for example, being what stands out in my mind the most, but everything outside of that, I mean, it's certainly been C9 Beast Coast winning gunfights, but they've not been putting super complex problems in M80's way, no complex strategies, even the roams necessarily. M80 have been able to cut them off, but it just seems to be either taking individual gunfights or Cloud9 Beast Coast winning them when there might not be favored to. It gives the impression of an extremely dominant first half, which obviously it is, but one in which sort of left scratching the head. What was the game plan all along, whether there was one or not? The thing I'm glad about, I'm always glad about, is see some Scopos play. Spoit bringing the 2 robots onto the field, one down in the basement and one likely somewhere on the roam. Maybe Gavini will find her. As a very quick entry into Jacuzzi, now looking to hunt down one of the 2 players up top.
Well, big shock. There's no Scopos inside the shower. That's where we usually end up seeing her. Probably what Gavini was checking with those Ash rounds. Nothing to be had. A lot of Cloud9, or rather M80 bodies now, as they are on defense, over in the top of red. I'm trying to hold on to this. C9BC are able to wrap in through something like stock or this solid position, just anywhere around that lounge space. This can become a very serious problem for C9, or rather for M80, as they try and fall back off of this. Cameraman, though, he's going to stand stalwart with the rest of his crew up top. And for Spoit, he honestly doesn't have to sweat it too much because I mean, he could just swap bodies at the end of the day, Freaky Friday style.
He can just move back to site immediately. Oh, cameraman, maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive there. The plat wall is, I believe, still fully reinforced and electrified. Especially with half the round gone, you can't exactly just easily rotate back, but tries to take the fight and certainly regrets it, though. Does do a lot of damage to Gavin in turn. You can criticize a little bit, but that 5v4, now 4v4, has not really come with any further benefits. Well, I spoke just about a nanosecond too soon, because Cloud9 immediately fills the remaining space on the mid floor and shuts down every single roamer remaining. WTP called out. Good Scopos play. I imagine would be a logical response there, Sam. But with Hyper and Kino the only two remaining, sure, Gavin and Hot and Cold might be low HP. Well, with the feed of one player spotted, Cloud and Beast Coast will spend the remaining 40 seconds trying to decide their move.
Won't have to sweat it too much. Still some solid drones and really anything readily available to them. They might already be ready to go, and it seems like they are. A call available, not as of now, to Spirits. They will end up popping this Goyo, and that's going to make things very low time based over on this far side. And
what?
Wow. Yes, indeed. I think M80 just spammed through, or rather specifically Kino just spammed through, I believe, Kool-Aid wall and killed both of those players rotating out of the church hallway. I'm not even lying. We're about to see it here in a minute because we're going to have the replay, but that my money is on him spamming Ashwall, Kool-Aid, whatever you guys call it at home. It's that first panel there when you come out of the bottom main stairs on the left-hand side. I guarantee you he spams that and gets both these kills. Let's watch here through these replays. At least gets those. Kino,
no, we don't see.
Man, I thought we had it implemented where we got to see everybody at home.
I think you're obviously correct. I mean, like, they were in moto, they're backing off, they die right as the two players are moving up through blue. I mean, that seems to make perfect sense to me. That was match point. Like, that was match point. Easy mode right there. Oh, we do have it.
Oh no, he just
wow,
swung
he just swung main. He just swung bottom main. All right, well.
Yo, shout out Ferme, shout out the replay guy, shout out everybody over with production. We love you guys. Really appreciate that one. Yeah, they reached into their bag for that to find that for us, Carter. But yeah, no, damn is right, my friend. Because honestly, I did not think he was getting at it a heads-up gunfight. That's what my brain immediately went to. Oh, he spammed the wall and killed him through. There's no way, right? No. He took it straight to the face and he won, which is just absolutely insane. So very well done to him. There was no other way they were getting out of that. And C9BC are going to be kicking themselves for the results of round 7.
Yeah, regulation win would have to be 7 rounds in a row, or 6 rounds in a row, excuse me, but comebacks can be built off of ridiculous moments like that, and a huge momentum booster for M80. Everyone getting excited after that, too. With how well that roam clear went, you can't predict that things will go that well every single time. Pretty eventful first round between Cloud9 Beast Coast and M80 at the clubhouse side swap. To start here, trying their best to deal with this mute jammer. And I think the initial nade somehow missed, and they've tried their best this second go around to burn everything in their way, and they'll do so successfully, but C4 goes out, and there go 2 Selma charges.
Well, that's not a great wall, is it?
Damn, where did all the X-Kairos go? It's a minute 10 seconds in. Did we he probably just used it to open a plat wall and con single, I get. Okay, makes sense.
Well,
I was like, how the hell did he already use all 18?
He was handing those things out like candy, apparently.
What?
So I got a couple of those things over there on the castle barricades that we saw, so they'll hope that they can somehow dispatch those mute jammers, but it's not looking like that's really an option as of right now. They're going to try and work their way up the main stairs. Diffuser gets one. It's traded out in kind. It's a 4 versus 4. Some Furnox gas will pour in, and Cameraman will get one for his pleasures as Kino and M80 will be taking out C9. My brain blends everything together there. But hey, C9BC away back into this can be found? No, not as of right now. Gunner's gonna get gunned down. It's all down to Hot and Cold as he'll barrel up his way to heaven, essentially, up the stairwell. Not really much to be found. And I mean, it really just comes back to what we saw implemented there by M80, just keeping things kind of locked up around the windows and forcing them to try and work their way up that main stairwell.
Okay, I was about to say, we'd better see tactical timeout after that, because we're getting downright goofy. You lose round 7. Unfortunate 2v4. You know, it happens. But then we get to that round. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. We have less than half the round in. And Beast Coast decide to just hit it. They just decide to go for it. And, you know, that can work out. Upping the tempo can do great things. I respect it. Problem is, you try to work up main stairs. The main position you try to go to either like swing onto the player hallway to help your player jacuzzi or swing into Logi to help the guy pushing there if there is one. And nobody knew that there was just an open F not there. Gunner was inside of the hallway. He could have shot it, but nobody knew. I get you want to up the tempo. I appreciate that. It's a viable strategy, but nobody did the proper homework during that. And I think Vivid realized we are clearly skipping steps if the 2v4 was not evidence enough of that.
Yeah, things are not going the way of C9BC, not in the slightest right now. And there's definitely some things to consider. I want to see what they can potentially do with a little bit of change of pace of themselves. Just see if they can get a clean pick inside of this opener and build from there. M80 have had a lot to say throughout these last 2 defensive rounds, especially in that last one. The first one, C9BC starting things off strongly, but just did not have, you know, the ability to really execute in the way that they would want to onto that basement site, and they end up getting bodied by the last 2 remaining M80 members. Now, going into round 9, it's going to be a CCTV cash defense coming out from M80, and the Scopos is going to be back in the lineup.
That's what I care about. That's what I'm here for. That's why I get up every day. Just to see what teams will experiment with the Scopos, though, like I said before, it's kind of typically the same thing. One off-site, one on-site. Well, one on-site, that's where the cold bot is, and the live one is usually roaming around the building, in this case in the basement. Alongside the Scopos. I'm sure other people have done this, but I literally thought of this the other day. I had not seen it. I was like, what if you had a Scopos in sight and then you put the live robot rafters? That way if you get naded and everything, you can just go back. I feel very validated. I feel very, very validated with that. Now they got to win or else I'll look really silly, but...
Hey, had to be said. Had to. For Diffuser, we'll see if he has anything to say about Logi. There's some drones in, nobody home, so shouldn't have to speak too much. Sometimes it's just better to be quiet. Diffuser will drop on in. And wow. Wow, oh wow. You know, sometimes... sometimes, like I said, it's better to not speak, but sometimes it's better to make your presence known, Carter. A wall spam from Diffuser, and Diffuser feeling as though he's sunned Spoit in this position. But this Bandit battery will at least dispatch a piece of the C9BC onslaught that we saw starting to build up over on the construction side.
Yeah, you know, Beef Watch hasn't really been all that interesting. Like, Diffuser wasn't really all there until the very end of Border. Now Spoit's not really all there. But unfortunate. Could have had a bit more an eventful of a match between these 2 individual players. It has been a pretty slow clubhouse overall, though M80 starting to pick up the pace. Caraman able to cut down 1, doing double duty. The Bandit charge and the MP7 now, able to put some shots into the armor for Cloud9 Beast Coast. Able to dodge the grenade too. MVP work on this Khan single wall, but all good things must come to an end eventually. So we'll see what he can build from here. 1 player out on the rappel will drop down soon after. Hyper's still alive in garage, by the way. Always something you have to worry about when you're pushing through Con is this long line of sight that Hyper can hold. Especially if Gunner's not able to clear anything out further inside of the site itself. Cloud9 Beast Coast might have the man advantage. That could slip through their fingers quicker than you might believe.
Smoke out, B's in, an exchange of utility. And M80 doing their damnedest to try and hold C9BC at the gates. EMP out to try and assist with anything that is potentially in flight or it's another electronic in the area. Hyper's going to get a big frag. Gunner will respond in kind, though, and it's going to come down to the wire here. Who's got this case? It's actually going to be hot and cold this time around. He's going to try and switch over to the server side. He'll swing through, and on the worst timing possible, Hyper will find 2. No rock out there for the tail end of that. Very happy with the results of that. And Spoit probably pretty happy with that as well, as he was the one that was randomly spammed by this man just earlier on in that round. But his life was not needed. is not necessary for an M80 victory, as they were capable of shutting down the take from the construction side.
Both remaining M80 players just able to completely deal with any attacker hopping in through those windows. I mean, that's absurd, unlucky. What else can you really do there? But as Hot and Cold walks in the window, and obviously Kino able to get that kill on Gunner walking at red stairs, Hyper given 2 1v1s. I think Cloud9 Beast Coast getting a little hectic. Maybe the comms aren't as clean. There's the ever tiniest gap between Hot and Cold rotating out a con and hopping through that window, and the player actually going to support him through the single panel. If that doesn't happen, we, to be fair, still have a 1v1. It's not a 1 round for Cloud9 Beast Coast, but it's not the 2v3 we saw from M80. 3 bomb sites in a row. They have won basement, gym, and now CCTV, with only getting the opening pick 1 single time in the three of those. Church wasn't exactly great last time, to be fair, so this is no easy win, but M80 are looking decent, and Cloud9 Beast Coast, even after the timeout, are still looking a bit sloppy.
Also, adjustments coming in here for them. Gonna have the Finka come in. That most definitely means that there's no AK-12 on that fuse, huh? Probably gonna be the shield working its way in from Spirits, and with that pistol in hand as of right now, telling us a lot of tales as to what could happen throughout the rest of this round. And the Spear as well. We don't see that often on Finka. She does have that dastardly LMG, but Diffuser, feeling as though this change of pace might be solid for him. You have some EMPs and the likes of Gavini and some secondary hard breach too with Buck, but it's mostly going to be Habana more than likely to try and deal with these hatches. M80 do have a little bit of a roam game here, but they're going to hightail it downstairs at the first sign of trouble.
You can understand their concern when they lost not 1, not 2, but 3 bodies on that roam in round 7. Better your chances at victory by just rotating back early, especially when you still have that Cade, especially when you have 2 impact grenades held by Spoit to try and burn through these X-Kairos. Though Hot and Cold clearly aware of that possibility, as he only lays down 2 initially. I want to see where those fuse charges land, though. Will they be used on any of these hatches? They'll obviously be used on a ceiling at some point. You got 4 of them. Need to put them to good use somewhere. It'd be nice just to hollow out right beneath the kitchen hatch, then drop down into the aftermath. But I think a lot of those more problematic positions, Sam, like Church and Main Hall, might escape the purview of the cluster charges.
And more than likely. I mean, there is a couple solid spots to put him over. Oh.
I like that I'm saying
position is just so crazy. How does Spirits get all the way down here and that nade get in there as well? There's just so many displacement tactics from C9 BC, and they tear 2 lives away from the defense.
I like that I say all that, like, they're not just bringing fuse for the shield. There's no point with the gadget. You bring the ballistic shield, a gun behind him, and of course the pistol himself. Cloud9 Beast Coast have completely hollowed out AKs. Citizen with that C4 might just find 2, might just equal the game right here if he can time this secondary utility just right. Hyper picks up 1, and there we go. The shield saves him, but it's a 3v3 as Beast Coast go in for the kill. Spirits' finishes off Citizen. Hot and Cold puts the diffuser down, so it's 2-on-2 when it comes to guns. Hyper very low HP as Spoit ducks for cover inside of the default plant spot. Impact goes out as Hyper falls to the wayside, and the boy Wonder must now do the most to deny match point from the hands of Cloud9 Beast Coast. There's 1. Ballistic Shield can't do much there. Deagle shots wrap around, and 1 more, and you've got time. Oh, you have time. Full reinforcements as well. He'll try to style on him. Deagle in hand, Gavini creeps forward as Spoit sticks it. He turns around, sprays, takes the fight, and commits! Cuts him down. 3K for our boy. 5-5.
That might be one of the most insane 1v3s I've ever seen, Carter. Period. Fuse shield. Another man overseeing that. Great position for Gavini in blue. In every single decision that Spoit makes, it seems like it's just gospel. Let's see this again. Disgusting. What a shot here, first of all. And then the immediate decision. That's what gets me. He knows exactly what he must do. And then he gets Gavini in this perfect situation. He plays the case out to the absolute nth degree. Gavini creeps up to the door, and as soon as he hears him take that step, he gets off the case. He knows that he's now got him positioned in an area in which he has some influence. He has some semblance of where Gavini is. And that info check, just the icing on the cake there, man. Got to lean that into that moment as well. The fact that he used just that little split-second image into blue to see Gavini on the AC unit. Come on, Carter. Come on, man. You can't write it better. That's disgusting stuff out of Spoit there. Ties it up 5-5 and puts M80 into greener pastures. This is a moment where that could have been C9BC on map point, trying to push us on to Nighthaven Labs, but instead now we're looking at a potential for M80 to be the first ones across the line, the first ones to map and match point.
4 rounds in a row now, and how many 2vx's? 2v4 in round 7? 2vx in round 9 on CCTV, and then in round 10 he Spoit 1v3. Diffuser got the hero play he was asking for. Spoit might only be 5-5, but that might be the most important 3 kills of the entire playoffs run, depending on what M80 are able to do from here, assuming they're able to close this out. The momentum is very, very much on their side, it feels at the moment. Again, like I said, 4 rounds in a row. And going back to Gym Bedroom, where Cloud9 Beast Coast, at least to my eyes, made a pretty questionable call built off lackluster intel. They've gone the opposite now. Instead, full clearing CCTV and cache, trying to use the Selma charges to pressure the cap can. C4 already ripped, anticipating somebody trying to move around the plat wall. But for my money, with no Deimos and no Dokkaebi, sure, it's all utility, but there's not a lot of the tools that I think M80 would be really worried about in this position.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It just doesn't really seem like C9BC has the utility that they would really want to try and diminish this area from M80. That mute jammer is just causing so many problems for them right now. We're almost halfway through this round, and they really haven't found an answer to it just yet. Diffuser is just spamming through the floorboards, trying to find a way to get rid of this mute jammer. And there's potential influence building up here too. A frag grenade out, a lot of damage dealt towards him. Does it even get the mute jammer? Because it fell back into the floor. Yeah, I was a little worried there, but it does indeed get it. Gunner will get 1. There's no way they're going to keep risking this, right? Now I'm starting to worry. Now I'm starting to question what the hell's going to go on here. And I'm the one with X-ray vision. Diffuser's going to get cameraman. That's a 5v3, 5v2 in favor of C9BC.
It is an absolute... It's just an absolute shit show in CCTV cache. I mean, Cloud9 Beast Coast might get a 5v2, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like, we're firebolting, we're nading, we're shooting holes through the floor, throwing everything just to get this advantage. But, to be fair, they've got it. They've got this 5 versus 2. It might have cost almost everything. But if they can hold on to this, surely they can close it out. Kino with the first one, Gavini with the second. But again, this advantage is too strong. You can drop a couple bodies and still come away the victors. Some intel inside of the site, but Kino walks right into Logi, spots one, transfers onto the other. No way. Not like this. Hard pings on the next one. Diffuser with the shotgun. Not 2 1v3s in a row! You're fucking kidding me, man! 6-5? 5 in a row? We're just doling them out like candy at this point. What is even the point of playing round 12?
Halloween's came early this year. Candyland for M80 across the board. Kino as well as Spoit showing up to play and having back-to-back highlight reel rounds to pull these away from C9BC. I mean, this is unprecedented. This is something that we never see. It's a seldom thing. It's an oddity, honestly, even when 1-1VX happens in such a grandiose fashion. But to have two from the same squad as well, truly disgusting stuff. M80, it's like the stars have aligned and God is on their side. They can do no wrong. They can't. It's always green lights for them every single step of the way. But just to be real for a second as well, wow, Kino and Spoit, both of these players just so gifted in a moment like that to not only have the mechanics to pull something like that off, but also have that mindset. The fact that they're still playing out those positions like, hey, I just got to make a few right clicks and that's it. I can totally win this round. And they both get it done. Incredible.
I'm thinking.
Incredible.
Just thinking about Anthony Fantano reacting to Meet the Gramps 2 times. How did you let it happen twice?
Sir, a second clutch has hit the server.
It has. Well, this is just one of those moments where you feel like you feel like it's gone. Like the magic is not there. I mean, M80.
Oh. Oldie but a goodie. I just like the camera angle. Sorry, I was just getting.
That's what I'm here for.
Exactly. Love that camera work. Our spectators always do such a good job with that. Love our observers. And is that gonna? Yeah, it is gonna get open. I got worried there for a split second, but no, I will end up getting breached. So C9BC will at least have that going for them. But I mean, a lot of weight on your shoulders in a situation like this, huh, Carter?
Dude, like. The voices in their head right now have got to be going crazy. The self-doubt's starting to creep in. I mean, you know, they've been in positions like this before, but like 2 1v3s back-to-back, a 2v3, a 2v4 in round 7. M80 have only won 1 round on their terms, and it was round 8. Every other, to quote Diffuser, has been hero plays made off the back of somebody from M80. Well, you tempted fate, and I think he's coming to regret it. 1 round away, the major champions, Cloud9 Beast Coast, could find themselves in the LCQ in a moment's notice, Sam.
And C9BC want the construction offense again. That does mean there is going to be a couple of things they have to worry about. Specifically, do you see Hyper right over there? That's the big one. Huge crossing guard there when it comes to this portion of the map, and anybody tries to get aggressive. Also, speaking of aggressive, I was going to say, I don't know why we're switching away from Spoit, because he wanted it so bad, and he's going to get it. Gavini will trade things out onto Cameraman, though. But Spoit, he gets 2. He's got all of construction to himself. He's going to hamstring the entire offense, and they're getting boxed out of construction right now actively by Kano Smokes. They've got it down to a 3 versus 3. They've never had something like this.
It's been quite rare. But look at all the utility gone. All of Kino Smoke's gone, as you mentioned, but the 2 C4s from M80. And I don't know how much time C9 Beast Coast have to go down below. I don't know if they have the manpower to get it done. Gavini needs to win this fight in Garage. He checks the corner first. Kino wins his. Hyper cuts him down. And that's all she wrote. Your major champions, your Manchester major champions, Cloud9 Beast Coast, find themselves down in the LCQ. A 2-0 loss to M80. Unbelievable.
Holy hell, boys. Holy hell. What a game out of M80. And the thing was, man, it wasn't clean. It wasn't kosher. It was a scrappy game that came down to some key highlight moments out of M80, but specifically 2 huge clutch moments out of Spoit as well as Kino. Let's roll the tape here, folks. A lot of hot action coming out of M80 versus C9BC.
Capitalizing off of those mistakes expertly, and thank you. I mean, that was an insane day. I'm sure Gabe, Fox, Korbeck, they got a lot to say about this one. Radio side, okay?
Yeah, I can call.
Catch side.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You hold that, Willie.
Can they do me? No.
In radio?
Radio dead, radio dead. Radio.
Let's go! Wow. Bro, the most insane game I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, dude. Wait, I'll be right back.
The most insane game he's ever seen in his entire effing life right there was, I think, the quote to sum that up. M80 toppling the major champions in a downright dirty 2-0.
I gotta know, who whispered, hold that, Willie?
yeah, I think that might have been Citizen. I don't know, but I mean that's the best way to put it. That was an insane game. I mean, we all thought that we were going to be going to a third map, and then C9BC not even to take anything away from them. They were starting off really well in their matchup, but oh my God, M80 on defense. I mean, round after round of clutch after clutch. I mean, I think it was just written in the stars that M80 was going to bring it back and win it through, because a lot of those rounds seemed unwinnable. But for them to bring it back, I believe there was a Spoy clutch, a Kino clutch, a Hyper clutch, just all one after the other. Wow, I mean, just way to stay in it mentally. And I mean, Diffuser really must have just unfortunately cursed his team, because the big plays
is what
won them the game.
What did I say?
My God.
Hero plays work. I said it.
And again, it doesn't matter when it happens, how it happens, it gets done. And honestly, in a game like this where there's so much on the line and the stakes are high, especially in those last few rounds, that's when the clutches happen. That is such a just hit to the mental where you should be winning these games. And I said it, Clubhouse is a game of mistakes, and a team that can capitalize off of it was clearly M80 today, given their performance. And I mean, it's a tough one for C9 Beast Coast. You know, we've been giving them praise. They're their major champions. They're defending champions. Now they have to go through an LCQ run where only one team throughout that bracket can make Montreal.
Yeah, and it really was a situation that both teams deserve to be there. I mean, obviously, you look at the stats, and just like map 1, I mean, the stats were very close on both ends. If you would have looked at it on paper, it would have looked like there wasn't just one clear favorite, but I mean, you can see it. It was a very dominant defensive-sided Clubhouse. Obviously, C9BC was running away with it, and then once the side swapped, I mean, it shows you how powerful one side can be if you are just playing on top of it.
And it shows you how detrimental 2 rounds can be if you can't close it out, where if they easily just closed either of those rounds out, they would have won 7-5.
Yeah, there could be a little bit of maybe overconfidence that happened on the side of C9BC today. I mean, we saw it in their interview. It didn't seem like there was much respect being given towards M80. M80 did have a rough stage, but it wasn't like they were just down and out. You know, they were keeping every game very close, and obviously they really showed M80's versatility today. I mean, just not letting that slow start to map 2 hold them down. I mean, wow. I mean, those rounds were phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and we have the rounds again that we've shown, you know, in the beginning of this, and then we just got to show again. I mean, this should never be a scenario, and especially for a team like C9 Beast Coast, to allow this to happen. No trade potential, no situation for anyone to be in this position. If anything, leave hot and cold here. Go play with the shield in the back. Do something else. And then you let Spoy. You were even saying, like, he's not going to do this with the Deagle, and then he ends up doing it exactly with the Deagle the second you say that.
Yeah, I mean, he should have realistically reloaded in a situation like that. I mean, he was going for the style points, and then Kino in this 1v4, I mean, just with the SMG11, such limited magazine capacity, and just hit all the shots, brought it to a 1v1, and I mean, he has the information. I mean, that was a phenomenal clip. And then I don't even think we saw the one from Hyper where they were in a 2v5, and he wall-banged 3 people through the blue wall. I mean, it really was a round written in the stars for M80, and individually, every player showed up big, and those big individual plays is what got them the win.
I think it was somewhat poetic that it was Diffuser on the receiving end of that last shotgun blast. It was Kino who delivered it, and we got Kino on the line with us here, so let's bring him along. I mean, man, I got to congratulate you. I think you shocked us all, a lot of people out there, to be honest. So a big W for you guys. I mean, how does it feel to throw the reigning major champions down into the LCQ?
Feels good. Always feels good to beat those guys. You know, we had something to prove in this game. We were the underdog, so it feels nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it feels really good. I mean, I'm sure what felt even better was that 1v4 clutch of you in Logi. I mean, just walk us through what you were kind of thinking in that moment when you and all of your teammates, when you guys were down in potentially unwinnable situations. How did all of you guys just win out? Like, what are you thinking in that process?
I feel like that just, you know, it's just FPS. Like, we play this game for a living. We all grind ranked every day, and it's just the instincts. Like, you can't you just can't like teach something like that. You know, you develop that with time. The decision making in like a 1v4 or like a 2v5, for example, with me and Paul in that gym round, it's just stuff that like you just get it with time.
Yeah.
And you know, the decision making to go for the Logi guy, the two of them, because they were blind with the AFNet. It's just, you know, it's just stuff like that. It's just like the small details, but like I don't know. There's a lot of pressure as well.
Well, I mean, I think you got to give yourself a little, you know, boost yourself up there. I mean, you made every single engagement a 1v1. You didn't really allow them an opportunity to even potentially trade that situation or take a 2v1 engagement. So, I mean, you got to give yourself a little prop there. But I also want to talk about when you guys went down in the man deficit, obviously already losing the first map, what was kind of the turning point for you guys to be like, okay, we're bringing this back. This is going to be it. We're closing it out.
We won 3 clubs this stage. All 3 times we played Clubhouse, we won. People were calling us the club win trick team, you know, the team that could only play. We lost both of our night havens, both of our banks, and one of our clubs. So like, we knew we were down 5-1, but we knew that we had it in us.
Yeah,
we had it. Just defense as well, like, you know.
I'm glad you brought up the maps, because I'm really happy that you guys did not go to a big map. Do you think, I've been saying on the desk, I don't know if you've been watching it, but it's all been about that the big maps don't play to your guys' play styles. There was no big maps played today. Do you feel like that is a true statement, that you guys do better on the smaller maps, or what do you think it is?
To an extent, yes, but you could also go back to today's game on a club. Our attacks, even though it's a small map, our attacks were very iffy, you know, on the basement. Their basement defenses, we couldn't clear the roam, you know. So I don't think it's just the big maps. I think it's a little deeper than that, but, well.
All right, all that matters is you got the win and you find yourself in semis tomorrow and possibly punching your ticket tomorrow to Montreal. I think that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
You know, speaking of tomorrow, obviously you've got Dark Zero on the line, a team that has been on an absolute tear. You guys gonna make lightning strike twice tomorrow?
That's the plan. No, I already told Bamba. I told him I would see him in semis, and here I am.
You did. You did. Predicting the future right there, and I love the confidence. Congratulations, my boy, and get some rest. They're going to need you back on fire tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Oozing confidence, as you would expect, coming off of a victory like that. You love to see it. I mean, if I was Dark Zero, I'd be a little worried.
You know, you say that, but you just see how dominant Dark Zero have been. And again, this is another team that has been just progressively getting better and better, and especially on their attacking side, where in the beginning, that's where we talked about Dark Zero not looking so great, but towards the end of this stage and then going into playoffs, they've been looking very strong on all 4 fronts of that end. So I don't think Dark Zero's worried. I think, you know, they got the prep, they got an idea of what to expect, and now it is best of 3. So I do believe M80 are more than confident going into that game, though, based off today's performance.
Yeah, and I think you obviously are happy with a win here for M80, but you want it to be a lot cleaner. You don't want to be playing from the deficit of being down 1-5 ever, realistically.
No.
And even though they won a lot of rounds off of big individual plays, the only reason they were able to make those plays is because the opportunities was given to them by C9BC. Now, if Dark Zero doesn't give them those opportunities, I mean, you can just shut out 1vXs if you just play it a little bit better, right? There's no specific way to play around, but if you just play a little bit better off of your trades, play together as a team, you can limit those. So in the same regard that amazing players make amazing plays, they have to be given to that opportunity. And Dark Zero has not given any single team many opportunities since that first loss. But M80 obviously showed that they have the resilience today to keep in it. And so, yeah, really great game. Excited to look forward towards.
I mean, amazing teams make amazing plays as well, right? And, you know, the bracket, I think it didn't quite shape up the way we thought it was going to, mostly because of that kind of upset that we just had. Looking ahead to the semifinal matches, I mean, this is a veritable feast of Siege right here. I am fascinated to see how these work out.
Yeah. If I was to choose like the game that I'm looking forward to the most, honestly, I would probably say the Space Station Sonics. I think that game is going to be a really good game of just basic fundamentals of being able to pivot around the map, pivot positions, change a take, whatever that's going to look like. Just a lot of adapting. So for me, that is the game that sticks out the absolute most to me going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, both great games, but SSG, SQ, I feel like we want to see a definite answer from one of these two teams going into Montreal. So SSG has looked very consistent, but there's been some hiccups. Sonics has looked very consistent, but there's been some hiccups as of recently. And that game against Wildcard didn't seem as dominant as we would have all liked to see from Sonics. So obviously with that matchup, I am looking towards it as whoever is the winner of that is making a statement towards going towards Montreal, whereas M80 Dark Zero, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that's a game that is still going to be great, but obviously it's Dark Zero's game to lose.
Absolutely.
You know, just to kind of flash predictions, what are we thinking for our results here tomorrow? Where are we going on that first game, at least?
I think based off the performance of seeing Sonic's first wildcard, this isn't to take anything away from wildcard, just again, how Sonics have been playing, I think Space Station do end up taking that game.
Okay.
And then going into the second game, I think Dark Zero continues their reign of dominance and pushing them all the way through.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, I think SSG, based off of the game that we saw today, I think SSG is definitely the favorites for me for tomorrow. And Mady Dark Zero, I don't know. I mean, there's still some part of me that feels like there has to be a downside to Dark Zero coming, right? There has to be a cliff that's nearing towards because they've been doing so well. But maybe there isn't. And, I mean, but if there is, it would be M80 after today.
It makes me feel like they're doing the similar C9 Beast Coast run where, you know, now they're going on a hot streak. They're looking the best that we've ever seen them, and I don't really see that tapering out anytime soon. But again, you know, like you said, it could change. I don't see that. I do see Dark Zero persevering and keeping their consistency of just constantly looking as good as possible and punching their ticket for Montreal.
Well, when the top two teams come off the ropes tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST, you are not going to want to miss it if you're a Siege fan. Obviously, our first day in the books here. We want to thank you so much for joining us. A big thank you, of course, to Link, Stokes, Laxing, Fox, our production crew, and from all of us here in the Philly studio. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, what a take from Spirits in the 1v1. Holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places for Frida. Has that one extra little bit to tie him.